The guy was surprised and asked the girl about reincarnation. She, in response, said his death was very tragic. He was informed that his further fate would depend on the car. However, the guy did not find anything good about it. The hero asked the goddess how he died, because he could not remember anything. The goddess replied that this sometimes happened. The girl said it was time to start. The guy supported her. Suddenly, a gold, extremely rare ball appeared. This is due to the decomposition of toxins. This skill was very effective against poisons and easily destroyed any bacteria and viruses. The hero believed that it was an extremely dangerous ability. The goddess explained to him that the world in which he would be born for the second time would be like a fairy tale. There are magic, monsters, and even special statuses for everyone. She asked him to live on full and appreciate every moment, but the guy replied that it was too unexpected for him. The guy lay and thought that he was just dreaming of it. It has been 5 years. His head hurt, and that was not pleased at all. It has a unique ability to decompose toxins, which can destroy any viruses and bacteria. He first decided to check the remedy for mold, and the bacteria were successfully destroyed. But after using this ability, his head was strongly crazy. This was a side effect. He thought that this skill was quite in vain. The guy decided not to use it anymore. The protagonist suddenly remembered that he forgot about training with his father. He was told that he had learned how to own the ball. The guy thanked for such words. His father, Logan, was a prominent commander of the greatest kingdom on this mainland. The family in which he was born manages the territory near the port near the capital, and this has a great influence on it. He argued that he was born in the count's family only because of his unique ability. One day, a woman approached his father. She reported that the preparation for training was completed. The man praised the boy, noting that he looks like a real knight. The father turned to his son, promised to help the other with a workout, and asked his son to continue to repeat the ball exercises. Grint was born in his father's second marriage. They are with their brother, the brothers, and Grint for a year younger than him. His younger brother is very capable. Although he is an older brother, but his ability to spread the poisons was quite useless. His younger brother has a unique skill that only a few people had in the history of the kingdom. This skill is called Holiday Night. His father was not a bad person. But if you compare it with Grint, Grint seemed more promising. To be honest, it was a real disappointment for him. One night he heard that the armor was made of metal. Now he was unable to punch such armor. It is because of this task that it became impossible for him. But if he was a miracle, he had it. His father would definitely pay attention to him. The guy was unable to deal with the armor, fell and crashed. The knight reminded that he warned him, it is impossible. The guy was not going to give up only because his abilities were not the same as others. He decided to make a surprise for Dad and Mom. Therefore, the main character should try even more than others. The man turned to the boy and said that dinner soon. He was surprised by a large number of books around. The guy apologized and explained that he had studied a lot lately. The man told him that it was really commendable because the guy not only trains every day, but also studies carefully. Every butter in the estate is convinced that he can easily become a scientist, and even becoming a general is quite real for him. The protagonist thanked the butterfly and said that his mother would soon be at large. The boy was happy to see his mother nearby. He was offered to go immediately. He replied that he would do. He knocked on the door, and someone from the inside invited him to go. The woman greeted with him. The guy remembered his past life, so she seemed to him to be a stronger sister than his mother. She said she was smelling books and noticed that he was studying hard every day. The woman said he was a good guy. From these words, he became very embarrassed. He said he heard she had already completed her work, but because she has worked for a long time, she still has many things. She laid out the documents in the place and reflected what to do now. The guy realized that her father had nothing to do with her work. To cope with such a number of documents, a great force is required. Such endurance and skill was expected from a girl who worked in a large trading company. She was also very pretty. The woman said she remembered. She has something for him. She added that he had been waiting for her for a very long time, and she just came. There was a status card in his hands. He thanked her. She replied that she was glad if he liked. The guy confessed that he still did not understand whether his situation is bad or not. The woman said she heard that children are usually only 10 endurance points. He thought that his situation was not so bad. The guy asked her what the gift of training means. She answered that this skill helps to get tired and better tolerate difficulties. The woman said it shows. Her son really tries to become a better person, and no one knows it better than her. She said she had another assignment from her grandmother. Then she suggested walking together because they did not do it for a long time. He was surprised by this new assignment. The woman replied that they wanted them to buy from a merchant of tea, which they usually drink. He asked if the servants did. The boy did not understand why his mother was doing this. She thought that her grandmother considers her a woman with good taste. The guy began to think that it was his fault. He considered himself unworthy of being an eldest son, and because of this, his mother had to suffer so much. She asked if she had to join her and called it a wonderful companion for this evening. He promised that he would go with her. They were met by the seller. The woman said she came to buy tea and asked her to show her several different varieties. The guy noticed a magic stone. The merchant confirmed that this was really the case and asked if the guy was interested in finding out. He replied that he was a little interested. Magical stones are usually inside the bodies of monsters, and their magic seemed to be frozen inside these crystals. They have many applications. They are used in magical rituals or to create different jewelry. High-quality stones can accumulate a lot of magic, which can harm a person. But this core is simple and cheap. It is used to create tools. Nothing will happen to him, even if he touches it with his bare hands. The guy thanked him. The woman asked if he could ask a question. The man replied that yes. The hero felt that the stone smells sweet, as if real honey. He thought it probably tastes like candy. The boy has never heard of someone licking magic stones. Even though he was only 5 years old in this world, he has never happened. He decided to try it when no one saw. The woman asked him what had happened. The guy replied that nothing happened. Then he wondered if he could buy a stone. The man asked if he liked this stone. He said he would give it a sign of gratitude for being his regular client. In response, the woman chose 3 varieties of tea. She advised the guy to take a little walk. The yellow magic stone suddenly lost its color and became completely transparent. The protagonist suddenly felt a strange rush of power. He approached the knight and asked if he decided to try to break the armor again. He replied that together he could even break his wrist. The guy rejoiced that this time he had not thrown back. However, his wooden sword broke. The knight was surprised when the main character was able to cut the iron armor with a wooden sword. The boy asked his mother not to be angry. She replied that she could not put up with it. His mother had her own reason for anger. Green will become the future head of the family. He will also announce Grint's engagement to the Marquise's daughter. But he is convinced that it is too early to declare it because Grint is only 4 years. The woman apologized to him because his father worried about another guy than his son. He reassured her and said that everything is fine. It is not necessary to worry. To be honest, he was slightly offended. He is most concerned about the fact that his mother misses and feels so lonely. In order to gain recognition from his father, he needs to try even more. He still does not understand what happened that day. Everyone around says the armor just worn. After he licked the stone, the girl said they were already in place. The estate looked really majestic. It is the estate of the only in the kingdom of the archive. The man returned to the woman and said that they would go to greet the bride Greens and her family, and everyone else could wait in the lobby. She said they would do and called the boy to go with her. His stepmother returned to him and reported that the Marquis was already tired of waiting for them. The mother of the protagonist wondered if her son had the right to be present at the meeting and what it means. They were informed that there was an error during the list. Every family was allowed to bring only one child, and the Rinchart family had already come with Mr. Green. The woman said they were not guilty and asked the boy to miss, but she was answered that they couldn't do it. The guy thought that Camila was most likely to blame. She tasted everything so that he could not interfere with her. Because of this, the problems did not only arise in them, but also in the Bogretsky. This meeting was hardly interested. The guy saw the garden and said passionately about what he was good. He thought it would be great to stroll there together. The man thanked for the proposal and said he would inform the gentleman. The woman asked the boy if he was upset about what had happened. He said that the garden captures its beauty. Many wonderful flowers grew around, glowing as bright as it was. The guy said it would be happier if they admired these beautiful flowers together. She said that if they were home, she would hug him even stronger. In response, he jokingly added that even now her arms and so strong. Dvoretsky reported that Erzherzog had allowed to visit the garden. The guy thanked him. The man added that he ordered someone to accompany them. The girl came to them and said, "Welcome, that I was glad to meet them." She called Klein and told that she was the granddaughter of the head of the genus August, Earl Augustus. The guy in response was introduced. He wondered what the Duke's granddaughter was doing here. She apologized for the mistake she made at home in August. The client said that today they would be their accompaniment and hope that they will like to spend time together. The woman said her son seems to be happy because the lady agreed to go with them. She added that she was pleased to hear it, and she was very grateful that she was able to understand them. The guy noticed that the flowers glow and said it was very beautiful. From afar, the garden seemed good, but when you come inside, beauty is even more striking. The girl said that at this time, the day was a real fairy tale. The guests began to whisper. They say, "The next head of the family will become the second son, the one who owned the talent of holy night." They considered it a real gift of fate, considering how uneducated their eldest son was. It seems that with such an heir as Logan, the kingdom will soon flourish under his leadership. The girl advised not to trust the rumors. Among all the aristocrats, he behaved as a real gentleman. The guy said the girl was extremely beautiful. Then he said that the rose was very beautiful. The girl replied that these are red and blue roses, special flowers that can bloom at any time. It is very difficult to grow them because you need to perfectly maintain the balance of water, light, and soil. The rose thorns hidden a deadly poison. It is said that only one drop can destroy 1,000 people. This poison causes unbearable pain and heat, so it is also called fiery blue roses. The guy explained that this name has a special meaning. The woman said these flowers can be a great decoration. The guy asked if these flowers were used to decorate the interior. The girl said that the poison of these flowers can also solidify as if crystal. She heard that if you get this poison to the surface, the flowers themselves will turn into a true work of art. They will be called star crystals. They say these crystals look like a starry sky. It is believed that it is the most beautiful decoration in the world. The girl said that these things were very expensive. There were only 2 such kingdoms in their kingdom. To remove the poison, you need to go through a complicated procedure that costs a lot of money. The woman suggested that the cost would be almost the same as half of annual taxes on their land. The guy was surprised how much it was. The protagonist thought about his ability and very much wanted to have no side effects. The guy asked the woman if she wanted to look at this decoration. She replied that she was her dream. The guy said he understood everything and touched the flower. There was a feeling that he was drinking soda water. Everything was fresh and easy. When he used the ability to spread the poison, it brought him a pleasant feeling. He was surprised that this time he did not feel the side effects as before. The girl asked him to get rid of this flower immediately. He was exactly the way the goddess said. His ability protects perfectly against poison. A star crystal appeared from the flower. He apologized to scare them. The guy just took advantage of his skill. The girl said that even if she had such a talent, it would not be so easy to handle it. She has never heard of a red and blue rose at the same time. The guy stretched the girl a flower and said that he had made her dream. He asked if she would accept him. The guy thought it was banal. He was so fascinated by the atmosphere that he said something ordinary and simple. The girl asked if she really gave it to her. He smiled and said he would be upset if she did not accept a gift. She said she happily agrees to accept this proposal. The guy asked the girl if she would not be against if he took another thing for his mother. Then he asked his mother to accept his love. Klein apologized and said she was very sorry, but she had to go. The woman assured her that she should not worry, because thanks to Klein they got a wonderful evening. The guy also thanked the girl. She said he didn't need to be so official. If he continues to say so, he may not communicate with it at all. The guy said his father was late, although everyone was already diverging. The woman turned to the maid and asked if she knew where her husband. She replied that the count said he had to go to night acceptance, so he went earlier. The guy asked if he was so worthless in his father's eyes. The woman returned to the boy and wondered if he loved her dad. He replied that he was grateful to him for growing up, but he could not forgive him because he was so bad about her. The guy confessed that he could not say exactly if he liked. The woman gladly replied that she was pleased to hear it. She said she could no longer watch him suffer and led him with him. She said they would go to the most beautiful place on earth, to their native kingdom. The guy was surprised when she said that everything was done right. When she removed the ring, the guy was surprised. She explained that she no longer needed. The woman suggested returning to the port city. She said it was good that they returned to the estate before midnight. The guy asked why they didn't stop. The woman asked him to wait a little. But the man was surprised because the city was still humorous. The residents were surprised. A strange thing appeared in front of them. They began to ask someone to stop what's going on. There was a huge ship in front of them. The woman told her son to hurry. The inhabitants recognized his mother and wondered what the ship was. A group of knights arrived. Talks began to spread between people. Now everyone should save their lives. The guy became between his mother and others, protecting her. Mom calmly said that all is well. The girl returned to him and asked not to worry. She greeted, said she was pleased to meet, and called Christina. He was surprised when he realized that these people were not enemies. It seemed to him that the girl was very beautiful. The woman said they had not seen themselves for a long time. Christina agreed that she was feeling the same and was happy about the meeting. She came to them immediately after the message. Their task is to return Princess Olivia home. The young man lifted his eyebrows in surprise. She promised to tell him everything when they were already on the way on the ship. The woman said they should sit on the ship. The man realized that a 5-year-old child had already corrected the mistake their family had ever made. He said that Rinhard's oldest son is amazing. The girl agreed with the words of her grandfather and showed a gift he received from the boy. The Graf was surprised why everyone wanted to make his younger son as the next head of the family. He did not want someone to break his promises. Grandpa asked the girl not to tell anyone about it. He said that if you sit on the ship and travel for 2 days, you can come across a whole continent. She should know which kingdom is located there. The kingdom of Ishtolik is a great state that exceeds them in science, technology, and military force. The man said Olivia was not just the heir to the trading company, she is a representative of the state, and besides, she is the daughter of the most important person. This woman is the second princess of the kingdom. The guy and the girl were stunned. She apologized to her son for keeping it secret for a long time. The guy asked why the princess of such a powerful state decided to become the wife of the head of the Rinshart. The woman said she was scaring her. The girl answered just doing what he should. The mother apologized and explained that she could not tell him now. The guy replied that he understood everything. He first saw his mother so happy. So it is much easier for me than to see it upset every day. Chris approached Olivia and wondered if she received a star crystal from the Rinshart family. The woman replied that she was presented with her son. The girl replied that she was trusting her. That is why she treated him so carefully. Chris said that when you give a star crystal to a person of the opposite sex, it means an offer to marry. He immediately realized why Klein reacted so much. Then he asked what to do to him now. He was not intended to like, and the woman added that she did not understand what was happening here, but she really likes that guy. Olivia asked the girl when they arrive in the capital, but she replied that after arriving at the port, they crossed the water train and therefore will be in the capital at about 11 a.m. The guy was surprised that there were trains in this country. The girl explained that it was a water train. It moves through the heating of water, which is created with the help of magical water stones. The guy realized that the train was leaving a pair that was formed inside. Compared to the kingdom, the development of Chime is a completely different league. The girl admires that she was amazing. He understands how everything works and learns well. The guy in response confessed that he just read about it in the book. Olivia added that he was a very smart guy. The protagonist thought that he almost expressed his knowledge he kept after his rebirth. Chris suggested a rest because there was still time before arriving in the country. There was a lot of interesting things in this country. Not only science and technologies attracted attention, there were many semi-human people. Ishtalika was a multinational country where people and representatives of other races lived together. Chris reported that they had already arrived. She said that the vice captain of the Imperial Guard, Christina Verntyne, had already returned. The guy thought the girl was looking very cool. The woman replied that Christina may seem harsh, but in fact, she is a little awkward. She warned the boy and Olivia to be careful and look carefully at her feet. He understood that even if she pretended to happen that nothing happened, he would still not be able to forget it. Olivia asked what the girl told her father about her return. She replied that because of the urgency of the message, she did not have time to tell him anything. Everyone was told to treat Olivia as always. The girl said that Mark made sure that her father was not distracted from work. She also warned that if they make noise, they would interfere with the king. Olivia thought that this woman was angry with her. The guy asked who they were talking about. The girl replied that it was a maid who took care of her when she was little. She may seem harsh, but in fact a good person, and later he will introduce them. Chris said that the king is now in the meeting room. The man noted that it is not necessary to bother them during the meeting. So Chris decided to say hello to the king a little later. Olivia went to the house and told her father that she had already returned. The guy was surprised when he saw the king himself. The aura who surrounded the king was alarming him. The man asked what was happening here and why this woman was present if she married a different continent. Then he turned his gaze on the guy. The guy was noticeably excited. He said he was pleased to meet you. After presenting, he added that he was once a member of the Reinhardt family. The king called his name and said he was his grandfather. The knight reported that they were looking forward to meeting him with the king. He was agitated and named his name, Lloyd. This man was a large marshal of the country and was always ready to give his life. The guy said he was pleased to meet, and the king replied that he was bothering something. He confessed that his hearing seems no longer as good as before. The woman said she had already parted with her husband and did not want to return to him. The king asked the knight to hit him in his face. The knight replied that he heard everything right. Silverd asked her why it happened. She said she seems to her son to stay there. The king announced that the meeting would have to be postponed. Everyone was strictly forbidden to discuss what happened there. You turned to Chris and Astrid and asked to call their subordinates. It was important. They needed to discuss it together. The man returned to the knight and said that it was time to collect the army. The knight confidently replied, "There is nothing to worry about. Mr. Logan, though experienced, for him just a simple knight, which he can easily win." Olivia turned to her father and asked him not to worry. She assured that they would not attack them because such was the promise of the first king. The princess said that she could not even imagine that the protagonist would be left only because of the ability he was born with. The woman asked if her older sister was thinking the same, but she replied that she thought so, but the guy still does not listen to her. The boy guessed that the first princess is the chatter. Olivia asked if she could now explain everything to her son. He replied that it was possible now, because they agreed. The prime minister asked permission to do so. The main reason why Olivia married there is that the Heim family has a marine crystal that is very needed by her country. The guy wondered if this crystal was the remnant of minerals. He was told what could be said. These crystals are formed from the bones of marine monsters. In their country, such crystals did magical things. The guy noted that he saw such crystals only a few times. He was explained that these were ordinary magical objects. In other countries, they do not use marine crystals. Instead, they make things made of magical stones there, but they can harm the forces of the one who uses them. Instead, this country has a special way. They use marine crystals to control these forces. Thanks to this, All residents of the country can use magical things free of charge. However, almost all crystals in the country have already been produced, so finding them became more and more difficult. Therefore, without any choice, they began to ask for these crystals in other countries. The guy realized that his mother married for the good people of his country. She explained that she was her duty. In response, the man said that they would receive protection instead of a stone, and Mr. Ain would become a count of King Haim in the future. The king said he considers it the best solution. He wanted to pick up his daughter and grandson away from the dragon. The knight returned to him and noted that it was time for them to start searching for a new magic crystal. But the woman answered that there was no need. She said she had already learned about possible suppliers. Even if she sometimes does in her own way, it does not mean that she has forgotten her duties of the princess. Olivia cooperated with the guilds of magicians and adventurers, looking for suppliers, and eventually she succeeded. She gave the king the documents and said that he would now be able to see the confirmation of her words. It was written about the country lying north of Haimhawa, but at that moment they should already check everything. Marine crystals, which could previously be found only in the depths of the ocean, began to appear in shallow water. The man said that there was a girl who also searched for something like that, but hid her name among the Union of Magics. Its achievements were incredible. The guy realized that he only knew how much time and strength his mom put into it. She perfectly played the role of the cat's wife. The locals respected it, and even called the saint. But after Grint was born, everyone was forgotten. However, she continued to smile. Whatever occupied, she still found a lot of time to communicate with him. He can't even thank her. The king was surprised that she coped with everything herself and apologized to her. The woman said her son is the most valuable thing she has. She is ready to do everything in her power, if it is for him, even if it is very difficult. She said she was very glad. Chris noticed that Olivia became not only a sweet, but also stronger. The king suggested taking a break to reward her for hard work. The man turned to another, who reported that he had already received the queen's consent. He, together with Varen and Mr. Lloyd, convinced that this decree was consistent with the law. The man turned to the king. Slivia announced that the main character was officially recognized as a member of the royal family. He was born into a family who ruled a much smaller kingdom than it. No matter how hard he tried and how hard he did not train, no one noticed him. He was then even deprived of the status of the heir. The king appointed him his successor, the heir of the throne. The residents of the city began to whisper that Princess Olivia had returned home. They also said that her son returned with her. They wondered, what really does this main character? The guy went in battle with the knight, and he praised him, noting that he had a wonderful possession of the sword. He said that the protagonist made a lot of effort to work out. The guy thanked him, but added that he still did not consider himself worthy. He confessed that even now his younger brother, who only recently started training, could easily overcome him. He made every effort to make his father and others recognize him, but eventually could not stand and decided to escape to another country. The young man constantly thought if there would be at least someone who could accept as worthless as he, as the heir of the throne. The main character really wanted to become better and gain new skills. They returned to him and noted that his clothes were torn. The knight asked him not to move. He told that his ability was called sewing and wondered if it was not really suitable for a soldier. The knight confessed that having such an ability to him a little embarrassed, but it was the hard work that helped to become an outstanding warrior. He added that even with a strong talent, you will achieve nothing without your own effort. If he will try enough, he will be able to become anyone. If the protagonist continues to work on himself, he will quickly realize that all his efforts made sense. Kadima appeared with Gabain near Lada Gabe Tapi. She said she had found a boy and asked the knight to give it to her. The protagonist asked why he needed. She replied that Olivia asked her to check everything. Chris remarked that they had gotten well. The guy replied that it is easy to find a common language with the princess. He also added if she could show him her status. She was surprised that having such a status, he has not yet become a family heir. The hero was also surprised because his situation improved. He got a new ability, absorption. Kadima explained that this proves he is indeed the son of Olivia. After all, this ability is only inherent in Dryast. The guy was surprised. The girl asked if he heard about it. She said she thought that he could also try to turn into a plant like Olivia. For the hero, it was news. He learned about it for the first time. In the royal lineage, there are representatives of different races, and often children are born with the signs of distant ancestors. Therefore, no one knows for sure what race the child will belong to until she is born. She wondered if his level had recently increased. The guy replied that he was training a lot, but it could not cause such a sharp jump. The girl nodded and said she understands. She explained that the guy absorbed energy from magical stones. He asked her why she thought so. The princess explained that the monster becomes stronger when they absorb each other's magical stones, and people are not available to people. It harms their body. However, if you learn how to decompose poisons, people may be able to use this power. She asked him if he had any thoughts about it. He replied that he first saw magic stones when he went with his mother shopping. They seemed so attractive to him that he even accidentally licked them. But it was only a small pebble. The guy did not think he could be greatly influenced by him. After that, he was no longer met. Chris said she feels like Mr. Ain absorbs the energy of a magical stone inside her. He said it was impossible. The girl in response explained that she was actually an elf, and every semi-human has a magic stone. Then the guy realized that he should have such a stone too. She said she felt it even when they went to the capital. Subsequently, the girl realized that she was very exhausted and almost fainted. The guy told that then it seemed as if she were about to faint because of his clumsiness. He asked what happened to her magic stone and whether she was injured. She was answered that all is well, she just had to relax a little. Now the girl had to check her guess. She got several boxes with magical stones. In the first box lay cheap stones and in the second, expensive. The guy decided to take the cheapest first. The princess praised. He coped very quickly. The stones lost their color. He was given other stones. The boy wondered what they taste. They began to ask if everything was fine with him. He replied that it tastes like a walnut and he does not like it. He was told that this guy could not simply absorb energy from magic stones. The girl promised that now he would explain everything. There are two important things to know. The better his stone, the higher his status. However, each species has a limited amount of energy that can be absorbed to improve its level. It was not as easy as he imagined. The girl said he had already absorbed enough. The guy rejoiced in the new skill he received. She explained that this was due to the fact that it absorbed energy from the stone of a high-level monster. Chris approached him and wondered if he was really feeling well. He replied that everything was fine with him. But when he first used the toxin schedule, he had a lot of pain. Therefore, the guy was surprised that everything was over now. The girl replied that it was due to his ability to study. She made his body stronger and increased immunity. At that moment, his mother came to the room. She said she had not seen him for a long time. The princess assured that she did not face any difficulty. The woman called her son to go with her. When they met the king, she asked for a forced expectation. The man led the main character to the royal treasury and showed it. The guy asked why they came here. The grandfather replied that in gratitude for his achievement, Olivia asked him to give him something special. This stone was considered a national treasure of the country. More than 500 years ago, the king of Demon appeared on the continent, and Delan was one of his associates. Thanks to his charming ball, he could divide the sky and earth. It was a powerful warrior in black clothing that left a mark in history. The woman said that their ancestor, one of the kings, won all the monsters and founded the kingdom. He was recognized as a hero of the world. The protagonist felt that even if it sounds like a simple fairy tale, he could not restrain the excitement. The king addressed the girl and asked if she changed her thoughts. The girl replied that it may be called a national treasure, but for them it is, above all, family value. The king stopped her and warned that she did not fit closer, because charming energy could harm her. The poison disappeared around the main character. The king realized how powerful he is. The guy noticed that this stone was different from others and felt extraordinary in it. He put his hand on it, and not even had time to absorb, he felt the energy he began to flow into him. The king was surprised to see. He said that if the guy does not cope, it is better to stop. The hero noticed that he was full of strength. The girl lifted her eyes to the sky and wondered when she would be able to see Ein again. The girl said he would be dishonest if he just disappeared immediately after the gift. The maid approached her and said that the owner asked to check her work. She added that all the documents were lying on the bedside table and she could attribute them to him. Klein replied that she was focused on work and managed to cope with all the affairs for 2 days. She asked me to pass on her father to give her a more difficult task next time. The maid promised to transfer his request, but it was not enough. She realized that she had to be better. The next time, when the main character meets, she needs to be ready to support him in a difficult moment. The girl received a letter. She fell on the bed and asked in surprise what happened this time. The maid replied that the answer should be prepared for him. Klein wondered why she talks about it only now, because it is much more important than any job. She started looking for a piece of paper, but the girl denied. Ordinary paper is not suitable. She needed the best, quality paper. She didn't know what to write to him. The maid laughed, and laziness quickly reflected the desire to do something. The girl confessed that she first sees her so confused and suggested that she first meet with the owner. The client agreed to do this. She was explained that it was not necessary to hurry because the chief does not disappear. If the main character only knew how much she would like to discuss with him, she was genuinely interested in what he did. The king stated that everything went perfectly. He wanted to find out how the guy who got the strength from the stone changed. Mom replied that the son became even more incredible. The king warned that the protagonist does not blind new indicators. He emphasized that it should always be remembered and hard to train so that the whole body can withstand such force. The man wondered if everything was going as Olivia thought. The closest to the main character, the person knew exactly about his abilities and somehow asked her why she hid it. He was convinced that she had planned everything from the beginning. The girl replied that at first she only tried to fulfill her duty as a member of the royal family. But after the death of their closest ally, the former head of the family, she began to worry very much about their future. The girl could not dare to stay with Logan. Subsequently, she had a boy, and everything became clear without words. The woman confessed that he was right. She planned everything from the beginning, and now asked him to apologize. The king replied that he wanted to talk to his mother first, so he asked the boy to go out. The guy agreed. The princess said that even when she read about the first rulers of her dynasty, she thought about it. She believed that maybe their country was mistaken by sending Olivia to Zapra. The conversation had to end there, but the hero suddenly asked what boiling was. He was explained that this is usually the case of children, and she was advised to speak a little differently. Unlike other cases, creating Ladar is a more serious question. Throughout life, Uriah can have only one partner with whom he shares his vital energy. This is called rooting. The guy wondered if it was true. The girl in response asked if it was necessary to ask someone else. Then the guy clarified, wasn't his mother decided to do it? So what is his word here? It was at this moment that one of the special features of Dryad appeared. In simple words, Olivia has a son, a boy named A Dream, and he has no father. He was born from her branch. When the crucial moment came, it hesitated. But as a representative of the royal family, she had to give a descendant. The man was convinced that Olivia was not easy to make such a decision. In addition, the Dreads have the skill of heptosis, so Olivia was quite difficult to deceive her husband. He, most likely, not even noticed anything. Everything has fallen in Olivia so rapidly that she only hopes he will be able to forgive her. The guy confessed that he was even glad that his mother was not left with his father. It was the main thing for him that her life did not threaten anything, and the opinion of others was not interested in him. Although this method is not so widespread, she is sure Olivia has experienced a lot for him, and the Rinchart family failed to make it a promise to make it the next head of the genus. They do not think that someone wants to exchange Olive. The guy was happy when he heard it. Now he would not mind the snack. He was told that his nerves are stronger than it seems at first glance. He was advised not to go to the guest room because there was another national treasure, the magic stone of the King of Demons, which was used as decoration. The same King of Demons who won one dragon. The girl said that when he is hungry, he can accidentally absorb the energy of stones next to him, so he cannot even approach there. When it came to the first king, his mother told that he was so strong that he was considered a hero. Everyone answered that he was loved not only for power, but also for a big heart. He was a truly courageous person. This means that a person strong as a real king will become known in other kingdoms, for example, in Gaim. They will know about it around the world. The guy has long been thinking about how his mother has sacrificed many times for him, but he still has not even partially thanked her for all these efforts. He wants to prove to everyone, especially his former family, worth something. The guy understands that the path will be difficult. He dreams of becoming the same great king as the first ruler. The man approached the boy and offered his help. He promised to do everything in his power. Fencing classes could be entrusted with Chris and Lloyd, and he is ready to teach everything else. The guy asked him to take care of himself. The girl said that now she should check his strength and understand it. She asked the boy to show what he got. A few days have passed and summer has come. He has already lived in a foreign country for 8 months. A man approached him and reported that today he would have to fight the forest monsters today. Unlike soldiers in the castle, these creatures will try to kill it, so you need to be careful. There was a forest shirk in front of him. She wanted to tell him how to overcome her, but the guy replied that it was easier for him to understand everything. It was his first battle. Sharp claws and fangs are a terrible force that you would not like to feel. He knocked the rat from his feet and said he could do what he could do. After that, he defeated a huge number of rats. The knight laughed and said that there were no monsters left in these outskirts. The girl said that the hero was able to fight with several soldiers from the castle. She praised his wonderful result, but warned should not be relaxed. It was the power of the dollar, the ghostly hand. It is the skill of the Black Knight he has acquired in these 8 months. It can sacrifice length and strength, filling weapons with magic. Thanks to this, you can get the energy of the spheres from its stones, even if the creature still lives. He called this reception a black chain of death. However, it tastes much worse. Lying stones is much nicer. The man confessed that he is looking forward to developing his abilities in the future. And the girl said that she is already afraid of the main character with this chain. They noticed the famous magic stone store. All stones in the castle were from this store. The man suggested that they go there. The guy asked the girl to watch after him because he would attract too much attention, and he warned the boy, "You cannot lick stones." At the entrance to the store, they were greeted by the seller and invited inside. The guy said he wanted to visit the magic stone store. It was not a shop for people with strange preferences. The girl agreed that the owner of the store really has an unusual appearance, but emphasized, "It is the most famous store of magic stones in the city. He has nothing to worry about, the owner of a very good person." He greeted them and immediately noted that he had already guessed. They came to laugh at him. The girl apologized, adding that they had not seen themselves for a long time. Then he wondered if she was taking care of the boy. She briefly confirmed, so she suggested that he discuss nothing more. The man suggested that in this case they came for magic stones. The guy explained that they just wanted to look at these amazing stones. The seller smiled and noted that whatever admiration the characters in his student years, he is sure they would be able to make a lot of time. He said I was not ashamed and considered all the stones carefully, but he asked not to touch magic stones and sea crystals because they could harm him. Thanks to the absorption of poison, it now only smells, even when there are many magical stones around. Previously, Even the cheapest magic stone lured him with aroma so much that his head began to ache. The guy noticed a magic stone. It was called the magical stone of the White Weaver. A man stood nearby and told that it was a monster stone whose meat is usually used for the preparation of selected steaks. He wondered if the guy was curious. He nodded, though he could not admit that he just wanted to taste this meat. Then the man offered to sell a stone for 30,000 coins because he knew Chris. The protagonist said that he recently received some money from his grandfather. The girl replied that in this case, it would be good to spend these funds on the really right thing. But she asked him to keep his secret, that he is the heir to the throne, and not to tell anyone about his ability to absorb magical stones. The boy began to collect multicolored stones. The man said that he would now wrap everything for him and asked to wait a little. The protagonist noticed a stone that everyone is called the cursed gem. It is said that this artifact pursues its owners in dreams, and the showcase was created specifically for him to restrain his mysterious power. The guy felt that some strange energy was coming from him, but she did not seem ominous. He wondered if the princess could learn more about the magic stone. The guy asked if he could sell this magic stone with the showcase. The girl asked him to stop, because it was not too late to give up before something bad happened. The man noted that he did not seem to curb this thing. Then he added, he wants to sell it together with an exhibition showcase for 300,000. If something happens, they just turn everything as it was. The girl realized that nothing could change. She thought that the king would not mind, because it was the merchant who sealed everything. The man said he would give them it right now. The guy replied that then the other magic stones would look. The seller noted that he considered me a new heir, a prince, a true brave man. Chris said she didn't understand what he was talking about. Then he replied that if she is already foolish, let him try more. The man added that she had arranged it all. The girl asked him not to tell this secret. He promised that he would keep the secret, though he knew that she was not too able to keep her tongue. The guy asked her why her eyes blushed. She replied that it just got a sand. They knocked on the boy's door and asked for permission to go. He agreed. A woman approached him and said she had come to help him dress. The guy confessed that he did not know how to tell her about it, but with his clothes he would handle himself. The girl replied that she personally served Olivia and still has to take care of her son. Then the guy asked if she had any important responsibilities. She told him not to worry about it. He promised to do as she asks. The maid reported that he should tell him something. They handed him a letter. There was no mention of the one who sent it. This letter sent one of Gaim's nobility using the services of another kingdom. After the case with him and Olivia, his kingdom completely stopped any relationship with Gaim, so the message had to be bypassed through a third country. She believes that this letter does not mean anything because he came from Gaim Havrak. If he does not even know who could send it, then it is better to get rid of the letter immediately. The guy thought no one would be so bothering to just offend him. The girl wrote to him that she survived such a wonderful day that night, that even the most beautiful and expensive jewelry seemed dull next to him. The boy was convinced that apart from his mother, he gave a flower to only another person, and there could be no mistake. She apologized that she could not fit her real name there. The guy realized what that means. Klein was heading to his country. The woman asked if she would answer her. The guy said yes, because she was treating him well. However, he added that it is probably not easy to get from her country to his country. She said it was quite possible, especially if the girl gets along well with Olivia. The guy in response noted that I was glad to hear it. Time flew unnoticed, and autumn has come. All this period, the wind gradually became cooler. The hero was supported by his friends and family. The knight confidently said that this time he would fight for victory. But that guy put his sword on his throat, and then he admitted his defeat. The guy was glad to victory. Mom told him that he tried very hard, though he got several scratches. He looked like a real hero on the battlefield. The protagonist thanked the knight and Chris for teaching him to be fencing. The girl said she was very glad because he has been watching his success for a year and a half. The knight said they were soldiers who should protect the prince and could not be weaker than him. Therefore, they need to gather until the sun has gone and run another circle around the city wall. One guy added that he won only because of his ability to become stronger, absorbing magic stones, and asked not to be too harsh. He replied that one of the hero's abilities is the ability to learn. This ability makes it possible to become stronger depending on how much effort is made before training. It was through this skill that he was able to cope with poisonous substances in the past. Thus, his strength has increased through hard work, not because of the survey. Because of this, he is always alert. So he said to start as if the main character was ready. He was surprised, and the man replied that he had to fight him. The locals decided that there was probably an earthquake. The knight told that the guy was able to recover after the attack. Little by little, but confidently, he shortened the distance with each other and one of the kings. The girl reached out to him, and he thanked her, advising not to approach him too close. The guy was very exhausted, so it is likely that he would again unconsciously absorb a little magical stone of Chris. The knight proposed to finish today. He returned to Olivia and said that, in his opinion, the hero at this time was enough. Olivia agreed with him. The woman said that this winter the protagonist will be 7 years old, so she believes that it is the best time to start his studies. He wondered what she was in mind. Olivia replied that he would go to the academy. The guy begins to be nervous as soon as he goes to the academy as the heir of the throne. Chris approached him and suggested that if he is not busy, stroll together. The entrance exam was tomorrow. The girl wondered at the boy what specialty he chooses. The guy replied that he wanted to do fencing. The girl said it may not be the best choice, but she was sure that the hero would easily win. The guy only added that it is only necessary to hope for it. But still the boy was worried about something. He wanted to find out if Chris would be able to defeat his father, Logus, in a night fight. However, he immediately apologized, saying that he had no right to ask. The girl said she understood him and asked her to allow her to show something. She warned that she would throw her sword on the ground now and asked not to look away from her until the sword touches the earth. The girl disappeared. She touched the hero's shoulder and said she was still nearby. Chris replied that she had moved when the ball touched the ground. She was convinced that the man could not trace her movements, so the girl decided that he was well aware that it could mean. The guy said it was good that he decided to become stronger than one king. But now he realized, to achieve this, he would have to surpass Chris and Lloyd. She promised that she would teach the full. The guy thanked her. The girl accidentally untied the ribbon and she apologized. They walked the street with many people. She explained that it was an academic street. It is always crowded here. Not only students, but also guards and several scientists could be found on this street. The guy said this throw would fly on. The girl cheered him up and said every effort. He noticed a guy who tiredly leaned on the wall. He was told, "If you have no desire at all, it is better to go home." The examiner behaved roughly. He asked who would be next. During the entrance exam, no one had the right to name their name. Such rules were introduced to take an examination of 100% honest. During the exam, you can of course use the sword, but no one forbids the use of martial arts. You can use your abilities if it is not an attack at a distance. But because of the peculiarity of his skills, he is in no hurry to use it. The examiner called the guy to get closer and try to defeat him. The guy wondered. He needed to get faster. It should be unpredictable that the opponent cannot guess the next blow. Using his speed, the guy decided to get around the enemy behind and hit him. The examiner noted that he was too self-confident and lacking even drops of the right skill. This man was more powerful than knights. The guy replied that this does not mean that he had no chance of winning. In addition, this is just an exam, and it is not necessary to win. The man added that judging by his technique, his mentor, most likely, is as worthless. He asked if it was not time to end. The guy replied that he wanted to work a little. He emphasized that he should not be kept because he acts as an examiner. The man said that a real failure, who could not even use his abilities, could only grow in the same worthless family. Then he called him to him, promising to hold a lesson for him and show how to act. The guy wondered if he could use it if it was not magic and a distant attack. The man confirmed his words. The guy realized that he could not leave everything as it is. The examiner offended everyone who once taught his fencing, even his own mother. The man began to demand explanations from the boy, and the guy replied that he did not remember any such rule. He said that he did not understand that this is the skill, but if 1 or 2 extra hands make him stronger, so be it. The man rushed to the attack. The examiner could handle the phantom hand effortlessly. The guy rushed again. The man replied to him that he seems to be tired of constant pressure, and his hands clenched his hands even stronger. He asked if it is normal to use his hands in his situation. The examiner looked at the child thoughtfully and tried to understand what was wrong with her. He greeted such a person for the first time in his life. The guy rejoiced when he heard these words and suggested moving on, but the man replied that there was no point in continuing the exam. He first remembers that during the test, the place for the exam is so destroyed. For the next classes, we will have to ask for another room. The guy began to apologize and explained that he could not hold back his anger. He realized that everything was looking bad and acknowledged his mistake. He was so angry with these words that he was good at winning at any cost. The man replied that he was well aware of his anger through the words said, so he decided to go further. The certificate confirms that the exam is drawn up. The guy confessed to treating him. The examiner only said that the case should be left between them. The girl greeted him and he asked if she was angry. She said she was angry because the guy again used his ability. He promised her not to do so. She even felt there that she came out of it. The guy apologized to her. Although the guy realized that it was just an exam, he could not listen quietly how someone was badly coming about his time among the knights. The girl also noted that it was not necessary to use her skill immediately. This ability cannot be shown to the first or best. He said he had severely injured the exam. The girl explained that the academy has a very experienced healer, so he is always ready for any consequences. In addition, examiners are former experienced adventurers, so they are hardy and easily withstanding these situations. The event of such significance would definitely reach the king himself, so he was warned. The man suggested to stay in this place. The boy apologized. The girl said she should not be so harsh. He said he had not been announced before, but the boy has been 7 years old. It is time for him to get used to his role and behave as a true heir to the throne. Therefore, he decided to send the boy to practice to the port city. It will be his first assignment as an heir to the throne. He was surprised what great ships were. The girl explained that the size of the ships is important for the protection of the country. This is a port city, one of the 3 largest in the country. In the morning, the market is filled with fishermen that come from the sea with catch, and a little further visible the seaport itself. There is equipment on the city square. Since his mother has signed a contract for the supply of magical stones, he decides to see what magical stones brought. The man asked him to show magic stones before they were handled. The guy believed that it was real magic, and still did not understand how the girl succeeds. The magic stone was very similar to a piece of salt. The man said that the state affairs are completed today. The guy replied that it was very interesting and thanked him. They told him that if they have time before returning home, he would like to choose a souvenir for his mother. Then his mother was upset because she could not go with them because of his secular responsibilities. But when she saw his letter, she let him go. It was decided that an important meeting was waiting for the boy today. The man suggested a little rest before going to the city. He even suggested that the boy shoot a room for him. But the guy said he would like to rest on the pier, watching the sea. The girl said she could not allow this, even if the port seems safe. It is still dangerous. The old man asked her to calm down. She was then offered to put on a stone of red earth. He was taken from the dragon, and he has the power to defend his owner. It was warm and sunny on the street. If the guy were not a prince, he would never get here. He thought that the prince had not yet been announced, so maybe it was his last chance. Quietly lay between the wooden boxes. The girl wondered what he would say when she wakes up. The guy said, "Glad to see the Clin." The girl was surprised when she found out that the guy belonged to the royal family. The guy himself confessed that it was a surprise for him. Then the girl told that she heard that he went to another continent and no longer hoped to meet him again. He asked her if she came. Klein replied that he had come with his grandfather and several servants. She pointed to the Archduke and said he was a good man. The girl said that his grandfather was already so old that he handed over all his affairs to his father. Since the great count went to the country with which diplomatic relations were torn, they had to do so. He apologized for it. Klein replied that the apology was not needed. Chris was free. She said that the king had taken over all the rest of the business. The guy noted that he wanted to introduce Chris to the girl. She said she would forgive him this time. They were going to go to the city. Then she asked if the girl wanted to go with them. The Kleiness approached the heir to the throne and asked for permission to go with him. The prince replied that it was a great honor for him. The girl thanked her mother for her care and friendliness. In response, the woman confessed that she had already become a second princess. The client turned to Olivia and said she wanted to talk to her. She said they were only here, and there was no room for any secrets. The girl went to the village because of this, but Olivia's question made her think. Klein confessed that she had not yet thought about what the future was waiting for her. The woman wondered if she wanted to stay in their country forever. The girl replied that she was ready for this step because she left August's estate. Olivia said it was great. The girl will go to school next spring. She and the main character will study in different schools. The woman promised that she would prepare for a holy place where he could shine like a gemstone. It will be the best, true jewelry that everyone will admire. People only shake their heads and do not find words from surprise. She asked if she could help her in this business to improve her skills. The girl replied that it would be happy to do it. The maid asked the main character not to overstress. Today's training is over. The girl gripped unnoticed, and it surprised the main character. She said she had just finished her business. He replied that he would talk to her if he had the opportunity. The guy planned to have a party to celebrate his mother's rapid return. The girl said that the king invited her and grandfather as honorary guests. The guy asked the girl if she was going to go to bed. She replied that she would take a bath first. The client suggested to go together. The guy was surprised and initially began to refuse. The girl said she had to leave for a short time, so she was late. He assured that nothing was wrong and added that she looks great in this dress. The party was wonderful, and the girl was delighted since she came to this country. The stand with a magic stone looked great. It easily became part of their daily life. Klein confessed that he was worried because there was nothing like her country. He reassured her, saying that everything would be fine until she was touching anything. Since he was not yet proclaimed the prince, it was the first such score for him. He said he would declare it in the spring before they go to school. The girl advised me to think well. The guy confessed to the king. The men talked to each other and could not understand why those people on the other hand came to this party. The girl turned the boy and suggested to stay and continue to enjoy the party. She said there were delicious dishes and promised to bring them to him. The man approached the boy and asked where the girl. The guy replied that she went to eat. The old man wished him to have a good time. The king was worried about what happened in his country. One of the guests attacked Klein. He said that there are cruel aristocrats at the party. The guy arrested the girl and asked what they wanted from his guests. He said the guy interrupted him. The man added that he does not know who this guy is. And he also noted that if you really love your country and often think about it, then you have to know. Aristocrats are always hostile to people from other countries. Of course, they will not be able to repeat what Olivia did because it is impossible for them. They are only wild and no more. The protagonist replied that if they do not like people from another country, then he is ready to listen to all their claims. He said that they were probably upset about how badly the prince in this country. The man asked him not to annoy. The guy apologized to everyone for being weak, but now everything was different. The guy confidently stated that he had the power to defeat the demons. He asks who believes that the pride of the country is weak. The guy loudly declares everyone that, like the last prince, he will become a king who can bring the country to prosperity. On that day, he really became the heir to the throne of his country. The girl praised the boy for a well-done work. He thanked her. The king noted that everything happened to him too quickly, but he rejoices that everything went well. The man noted that the aristocrats are highly appreciated by the protagonist, and I am sure that this event at the reception will quickly fly through news. Bishop said that in other circumstances he would punish him, but now he was forced to endure a lot. The speech made by the guy is the same words that one king once said. The king was very surprised because he never told him about her. Grandpa said Lady Klein was trying a lot. At this rate, it will be enrolled in the Academy for Girls next spring. He suggested that she receive a thorough education in all fields of science to make her similar to the queen, and yet turned into a princess who could influence many people. The woman asked if they had already handed luggage. They replied that yes. They will go to different academies. The girl said it was necessary to make every effort. The woman suggested going to the academic area to be near the hero. Chris said that if Olivia appears in a crowded place, it would cause a real hype. The woman replied that she was very worried about her son. The girl said they had time to go. Mom asked him to be careful. She advised him to enjoy the school life. The guy noted that people here are much more than when they pass the exam. He could not imagine how someone could pass through this place every day. The girl replied that the most difficult part here is only a crowded road. From today, the guy will start studying at this academy. While he will study here, he will be guarded by another person. He tilted his head in front of the prince and said that he was greatly honored to meet him. He was called Dilgizia. He was the son of Lloyd and Marseille. Although he is only a novice cheese, he has already surpassed his peers. The girl is sure that Dil will be able to protect him in the academy. The guy looked surprised to find out that they were married. The girl explained that they both serve in the castle. The guy honestly confessed that he didn't know anything about it. Dil thanked him for being elected a guard. In response, the guy said that I was very glad. The girl said that the guy should communicate from the works informally and not ashamed. The guy said, if he is always there and protects him, then he can turn to him. The guy explained that he had to refuse him because he worked only as a guard. The girl said she would wait for him right here until he was in class. The protagonist wondered if he was really so helpless that it causes so much hassle. He addressed his guard, asking whether he remembers that there was no meeting for beginners in the academy. The guard replied that the lesson would end at noon, so he would have a tour for him after lunch. The guy said the hero should go to the first grade. There were a large door in front of them. He wondered why this class is so different from others. He was told that only the best students with the highest ratings were studying here. Here are those whose abilities will help the country in the future. The guy replied that despite his origin, he would still do his best. He did not know how to open the door because there were no pens on them. Since there is very little students here, he should get along with everyone, otherwise everything may lose sense. The professor went to the class and introduced himself. He said he works as a magical engineer here and will become their class teacher. At first, he was not to be a class teacher, but when one of the teachers retired, he agreed to take this class. Since this class was special, he was waiting for them something unusual. The man said they needed to show the best results, and then they would be able to become free. He said that if they show good results, they can miss classes. However, every half a year we'll still have to take tests. If something is needed, you can contact teachers or academy staff. The guy wondered if it was normal that they were given so much freedom. He said he was glad to acquaint and told what was taking the exam to become a magical engineer. He replied that the fencing exam was underway. It surprised the wolf. This festival test examiner is already retired, but has considerable experience of the adventure. It is rumored that one day the participant was able to defeat him and even destroyed part of the arena. Dude, this is not good, because now everyone will think that he is one who can get angry when there is no mood. He was afraid that he would laugh at him, but during his test, he settled on 100. Dil went into the room. The werewolf immediately said that he was the son of a great marshal. Dil turned to the boy and remembered that he had forgotten. She was introduced free education this year. He suggested showing him the academy. The guy again rolled her roll. He said that his guard was going to make a tour of the academy and asked if he wanted to join. He replied that some papers should finish, so he would not be able to leave. Dill spent the boy at the academy and showed him all the important places to know. The guy thanked and noted that there is really a lot of interesting things here. The guard explained that sometimes he would not be able to go with him, but would do everything to keep it as little as possible. The guy in response said he did not need to do it because he himself cannot dispose of his free time. He wondered which girls like this guy. The guy thought it was the easiest way to become closer to a person. Even if he was just a familiar person, he was convinced that they would be able to find common ground. The guard asked why he asked about it. The man replied that he wanted to get to know the man with whom he goes together. He confessed that he dreams of summer which would be stronger than himself. At this point, the protagonist mentioned Chris. He said he needed someone about the same height as his father, and that this person is a strong physique. Dill said that his friends always laugh at him when he talks about it. They are sure that such a person is impossible. That is why these words were so comforted. The protagonist invited him to have lunch together. He said he would follow what is happening around to safely enjoy his dinner. The girls approached the heroine and invited her to stroll with her brothers. Klein thanked for the invitation, but added that she came from an ordinary family and could not have a relationship with people of a noble kind. In response, she was told that this was not an obstacle. She said she was grateful, but if there are problems, the Prime Minister will have to answer. The girls began to apologize to her. The knights carefully inspected the door and reported that they could not be opened without a special magical device. They do not understand who could create such an obstacle. The man ordered the message to be sent to the castle immediately and bring him a list of all the knights who are there. The fugitive was earlier an adventure seeker and is now known as a serial killer who has deprived life of many people for money. The guard asked the prince if he had any complaints. The prince replied that all is well, but since he had free time, he sometimes thinks that he may have to learn something. The main character asked about the teacher. He was explained that it could not be said at all, that teacher had difficulties with his beliefs and actions, so he was released. Earlier, he repeatedly violated the rules of the academy, participating in several crimes against ordinary people. The guard also helped a little while checking, but he did not have a drop of true nobility. The guy asked where this man is now. He was replied that he was sent to the knights to keep track of their well-being. Dill said he believes that he deserves punishment. The protagonist said that he belongs to the royal family, but he considers it wrong to humiliate others or use them for his own benefit. He promised that in the future he would not do such actions. The guy suggested talking to him easier without unnecessary formality. Dill replied that he was his guard, so he could not afford such freedom. Chris turned to the hero and said that she needed to talk to the guard, so she asked him to wait a little. He agreed. She thanked him, promised to return quickly, and asked to stay in place. Men approached the girls and noted that it was dangerous to walk without protection. They politely offered their services as guards. The guy stood up for the girls and told them to flee. The men turned to him and asked what he conceived. One of them decided to study the guy, but he cleverly evaded the impact. Men noted that it had a form of the Royal Academy. The guy apologized and said he was very sorry. The protagonist defeated all the attackers. Chris praised him for his courage, but said that he had to warn her first. She said that if he understands everything, then everything was fine, and wondered why he always creates her problems. He replied that he simply could not stand aside and watch them trying to offend her. The hero's mother confessed that this time she was very worried about his actions. Chris looked at the girl and asked her to cook him too. She replied that it was quite possible, and even added that it seems cool. Before the boy lay a dagger, black, like darkness. He was told that he was a crowned prince, so he should take care of his appearance. He was offered to take the dagger in his hands and try to hold it. The guy thanked her grandmother for the incredible dagger she gave him. The hero said he received a dagger from his grandmother. The girl said that this thing suits him perfectly, and the guy thanked her. They discussed the damn magic stone that the hero bought in the store. He asked if she learned something new about him. The princess replied that she could not solve him. The guy suggested looking for answers in the royal library. The girl in response said she had already read all the books about magical stones. She said that her nephew, with a very inflammatory nature, he was explained that he could not resort to bad deeds. He pleaded guilty and apologized. The girl suggested trying to suck a stone. The guy asked if she called him. He was explained that everything would be fine if he only touches the stone a little. If something happens suddenly, they will always be able to completely close the room and destroy the magic stone. The guy replied that he brought the stone, so at least he could try. The magic stone returned to him, looking for something that he found. The girls were surprised to hear an unfamiliar voice. They immediately asked that this voice would turn back into the magic stone. The princess said that he did not need to use phantom hands. It is quite simple to turn the stone in place. The body of the hero seemed difficult and irreversible. He was explained that it was because he used ghostly hands. The guy was very surprised. The girl was indignant because he absorbed more than she said. He denied it and said it was not true. Usually, this happens only between unique stones, although even creatures with magic stones inside also feel connected with others while they are alive. In ancient times, people saw how powerful energy arose when two stones were near each other. The damn magic stone that the prince bought appeared in his hands not by chance. The princess said Chris would be angry. The girl tried to stop her and said that the room was a little mess. She said they would voice again. The princess wondered that she was in the box. The girl noticed that the cover of this book is very beautiful and probably is expensive. The customer wondered that it could be a book. This book was written by the famous elf, who devoted his entire life to writing and the study of different topics. This text is written in an ancient, mysterious Elven, which, unfortunately, is now understood only by units among elves. The most unpleasant thing is that even the princess herself doubts that Chris once lived in the capital and is unlikely to read this language at all. The man in the portrait may have been a dulla man. His appearance was somewhat reminiscent of the protagonist. Chris saw a book lying on the package. She began to look carefully. The main character learned about the competition that took place in the academy. Werewolves explained that this annual event is organized to strengthen relationships between students of different academies. The guy wondered what their class would participate in, but they were told that they were not involved this time. The Royal Academy between the first and second class students and other students has a big difference in their abilities and age. When the lesson ended, the hero decided to train. The man wondered if the protagonist was shaking and whether he had properly dressed his armor. He said he knew. The guy understood this, and although the caused monsters could not kill him, their blows created such powerful waves that could faint the opponent. The man was indignant that no one should rush to the red bison with his bare hands. But the guy replied that sometimes he had to act directly without hesitation. He confessed that the workout was quite grueling. The guy reported that he would not be able to participate in the competition in the campus. The girl noted that she seems to have to fight in a public duel with the winner of the fencing tournament. The girl said that she remembers this place. It was there that she recently saved her inherited prince. Chris returned to the hero. Soon the girl was informed that since Klein is often in the palace, could she share interesting stories about the prince with them. She replied that this guy can create a lot of problems, but he always cares for others. The girl can't even describe how happy it is near the prince. They replied that the prince is really noble, as it seems to a true heir. Chris asked if he was so ashamed that she could stop it. The guy replied that he had to find courage to handle it. He approached the girl and asked her to stop. Everyone was surprised to see the prince among them. The girl asked him to allow her to thank for salvation, but the guy only modestly replied that he did not do anything special. The protagonist asked the girl whether she was going to the castle. She replied that she should do her homework. Then the guy offered to go together. In the middle of the field, a giant conflict stands over which deafening noise is heard. The presenter solemnly announces the names of the participants, and the knights boldly converge in the battle against each other. A guy with dark hair looks at the arena in surprise. It seems to him so much that he thinks, would not fit a whole castle here? The prince's satellite bows and says he is forced to leave. The prince, in response, promises to support him in fencing competitions. The prince asks Dil why he is so nervous. Dil looks at him. The prince smiles and notes that it is easy to see. The servant is embarrassed. The prince confesses that he becomes easier in his soul when he sees his guard worried. Dil is wondered if the prince is denying if you turn to it by name. The prince replies that it is not a problem for him, but the guard refuses because he considers himself only a servant. The prince says next time he will try to persuade the guard, but warns that his answer will remain unchanged and goes. The prince is amazed at how frankly the servant behaves. The girl with the sword rejoices that the prince and his guard have finally found common ground. The prince is upset because the servant does not want to turn to him. Then the girl offers to spend the prince home. But the guy asks if you can visit the academy first. It was written on the sheet that he forgot his grandfather's handle in the classroom. The girl said that before the speech, she also offered to go with him. But the guy refused, promising to return quickly, and went himself. The prince goes to the door. He thinks that he chose too long way to the class, and everything seems even bigger when the academy is empty. Suddenly it is covered by anxiety, and it stops. The prince turns his gaze towards the fountain. It is amazing, a strange smell in which many different scents were mixed. He decides that it comes from a cafe. At this point, something was shaken in the bushes, and this immediately attracts the prince's attention. The vampire presses the connected werewolf to the ground and is joking if he has a day off today. Then he sighs and calls him a real discharge. The frightened werewolf says he forgot his things in the classroom and does not understand why he was tied. The vampire promises to release him, and the werewolf sighs relief. The vampire smiles cunningly. The vampire unexpectedly says that he changed his mind and is now going to take the werewolf with him as a trophy from a task. He grabs a werewolf. Vampire confesses that he is really a vampire. He says he has not tasted blood for a long time, but this time he will be able to get drunk. He is wondering what kind of a werewolf's, and he asks if the werewolf itself is interested in this question. Vampire says he can drink all the blood werewolves and kill it. He continues to keep the tied werewolf and laughs loudly. The prince goes to the room and asks if the vampire is guilty of a strange atmosphere that prevails in the academy. He stops, fades, and asks a strict look at a vampire what he does with his friend. The man looks in a lot, still holding the werewolf firmly by his neck, and asks what happened to those guys who were outside. The prince replies that they tried to attack him, so he disposed of them. He then demands that his friend be released immediately. The vampire was surprised to see his servants fell from a child's blow. He sighed heavily, still holding the werewolf for his neck, and said he did not like problems. Vampire in fury. His eyes are extended from anger, and his hand is compressed into a fist with sharp claws. He shouts that the prince only creates problems with him, and it annoys him. The prince had fallen, and said that there would be no problems if the vampire seemed. The prince grasps on his feet, and states loudly that he caresses the vampire. He wounds a vampire, and he is forced to release the werewolf from his power. The prince has time to pick up his frightened friend. The vampire lands on a pedestal, exhales, and notes that the prince is very smart. The prince looks carefully at him. The prince flicked and asked the vampire what he conceived with the academy. Near the floor, the linked wolf is scared. The man replied that he had been hired by a respectable gentleman and gave him a task. When the prince wondered who this gentleman was, the vampire said that it was time to go. The vampire screams that will be bad if it is still caught after everything that has happened. It sharply lifts up the bandage. A ball-shaped object appears in his palm. The vampire throws a bomb, and the whole room is quickly filled with smoke. He says he once traveled to the world and learned not to worry about who stands against him. The vampire beats the prince in the stomach. He is indifferent that only a child is in front of him. The prince coagulates with pain. The prince bounces sideways. A smoke curtain is around the vampire, The prince confesses that though he has the experience of fighting, but now he sees nothing. If this does not stop, it will lose confidently. The guy remembers how the girl advised him not to sway his force for no reason. The prince himself understands that it can be dangerous, but the vampire has painful to his friend. The vampire with the sword rapidly rushes to the prince, threatening to slide his head and drink blood. Suddenly he gets a blow in the face and stunned. A long black shadow hand grows from the back of the angry prince. The prince breaks again, and the wall flies into pieces. The wall suddenly collapses, the fragments with a roar fall on the floor. The whole hall envelops the dust. The vampire, who bounced far from the prince, looks at him with surprise. The prince flicked and came to the vampire, reminding him that he had done a lot of disaster, Ronaldo, and now he would have to be responsible for the committed. The vampire in response assured that it was not necessary to get, because the prince managed to hit him. The vampire grabs a giant stone and throws it at the prince. A man with irony asks if he can talk to adults so roughly. The prince reflects the attack, breaking the stone into small pieces. Suddenly, a vampire appears and shouts that he does not need the prince's blood. The vampire is frantic with rage and is almost ready to kill the prince. But at that moment, something stops him. Suddenly, another ghostly hand grabs a vampire for the sword. The vampire is surprised. Ghost hands make a vampire powerful blows, and the man screams with pain. The vampire thinks of himself in surprise, not understanding where the guy has so much strength. He murmurs that it creates big problems. The defeated vampire lies on the floor of the hall. The ghost hands reach for him, but from the will of the prince, they slowly disappear. The prince breathes hard. It is evident that he is very tired. The prince woke up Roland, and the werewolf shouted at Fear, worried about what happened to her husband, that is, a vampire. The prince smiled and explained that he had just stunned him. The guy rejoiced that his friend was left unattended. However, the guy thought out who the vampire could choose his victim. The prince remembers the vampire's words of how he was hired to work and that he will have to do something. The guy also recalls the strange words of a servant about a person who was released because of some old problems. Feeling on the street, he begins to guess what is happening. The prince asks the werewolf and bring to the cafe a girl named Chris. Roland understands nothing and calls the prince, but the guy is already running away. The prince runs to the river. He turns to a man sitting there and asks if you can just sit in a cafe. He turns to him, calling him his former teacher, a wolf Magnus. The former teacher is surprised that the prince was able to track him during the first meeting. The prince explains that it was only a guess, because it was more to hire a vampire for this case. But when the prince asks the approaching smell, the teacher evades the answer. The prince extends his hand to the lake and says that there are charming stones in the water. He suggests why she could need a former teacher. Bubbles appear on the surface of the lake. The device explodes, sparks fly in different directions. The princess immediately guesses that the former teacher used those stones to make the explosive and destroy everything around. Magnus only smiles quietly. The prince says that his friend always does so, and he often uses it. The former teacher is amazed at the mental prince. He asks the guy whether the academy and the government considers it spoiled. The former teacher believes that they raise bad people, so he does not see the difference between each other and such as the teacher. He asks whether the prince will protect everything on his own and invites him to declare it out loud before everyone. The former teacher proposes to tell the father, brother, and anyone who is associated with the academy who actually does the worst. He wants to raise his son based on his own beliefs. The prince notes that the teacher also has to do with these events. He is sorry to pronounce the following words. The prince confesses that he sincerely loves Isnals and the academy, so he decides to stop Magnus. He pulls a dagger. The teacher believes that the prince is ashamed of his mistake. He says as if the bell brings him good luck. Magnus explains that the strength of the explosion will be equal to the power of the stones themselves, and asks the prince that will happen if so many stones explode at the same time. He says the academy will just explode. The teacher explains that the device is about to work and no one will be able to stop it. The prince is terrified of Herd. The former teacher raises his hands up and promises to destroy everything to create a new Isbar. He loudly states that this moment will become historical. The prince is aware that Magnus has planned a coup and that the explosion should be stopped to save the city's residents. The teacher agrees with the prince's opinion and says that thanks to his efforts, the Istalik will take a new just look. The prince asks what Master Magnus means and instantly rushes to him with the dagger, loudly assuring that he is wrong. The former teacher smiles, cleverly evades the impact, and threw several small balls. Unheard of explosions are heard around. The prince instinctively closes his face with his hands and retreats back. He thinks whether it could be an explosive wave or some magical weapon. The guy shouted at the teacher that if he stayed here, he would also fall under the explosion. He wondered if the man really wanted to commit suicide, but the teacher calmly replied that he would not die. The former teacher Magnus tells the princes that the charming stones he wears will protect his body from the explosion. He says he intends to watch the revolution in Ishtala from a special place. The prince rushes to his former teacher with a dagger. Magnus tries to use magical stones, gesturing his hands, but the prince instantly cuts the chain with stones. Again, a few small explosions from magic stones were heard. The prince attacks again, says loudly that without stones the teacher will not be able to protect himself, and calls Magnus to give up. The teacher asks the prince to wait, because there are many more left to do, and is taken again by magical stones. But the prince knocks out magical objects from the teacher's hands and rushes to him rapidly. The prince beats his former teacher to the torture. The man bends from pain and exclaims from surprise, asking where the prince from the prince. The guy replies that Magnus's desire has never come true. Former Magnus teacher lies on the floor with his hands spread. He is defeated. The prince approaches him and connects him. Then the prince begins to undress, because you need to act quickly. The former teacher asks if he is going to neutralize the bomb, because if the guy does something wrong, the explosion will happen even faster. The prince dives. The guy dives to the bottom, looking for a bomb. He notices a giant structure of 2 blocks. In the middle of her, the bomb brightly. The device seems that it cannot be switched off, but if magical stones are a source of energy, then perhaps thanks to the abilities of the boy will be able to go out. The prince shakes his breath and puts his hand on the charming stones on the explosive. The light from the bomb becomes brighter. The boy is confused because of the taste of stones. Separately, they seem delicious, but together, just horrible. The glow disappears. The prince coped. The boy comes out of the water. The prince lies on the ground and eagerly catches the air. Chris and guards come to it. The girl asks if everything is fine. The guy replies that everything is well with him, just the stones were very exhausted. Meanwhile, the guards grasp the former Magnus teacher. The former teacher says that the guy managed to neutralize the bomb, as it seems to the heir of the throne. The guards lead it forward, and the Magnus breathes hard. The girl calls Magnus annoying and orders the guards to bring him out. Chris asks the prince to explain everything to her. The guy replies that the teacher has installed a bomb that can blow everything. The prince thought about the words of the wolf. Laying a bomb in the academy would not help to achieve the goal. If the teacher really sought to destroy everything, it would be better to destroy people. And today is the day when everyone gathered in one place through competitions. Ayin recalls Chris's words that the king and prince are waiting for him. He also remembers the conversation with the servant. The guy promised to cheer for him in the competition. The prince guesses that the wolf has laid more than one bomb. She looks angry at the teacher who is conducted by the guards. A cunning smile appears on Magnus's face. The former Magnus teacher rotates sharply and exclaims the prince that he has not been waiting for another answer from the heir of the throne. However, he can no longer help. Chris with anger asks where other bombs are. Magnus explodes crazy laughter. The prince suspects that bombs can be somewhere in the arena. Chris asks him to flee, but the girl does not want to leave everything. The prince does not agree to run, because only he is able to neutralize the explosive. The guy says that if he escapes himself, then his grandfather, Lloyd, Dill, Klon, and others may suffer. Chris looks at the boy and says he will also take his life and go with the prince. The girl calls him not to delay and hurry. A battle unfolds in the arena. A dark-haired swordsman strikes an opponent with blonde hair, and the presenter gives him a point. The man lifts the sword up. The king is amazed at how these two can get at least 1 point. The guard does not approve of Dilla's behavior. Then the king asks whether Dilla's enemy is a friend, and adds that it was unfair to compete them against each other. The prince's servant breathes hard after the battle, trying to breathe. He casts his gaze towards the arena where the prince should sit, but there were only 2 or 2 left empty. The servant is looking for a prince in the arena but can't see him. He remembers how the prince promised to support him. The servant is sure that the prince is not one of those who break the word. The servant already understands that something happened. However, he reassures himself. Chris should be near the prince, so worry about nothing. Meanwhile, the owner announces the beginning of the next round. The battle begins. Rivals face swords. The servant frowns and squeezes his jaws, remembering his master. People begin to gather near the arena. The peasants look at the prince and Chris, who run past them. Too many people have already gathered at the main gate, so they have to look for a different way and move to the back entrance. The prince is lost and has no idea where they are now. The guy asks about the back gate. Chris explains that this gate is no longer used because they built a station nearby. There is a park near the gate, and there is a bronze statue of the first king in the park. Hearing this, the prince realizes that they found the right place. The prince suddenly feels a sharp smell and tells the girl that this smell comes from the bushes, according to a bronze statue. There was an explosive device along with large stones. The bomb shines brightly. The prince closes his face with his hand. The bomb is about to explode. It's really terrible. The explosion cannot be allowed now. Chris strikes, and hurricanes are twisted around the princess, lifting stones and leaves into the air. The girl shouts the boy to act. The guy with frantic speed rushes to glowing giant stones. The bomb burns brighter and brighter. The prince must have time. He extends his hand forward. The fight in the arena is ongoing. A dark-haired guy rushes to the opponent and asks why he is distracted at the beginning. In his thoughts, he imagines his first victory. A dark-haired guy prepares to defeat his opponent and become the strongest. But the servant is again distracted by something. He notices Chris and Prince. They stand on the balcony and call Dilla. The prince and the girl stand on the balcony, along with other audiences. The guy challenges Dill, winning in battle. The servant confidently says that this time the victory will be behind him. The dark-haired fensinger suddenly fades with surprise. Dill strikes a dark-haired sword. He falls forward, stretching his hands. Dill rests on the left leg and lowers his sword. The king and his guard leaned forward, trying to look better. The prince is genuinely rejoiced in his servant. And the girl standing next to her husband with a gray beard froze with surprise. The presenter announces that the Glalecher was the winner and received the ball. The audience rejoices. Loud applause is heard in the hall. The king and a man with a long beard are smiling. The girl sitting next to them claps his hands in honor of the winner. Meanwhile, the servant and the prince are going towards each other. Dill is worried about the appearance of the prince. He masked the bruising, and his clothes were crumpled. The boy, however, smiles. The river is surrounded by mountains, and a long black shadow floats on the water. In Estelica, Champaging palace, roads, and houses of the residents are covered with snow. The store glows light. Clothes hang on hangers, and some things are neatly folded. The prince, along with 2 girls, went to shopping. The grandfather allowed the boy to go for a walk. It was his reward for the adventures that happened to the wolf Magnus. The guy and his friends are walking on the sidewalk. The prince smiles happily, and the girl near the winter city walking next to him. The prince looks at a bunch of clothes he bought. Chris assures that all these things gets him, but the guy is embarrassed because of their cost. Ain reminds that he is a sedentary prince, and it would be inappropriate to wear cheap clothes. However, the guy freezes from the cold. The girls are worried about the prince, because the wind became very strong. The girl in the dress asks if he has a scarf, and the guy replies that it would be good to have. Chris records it for himself. The boys talk about what a good port they have. It has the shape of a crescent moon. Chris also notices many reefs that extend into the open sea. Chris tells that when the country was founded, the continent stretched to the reefs on the open sea, and the form of harbor formed the monsters who attacked these shores. Ain and the girl look closely at Chris and company. To do this, you need to have a very high rank. But only one gigantic monster that can also control waves, Psyking, can be able to manage. Around the body of a giant sea dragon explode lightning outbreaks and a roar of thunder. The monster broke teeth, and the prince and girl in the dress with excitement swallow saliva. The sea dragon is so huge that he was able to change the outline of the whole continent. Tens of thousands of people were victims. In terms of the deaths, only the owners of the demons exceeds this monster. The girl asks whether the dragon managed to restrain. Chris replies that yes, but once every 100 or 200 years he appears again. Chris looks in the distance and says he is not surprised if the sea monster soon appears again. The girl squeezes his fist with fear. Chris tries to reassure the guys, assuring that they can now protect them, because science and technology have advanced forward since then. Chris apologized for what he told such a tremendous story, but the guy assured that it was important and nothing wrong. The prince wondered where they would like to go, and the girl replied that she would like to go to the store. The girl winks Chris and says he is looking for something too. Chris replies a little aware that she is also, and the guys go to the store. The store showcases lies a lot of shiny jewelry, and new shoes shine. The girl cannot take her eyes, admires their beauty, and imagines what they would look like. Grandmother Prince loves this store. There is always a pleasant atmosphere. The girls decide to rise to the second floor, and the prince remains to wait for the first. The seller smiles at the prince, holding a towel on his hand. The guy is a little confused, but in the end, he decides that he still wants to buy something. The night wraps the city. The moon shines high above everyone. His Majesty lifts a glass and exclaims, "Hooray!" The hall is celebrating. The king laughs and says that today is a joyful day. The prince notices this because his father made a lot of efforts for the holiday. At this point, someone attracts the prince's attention. A woman and a girl pass on the boy boxes decorated with bows. The woman gives him a handle with a coat of arms, and a girl a silver bracelet. The woman asks where Chris is. The prince replies that he did not see her. The mother says Olivia is very shy, and the prince himself does not understand anything. The girl takes the prince to the balcony. Seeing the surprised face of the boy, the girl and the woman winks to him. They say, they have women's intuition. Ain goes to the balcony. Snow is falling on the street. Suddenly, Chris appears on the balcony. The girl is noticeably worried and embarrassed. When the prince wondered where Chris was, the girl replied that she helped the mass with her things. But today the mass is busy, and the prince realizes that the girl is lying to him. The guy laughs because he noticed both Chris and lies. The girl trembled, blushed with shame, made her hands and returned to the prince. The girl is shyly muddy, lenses to the prince, and covered it with a large scarf. She turns red and silent without dare to say a word. The prince asks the girl whether she has recently bought a scarf. Chris tries to answer something but does not find words. The guy understands everything without words. The girl confesses that she never gave her gifts before. She was so worried because she was hiding all day. The guy laughed and said he thought about the same. The girl asked not to laugh, and the boy stretched her necklace, which he bought in that store. The guy thanks the girl for taking care of him. He bought even more jewelry for his mother in Klein's store, but first gave them Chris. The girl tries to give up, but the prince insists it is a gift from a crowned person, and he cannot be accepted. The girl agrees, and the guy promises to wear a scarf daily. Chris calls him dishonest, but the guy replies that he cannot differently with Chris. The girl gladly looks at the gift, smiling. The prince notices that her cheeks became red. She replies that it is because of the cold. The prince trains with bats. Suddenly something approaching them, and he instantly jumps up, strikes and destroys the enemy in one movement. The guy praises his friend, and the bat is glad, admiring his wonderful skill. Leonardo modestly adds that everything is worth thanking the prince. One day, an event took place at the academy through which 4 guys were sent to Fiesdana Island near Island. A month ago, the teacher told them about this trip, and the guy imagined a fun adventure, but the teacher immediately warned this excursion would not be the same as others. The boys will have to share the teams and go to the island in 3 days to get to the goal. The island will be expected by the monster, so they will need to find food and water on their own. It is forbidden to bring magical weapons with you. The boys should be divided into teams. The main rule, in one group no more than 4 people. To stay in the lowest class of the academy, you just need to survive. But after all that happened, it no longer looks the most difficult. Someone calls the prince. Flying Mice, Roland, and Leonardo ask the prince if he has a team. If not, they offer to join them. The guy agrees, and Betts rejoices in her sincerely. The boys go the forest. Betts is convinced that the professor simply decided to scare them, and for such a strong team as they had, no problems are terrible. Dill warns the guy so that he does not lose vigilance. In the forest, danger is not only caught from monsters. Leonardo is wary of the friendly attitude of their supporter. Leonardo noted that it is too late, and it is time to equip the camp. The prince did not deny. Leonardo raised his right hand sideways and put his fingers into a triangle. The prince noticed that his friend very skillfully creates protective barriers. The boys decided that the rabbit would become food for them, but it was not possible to find clean water. All the sources were contaminated. Roland proposes to purify water with magical tools. Dill notes that they should not take these things to the island, but the guy just smiles and says he will clean the water himself now. The guy proposed to process a magical stones that fell from the monsters and put it in water to clean it. The princess has a tent, but agreed to his idea. The stone purifies water. Roland says that he changed his density and added minerals. Bates admires the taste of this water. Leonardo calls his friend a genius. Dill notes that it is not easy to create such inventions, but Roland has succeeded. The prince decided that he, together with Betts, would go in front to protect everyone from the monsters, and Roland and Leonardo would remain behind, covering the rear. The guy smiles happily. The prince believes that together they will make a wonderful team. By the way, the guy says he found food on the way and gets from the bag of potatoes of some plant that look like poisonous. Leonardo says it's fruit, but they look suspicious as if poisonous. The prince decides to check if they have poison and try to absorb it with their strength. The prince puts his hand on a striped fruit and is sure that it is not poisoned. Roland is surprised to exclaim that the prince is able to distinguish such things. The prince remembered that he saw these fruits in one of the books. They were not poisonous. The boys were happy because now they got more food. The conductor smiles calmly. The team is already preparing for the meal. A rabbit is fried on the fire. Bath notes that the dish looks appetizing, and Roland invites its guard to the table. Dill refuses, explaining that he has his own food and asks not to worry about him. The guys try to persuade the knight. They say so much food is here, it would be a pity to throw something away, and they will not cope with this amount of meat. Smiling, the guys look at Dilla. The deeds were discouraged, but when the prince himself turns to him, he agrees. The servant offers the boy tea leaves on his own behalf. Leonardo is concerned about what happened, because it looks like a violation of the Academy's rules. However, Dilrius reassures him, explaining that such happens every year, and the Academy can usually forgive such things. Betts is worried because he has always followed the rules of the Academy, but Roland and the prince are reassuring him. They say, nothing bad will happen, and now you just need to enjoy the tea. Suddenly the boys are moving to a discussion of Leonardo engagement. The boys ask their salted friend who he likes, but he refuses, and friends with joking indignation respond to his silence. A group of students, along with the accompanying people, comforted around the campfire. They cheerfully communicated, tasted the berries found in the forest, and drank the tea they were treated. The fire was already gone, and the second day of our expedition began. The forest enveloped a thick fog, and we need to make an effort to get lost from each other. 4 students went further deep into the forest. Roland seemed that the fog was only thickening. Leonardo noticed that he did not even see his feet. He asks the guy PSA whether he has any tools to dispel the fog. He replies that he does not have the right ingredients, and adds that his friends probably train well for such situations. Suddenly the guy is stumbling and begins to fall. His companion has time to grasp his hand, and now the guy, holding down, hangs over a deep abyss. The prince pulls his friend out of danger. Breathing hard, he thanks to the one who saved him. Then the prince turns to Dilla and warns, "Let it be careful, because the fog is actually more dangerous than it seems." The guard disappeared without a trace. The boys begin to call him in the dark, trying to understand where he went. Suddenly, Beth notices something. Betts shouted the prince to stop. The guy suddenly understood something. The boys got their swords. Betts is worried because they may not have time. The boys ask Roland and Leonardo not to leave them. Suddenly, a loud roar is heard from the fog, and the bats are frightened from the place, hearing the monster hiding in the fog. Ugly monsters similar to giant spooky butterflies fly out of the fog. They should definitely not be on this island. Dogboy and Leonardo are frightened. Bats and Prince are keeping the swords ready, preparing to protect themselves and their friends. Their journey suddenly changes direction. The guys look at a flock of huge butterfly monsters. They quickly flutter their wings, and their eyes shine brightly in the fog. These are butterflies. They are not afraid of red bison, with which Dill was already dealing, but there are many more, and that is their strength. Having froze with fear, our hero waits hard. If the monsters come closer, the prince plans to apply a fraudulent technique. But the moment has not yet come. Bats warn the friend to beware of the monastery's tail. It paralyzes the victims and lays eggs. Together with the prince, they are preparing to flee, covering their comrades. Friends finally break out of the pursuit and stop to breathe. Litovica notes that in such a situation it is dangerous to scream. The prince replies that he was simply very worried about business. The boys decided that everything was fine with Dill, because he is the strongest student at the academy. They understand that the island should not be monsters at all. In addition, they suggest that Christina is here somewhere here, but the prince explains that the girl went with his mother. The guys need to move on because the fog belongs to the monsters, and there is a threat that they will be seen. They have already gone half the way, so adults should appear soon. The prince decides to use the last 2 days to work out and proposes to go on the road after a short rest. Friends do so. They run through the forest, jump over the stones, and the moon butterflies persistently pursue them without being a step. The characters are very tired after a long journey, so the prince suggests to stop and relax in the nearest cave. But the bat is concerned about the stones at the entrance. Gravel is purple, and melts is a sign of miasma. Old magic or monster can be hidden in such a cave, which is very dangerous for children. Miasma poison does not pose a threat only to those people and monsters who go into the cave for the first time. The princess was surprised to learn that for monsters, this poison was also safe if they were first here. Beth is well known in the monsters. His father constantly fights dangerous creatures and passes all his knowledge to his son. The boys stopped resting near the cave, laid out a small camp to rest. The prince was worried about Dilla. It was difficult for him to believe that the guy just lost the trace of other children or not noticed the monsters. The professor assured him that the trip was quite safe. The guy sits at a smoldering fire and looks at the flames. He thinks of what is happening to him, and it seems to him that this island is very strange. Suddenly, a strange noise comes from the bushes, and the guy is alert. It rotates, but around no one. At the same moment, it covers a strange anticipation. Prince wakes up a boy dog to tell him about it. Roland believes that it is time to change the guard, but the prince is interested in a stone that gathered dirt during the purification of water. Roland explains that this stone can accumulate other substances. The prince asks him to give him a magic stone. He takes him to his hands and asks a friend to rest a little. Then the prince turns away and adjusts to act. Giant moon butterflies attack friends again. The guys are in a hurry to escape. Already in the morning, this attack is ongoing. Monsters use their tails. At this point, the prince turns to Leonardo and asks if he can give him a minute. The prince asks his friend if his barrier will stand the action of the poison. A friend replies that the barrier will only cope with weak poison. Hearing this, the prince stops suddenly. Annie draws the attention of butterflies and asks Leonardo to create a protective barrier. BAC does not understand what his friend wants, and Leonardo looks at the traces with a confused look. The prince, along with the bat, fights the monsters. Leonardo is preparing to create a protective barrier. After the story of the bats, the prince has a new idea. When Betts was distracted for a moment, the monster butter grabbed him with his tail and wrapped around his body tightly. The guy shouted. The prince saves his friend, hitting the butterfly on the head. It folds and shakes, but it's okay with them. Leonardo apologizes that he has slowed down a little, but eventually the obstacle is ready. The barrier stops butterfly monsters without let them go further. The guys who hid behind the protection, with relief, turn their breath. Leonardo rejoices that he had time to come to the rescue. The prince asks his friends to relax and drink water. Meanwhile, it takes a stone and approaches the very edge of the barrier. It is going to destroy the monsters with this stone. Ain runs rapidly directly into the monster. The grandmothers rush after him, and the guy quickly throws a stone in them. His friends are screaming at him. The prince is angry with a stone. The stone falls directly into the middle of a flock of gigantic monsters, and a loud explosion immediately erupts. Grandma, frightened by this, fly around. Around, everything is wrapped in dust. Monk's butterflies fall to the ground one by one. Friends watch this with delight. The dust gradually scattered, and they see the prince's head. The guy shows to friends the thumb up. They are surprised by his idea to use miasma to drive away butterflies. The prince is resistant to poison. Leonardo asks the prince never to do so again, because he was very worried about his friend. The boys decide to move on. Soon, they realize that they have already reached the place where they wanted to get. Dill and Christina meet in the designated place of the boys. The knight explains that everything was planned in advance and agreed with the parents of the boys. All this adventure is needed for guys to better develop their skills. Ain worries and says Dill, who was very worried about him, which is amazing, the guy. Dill in response says he just wanted to help friends. Then the guy promises that it will always be near if something happens. Dill swore that this will never happen again, because he is a prince's attendant. The guy states that he does not want a gap between the boss and the subordinates, and asks Dill to promise that he will no longer make him worry. Dill agrees. Ain again asks to turn to him simply by his name, not by the title. Dill refuses because he considers it disrespect, but still asks him carefully. The knight puts his hand to the heart, smiles, and turns to a prince by name, asking him to never quarrel again. The boy is surprised and embarrassed to it. The prince rejoices and cries with happiness, seeing the sincere smile of a friend of the boy. He wipes tears, takes Dill by his hand, and says that he forgives him. The journey is coming to an end. The boys stand by the water and wait for the ship. Chris says it's time to go. They sail to the capital on a huge ship. The prince asks if Chris was on the battlefield. The girl nods, explaining that she was hiding with magic. She is surprised when their views meet. The prince confesses that then he felt a familiar aroma, and this is even more confused by Chris. Suddenly the ship began to shake hard. One of the crew members runs and reports that a monster appeared overboard. Water splits a huge crack. Chris orders to charge the gun. Kraken beats the head strongly. The prince notices huge swimmers and a terribly large mouth. There is a large gap nearby, which tightens Kraken inside. Chris in full shock. Water begins to rage, and a huge dragon emerges from it. In his jaws, he holds the defeated Kraken. The powerful body of the dragon rises above the waves. The dragon nomination is loudly rushed, and everyone around trembles with fear. Chris hugs the prince firmly and demands that everyone be removed from the room as soon as possible, while the monster is enthusiastically eaten by Kraken. The dragon swallowed Kraken. The monster was immediately reported to the capital. The dragon did not pursue the ship. After that, the monster no longer appeared for several months. 6 months have passed since Sising appeared. This monster no longer came. The boys during this time were engaged in training and fulfilled their responsibilities. Today, they say goodbye to the prince. I knew he was 9 years old. Chris says fencing and whale game is already waiting for him in the castle. The prince asks to make a small hook expensive, but Chris refuses him and apologizes. She lends to the prince and corrects him a tie, noting that she was skewed. The prince is embarrassed. The girl carefully aligns the accessory and smiles happy with her work. The guy thanks her. The guards run up to Christina, and one of them whispers softly in her ear. She nods, realizing that it is time to go, and the guards make sure that visitors leave the building. Chris asks them not to walk in circles and quickly runs away. The guy frowned. He understands nothing. He requires explanations from the girl. The guards worship the prince. The security guard says that a monster of the level of national disaster has appeared, and now Christina is needed. The guy begins to suspect something. He asks where the king is, and hears that His Majesty is now in a large hall for meetings. There were several night watchmen in the hall, whitewashed. The guy realized that the situation was really serious. The prince suddenly broke into the conference room and loudly declared his return. The king, along with their advisors, looked at the guy. The guy asks what happened. His mother is worried. The king asks not to interrupt the collection, approaches his son, and says that a sea dragon appeared in the port city of Magna. The guy has been indignant because 6 months have passed since the last appearance of the monster, so protection should be better. The mother cannot stand and start crying. The king reports that there are actually 2 dragons. The guy recalls how 6 months ago, a dragon attacked the city. He is striking that there are 2 such monsters. The king explains that he sent Chris to the scene because she is a wonderful commander. If not acting, all the Magna can flood. The guy exclaims that 1 Chris is not enough and more people need to be sent. The king replies that most of the army had already gone there, and Lloyd with his knights remained in the castle for protection. The boy is scared, his feet are trembling, in memory still a live memory of the attack of the sea monster, but inside he feels desire to act. So he turns to his grandfather, who is the king. The guy remembers the time spent with Chris, her gifts and warm words. He does not want to lose his girlfriend. Her sincere smile appears before her eyes. The guy strongly states that he will go to the magnet and fight the sea dragon. Lloyd squeezes his fists. The mother of the boy is excitedly holding on to the heart. Grandpa, in rage, calls Aeneas a fool. Advisors who gathered in the hall cannot believe their ears. Lloyd tries to explain to the boy that he is the heir of the throne, and his life no longer belongs to him. The guy insists on his own. He is convinced that the first king would also do in his place. The mother cannot allow her son to go on such a dangerous journey. The prince urges to let him go with Christ Magna. Everyone is looking forward to the king's decision. He sits on the throne, sighs deeply, and says he understands the boy. Lloyd suddenly strikes the guy around his neck. He closes his eyes, and the last thing he sees is his grandfather's face, who tells him that the guy was wrong, thinking that he could not stop him. The king becomes ashamed of the knight, but he calmly answers that he simply does his job. The mother quickly takes her son from the hands of the knight and reproaches the father for a bad act. The king orders the maid to take Olivia to her room, and Lloyd put a boy to sleep in his room. The maid picks up the Olivia, which screams. Lloyd gently lifts the boy in his arms and carries him to the bedroom. He understands that the boy cannot be allowed to go on such a dangerous journey. Ein knocks on the door and calls for him to open. He is annoyed that he cannot use his phantom hands now. Then this door would not become an obstacle for him. Sorry with a clamping teeth, he notices that there are 2 sea dragons nearby. Katama asks him to stop. Chitsi explains that in this room there is a seal that prevents magic. He understands how the little prince feels, but now they need to pray for the success of Chris' expedition. When the prince prays for the health of Kiss, a ghost suddenly appears in the room and asks him to look around. The guy inhales gas and loses consciousness. The prince recalls one of his battles. It comes up and approaches the table on which the glass stands. Kotsu yells that that stone is cursed. The prince understands with sadness that he is forced to act in this way. Kadima tries to stop it, but it is in vain. The prince touches the stone, and suddenly ghostly hands appear from his back. Kadima is amazed, noticing that magical hands began to operate in the room with a seal. He says nothing is known about the origin of this stone, and tries to stop the prince, but suddenly he cannot move himself. The boy with a stone in his hands gets into the arms of the ghost. He feels warmth and tenderness, as if his mother. The ghost thanks and welcomes the prince. The prince absorbs a magic stone that is very surprising in Kadim. However, the prince is still guilty. Kotsu is afraid that the stone can again get out of control, as it happened earlier. The prince raises his hand, points it to the door, and assures that everything is fine. The fragments fly on all sides. Kadima is very scared. Ine destroyed the magical seal. Katama still does not leave attempts to stop the prince, but gets a shot on his head. He asks the prince to wait and goes out. Ai also goes out the door and meets a stranger there. Klein appears and asks the prince if he is really going to leave. The prince replies in the affirmative. Then Klein is wondering if he will leave, even if she asks to stay. The prince says again. The prince passes by the girl and promises to return. The girl calls him, and when the guy looks around, she gently kisses him. The guy blushes instantly, up to the ears. The girl gets back from the surprise, and the guy holds the cheek. Klein smiles and says it is the blessing of the goddess, after which he wishes the boy a happy road. Klein asks for a running prince. Be sure to return home alive. The guy runs the corridor, but someone suddenly gets on his way. The person manifests Lloyd. He was surrounded by armed guards. He stands quietly, crossing his hands behind his back, and looks closely at the guy. Lloyd asks the guy where he gathered. The guy replies that just wants to take a walk. Suddenly, a loud roar is heard. The guards are frightened, and Lloyd raises his head and looks at the noise. The knight states that it will not allow you to select the biggest treasure of the kingdom, and Iron orders Lloyd to take up his sword. The guy rushes forward and extends his hands. Lloyd, with guards, cannot even move. Magic that hammers them is too strong. The knight sees that the guy became stronger and no longer stop it. He releases the prince and asks not to forget the duty that now lies on his shoulders. The guy turns and escapes. Lloyd strains the muscles, tightens his teeth, closes his eyes, and grows angry. It can move again. Lloyd explains to the knights that they will be able to move out of place when the prince will be far enough. The knight lends to the ground. The knight agrees that the prince is really special. The guy runs outside, thinks of what to do next, and suddenly hears him call. Dill leads a horse and invites the boy to go with him. He is aware that he will not be able to stop the boy, so he decides to support him. The knight says he serves as a istalytic, but above all, he is a servant of the prince. It would be a great honor for him if Ein-sama released him from this service. After these words, they rush forward. Dill proposes to go to the White Rose station, but warns that without a water train, the road to the magnet will be long. In addition, the king ordered not to release the prince. However, Dilla has another idea. The prince has a special right to issue a royal order. This can change any ordinary order. Why it is needed, they will tell a little later, but if the prince is used wrong, he can have serious problems. The guy can be expelled from the kingdom. Dilda does not want this and asks to find another solution. The prince agrees. The prince decides to use the team because this is their only chance to run a water train. Dil is angry with his teeth, and the guy thanks the friend for the hint. On the clock 5:20. The wheels of the train rotate slowly, the train moves, and Dil, along with the prince, head to the magnet. The guns rake all the strength. The sea dragon rushes forward. The wounds almost do not harm him. Chris calls loudly to keep positions and reports that the monster stone is on his forehead. Chris encourages soldiers, urging them to fight. Half of the army is still on the battlefield, but they only manage to injure the monster. Everyone understands that dragons need to be destroyed. One of the monsters appears, and the soldiers are preparing for the attack. The dragon sailed in water. Suddenly, the monster emerges from the depths and hangs high above the soldiers. Chris gives the command to shoot, and the guns begin to smoke. The shells hit the dragon directly into the head. The monster screams loudly with pain. He is injured in the eye, and his magic stone on his head also gets a blow. Sea Dragon is overwhelmed. Soldiers are glad that they managed to destroy the monster. But it is too early to relax, because there are 2 more monsters ahead, and you need to be prepared for their attack. Suddenly, the Dragon S flies out of the water and attacks. He opens his mouth and grabs a battleship, quickly snacks it in half, lifting huge waves. The warships began to sink. Suddenly, a strip of land appeared in the middle of the sea, and in its center lay the sea dragon. The dragon dies, and with it, the soldiers are killed. They were part of Timatorna. Half of the PD is destroyed. Chris looks at the abilities of this monster, but suddenly he remembers. There is another second dragon. Suddenly, another dragon appears. He attacks behind. Chris quickly turns. She really wants to hear the voice of Ainz at least again. The girl calls the dragon to battle and activates her sword. Suddenly, a thick fog wraps the dragon. The girl looks around in surprise without realizing where he came from. When the fog is gradually scattered, her look stops on the fact that it causes a real shock. Chris sees Ain and asks who he is. The guy explains that he created a thick fog that makes almost nothing to see. However, the girl is wondering why the guy is here and asks him to return to the capital. After that, the guy turns to Chris. The guy calls for the magic of the royal order and announces that he is about to fight on his own, asking for help from the audience. Chris cannot restrain the surprise. The guy persistently demands that the girl executes the order because the refusal to him is unacceptable. Chris catches his gaze, but despite it, he continues to resist. The prince passes Dil order to drive the ship, and the guy becomes the top. Suddenly, a sea dragon breaks into the room, and the boy screams frightenedly that he is now his enemy. The sea dragon roars loudly. Many ghostly hands grow from the back of the prince. The prince directs these hands to the monster. Hands grab a monster. The dragon attacks the ship, strongly hit him with his huge head. The knight moans on board and tries to protect himself. The guy fights the dragon. Knights try to stay on their feet. Chris notes that she has never heard the guy going to fight himself. The prince replies that he did not say it. The ghostly hands grabbed the dragon by the jaw, and the monster froze. Chris was amazed. He did not expect the prince to be capable of this. The guy realizes that training with red bison really came in handy. The guy turns on the head of the sea monster using ghostly hands. He intended to drink a magic stone using the so-called sting of darkness. The sting pierces the dragon's head. The pain of the monster roars and begins to beat his feet. Chris is scared. The dragon is jumping into the water. The waves are closed over it. The guy holds his breath, stepping into the water. He was waiting for the sea dragon. He does not feel that the stone begins to dissolve in it, but even thoughts should not retreat. The prince feels the forces gradually leave him. The air is getting smaller, the ghosts will weaken. He is almost ready to break, but suddenly understands. All the power he is missing is just in front of him. in the Dragonstone. The guy decides to turn the power of Dragonstone into his own. It is increasingly absorbed by this energy. The dragon roars loudly, clearly showing his rage. It remained with almost exhausted force, and now it can absorb energy a little. The monster is trying to throw away the boy from himself, and the prince is getting more and more difficult to stay. The guy is detached from the head of the monster. He notices his pendant and remembers his family and friends. They look at him and smile. The guy clasped his teeth from rage. He looks at the dragon with anger because it is too early to die. Lifting the dagger, the guy challenges the monster. The prince drives a dagger to the head of the sea monster, just where the magic stone is located, and the dragon feels terrible pain and fades. A sharp dagger breaks the stone. The guy has no more power, and he releases weapons. The wounded guy slowly rises to the surface. The dragon issues the last cry. A loud roar came on the ships. Dill asks Chris if it could be a sea dragon, but when he turned, he notices that the girls are gone. Only her armor remained. People on the shore rejoice in victory. The wounded soldiers welcome each other and hug. Chris, all wet after jumping into the water, smiles happily, firmly pressing the unconscious prince, whom he was able to protect. The ship goes to the capital. The prince sits on the bed and smiles happy. His hands are crossed, and it seems that he will no longer be able to use them. Dylan and Chris are very amazed. The guy feels that his hands seem to be numb and he cannot move them. Dill wants to help somehow. The guy himself understands. He was lucky to return alive. Chris shows the boy on his chest. There are fragments of the pendant Volin, who is now broken. The stone has magical power and is only activated when its owner is threatened with a deadly danger. This means that Ain was on the verge of life and death. Chris sinks on his knees, and tears are converted. The prince's eyes expand from surprise. Chris gently takes the guy by the hand and with tears in his eyes asks not to do so. The prince agrees and begs. Then, to change the topic, he remembers that the stone of the sea dragon was delicious and resembled seafood. Chris looks in surprise, and Dill puts his hand to the face. The prince laughs fun. The guards come to the room and report that the ship has almost arrived in the capital. The girl asks the boy if he can go alone. He replies what he can. Dill understands that he is threatened with the death penalty for disobedience of the king's will, but he remained faithful to his prince, so he does not regret anything. The young man is proud to help the prince, even if a little thing. The palace is already waiting for a carriage. It is for the prince and his friends. The royal advisor invites them to follow him, well realizing that the boy is very tired. Together they arrive at the palace. The prince bows to the king and says he returned. His Majesty says that he has many questions to the guy but deposits them for later. Now the main thing is to admit that the guy had done an incredible feat, defeating the sea dragon. The guy was able to defeat the dragon whose power and value exceeded the wealth of the whole country. Due to this, the residents of the Magni and the military were safe. The king sincerely praised his grandson for bravery and heroic act. Although the royal water train and the ship of the ice family are almost destroyed, the king realizes that the guy was not alone. Dill insists that he did everything alone. Lloyd asks if Dill knows about his fate, and he replies that he is ready to accept it. The prince tries to protect his friend, explaining that he has forced the boy to help, referring to the orders of the royal family. The guy asks himself to punish him and makes the servant silence. Lloyd cannot understand what is happening. Marshall falls on his knees and asks to punish him, because as a military he could not stop the guy. The junior glazer looks at it in surprise. Royal sighs. The king orders everyone to stop the show. He realizes that Dill could not be obeyed, and the prince made a real feat, so there will be no serious punishment. However, Ain still gets house arrest for 2 months. The king appoints Lloyd with his personal servant, and Chris raises to Marshall. The king looks tired. The advisor reports that the boy has relaxed early because there is still a punishment from his mother and Klein. Klein stands on the balcony. Hearing the steps, it rotates. Her eyes are full of tears. She rejoices in return home because he promised and maintained his word. The guy asks if she was crying, but the girl shakes her head. Suddenly, the girl beats the boy with his fist in her chest and begins to cry even more. She asks him to go to Olivia immediately because it is very important. The prince goes to the door and knocks on his ghostly hand. He cautiously opens the door and informs his mother, who returned whole and unharmed. But it stops on the threshold because the whole room is filled with tree trunks, stems, and flowers. The boy asks what's going on. The mother replies that she was very worried about him and asks not to look at him. The prince thinks that this is probably the D-Reds. The woman gradually calms down because everything is well with her son, and he returned alive and unharmed. The woman carefully takes the boy's head in her palm, and he suddenly begins to cry. It amazes him. The woman firmly wraps the boy to the breast. The woman quietly says there is nothing to fear. The boy can give freedom to his feelings. In the room, they stayed together, and now the prince can cry. She hugs her son, and he sobs loudly. He fulfilled his duty. He can now afford it. Katema comes to the prince to check how he feels. Kaki is strictly reproached because he always works at his discretion. The prince is shyly apologized. Sensitivity returns to his hands, and Ain can now eat on his own. Chris is ready to approach Princess Aid and feed him. Katma calls her fool. The cat asks the prince to show him the status card as the guy swallowed the damn stone and stone of the sea dragon. The prince gets the map. Indicators of protection, agility, strength, mana, and health have increased at times, which was very surprised by Chris. This is not surprising, because the prince ate 2 national relics, which is why his development is now incredibly fast. The prince captures his new abilities. He received the power of sea currents from the dragon, and the powerful dark magic from the great demonic witch, as Katema said. Chris tells that the witch possessed dark magic, and such a powerful power can only belong to Ancient. The boys, impressed with her words, open their eyes wide and ask where she knows all. The girl tells that the elves' texts in the books of Katema seem to her acquaintances, so she read them. The cat is upset because the expert in languages was all the time, and his work was in vain. He asks the girl to read a book about ancient lich and elves. It turned out that Dulalan was the man of an ancient larva, the owner of great dark magic. Together, they supported the king of the demons and helped him develop his possession. The prince realizes that it was he who absorbed a stone that belonged to the wife of Dulalan. The illustration shows a dagger that is very similar to the prince. The eldest number made him from her core and gave him her husband. The power of this dagger was so large that it could be compared to the demonic. Ketma understood everything. The guy realizes that the power of Dalan united the dagger and the curse in the stone. This is how the magic stone of 2 lovers appeared. The guy recalls the words he heard when he swallowed the stone. The door is knocking. Someone calls to their Chris. The room enters the room and beg for treatment. Katema reassures her and says they have already finished. The girl tells the boys that they need to go to the port with Lloyd, a representative of a trading company that will be monitored for disassembling the dragon's body has already arrived in place. The egg is found during the examination. The boys are in surprise, not understanding where it came from. The port has a real revival. With the help of special devices, workers disassemble the dragon into pieces. Representatives of the trading company are approached by Lloyd, which accompanies them, Marshal Chris, and a detachment of knights. Escort, marshal, and representative are welcome. The prince also declares his presence. The merchant doubts that the objects found are really the dragon's eggs. He asks the military to follow him. Chris and Lloyd harden in place. 2 dragon eggs lay side by side. Suddenly, one of them began to crack. Marshal immediately ordered to prepare for battle. The knights lifted the swords and became alert. The maid ordered Chris to keep the prince away from the eggs. The girl obeys, and the guy assures that he knows everything, Meanwhile, the second egg begins to crack. A small horn appears from it instead of a shell. Two small dragons appear from the eggs. Cute and funny. They squeak loudly. Marshal, servant, and prince faded with surprise. Finally, small dragons hatch from their eggs. They move helplessly and make squeaky sounds. The prince with anxiety asks if they are really going to kill them. The commander confirms this, and the servant is already removing the sword. One of the dragons is back to him. Toddlers begin to tremble when the Lloyd approaches them. The prince disagrees with such a reaction. He leans to dragons and smiles gently. The servant warns him to be careful, because these are dragons. But the baby gladly welcomes him and looks happy. Dragons gently hugged the guy. Then he suddenly realized, after the magic stone was absorbed, the dragons decided that he was their father. The guards, the Chris, and the Lloyd were stunned and could not say a word. The prince turns to the servant and asks if you can kill dragons. He confidently replies that yes. Make sure that both Dill and the guards of the castle will cope with the small dragons, the prince asks a little time. He wants to leave dragons to himself. Princeton's clients smile, playing with little dragons. Ein tries to feed them, and the client stands nearby and laughs fun. The boys are sitting between the bushes in the courtyard of the castle. Little dragons are happy to eat slices of meat that they gave them. Principals are glad that dragons have such a good appetite. The boy had to persuade his grandfather for a long time to get permission to leave them. Finally, the king agreed, and the prince began to invent the names. He called his sister El, and his brother, also El. Klein moved the little dragons. Klein holds dragons with one hand and extends them a piece of meat. The guy looks at the girl, and when she notices it, he is embarrassed and quickly says that nothing happened. The girl stretches the prince of a magic stone, believing that he's hungry, watching how dragons eat. The prince takes a stone, ties it, and remains satisfied because it tastes and sweet and sour at the same time. In the evening, Ain sits in the hall with her mother and grandpa. Mom carefully comb his hair and wonder how his hand feels. The guy assures that all is well. He had already healed his hand. He even managed to train in fencing, and says he can comb on his own. But Mom insists and does not allow him to do it. The woman wants to comb her hair herself. The king laughs because he knows no one will dare to argue with Olivia. His Majesty reports that the guy's arrest will end soon, and he will receive a new official task. The king is about to send the prince to the Euro to agree on the supply of marine crystals. They are necessary for the work of the latest technologies. Such a trip will be a big event, so the king turns to the heir to the throne. My grandfather decided to send a security guard with the prince and the accompaniment of Chris Dillon Warren, who will be a trade representative. The grandfather worries that the guy can do something ill-advised, but the prince tries to reassure him. The woman laughs quietly at this. The guy is looking forward to meeting the Euro. Katama sits in the office and reads a book, and Marshal Chris is quietly asleep nearby. Katama holds a sheet and reads a girl named Arke. She became famous as the owner of the demons and has a formidable nickname, a nightmare of envy. Ketma does not consider this girl a heartless demon. He reads about a strong girl who, together with Delahan and his wife, was eventually defeated. But later, two of his close ones begin to suspect something. Hannon's wife's wife did her best to protect people and postpone the battle. They were ready to meet death. Another close associate of the ruler of demons should be mentioned. It was a Foxor. Before she appeared, the demonic ruler was not so warlike. This mysterious woman liked to turn to people and have fun. It is believed that it was she who was angry with the demons. Kika recalls that this person is very worshipped in Euro. Suddenly, Chris wakes up and scares Ketim. She apologizes, and Katima invites her to relax at home. Kek asks Marshall where they will go on a business trip. The girl replies that she, along with Jan, goes to the Euro. Katima hopes everything will go well. In the neutral trade city of Bardland, loud applause is heard in the arena. The audience enthusiastically support their pets. The mustachioed man attacks his opponent. He raises his hands with the sword, swings, but the enemy is skillfully evading the impact. A man with a long tail noted that his opponent became stronger. He adds that such words may seem ridicule. Edward admits that his old body is unlikely to win. Edward begins to rotate his spear quickly, and his movements are so fast that the weapon seems to appear in several places. The man jumps sharply forward and causes the opponent of a powerful blow. A man with mustache begins a cough. They announce that Edward won from the euro. He reaches out his opponent's hand. He confesses that he always wondered how to defeat Edward. The son of the defeated knight screams from rage, watching the battle from the balcony. He promises to his mother that he will ever take revenge on his father. The woman replies what will wait for it. The woman tells her angry son that he is chosen and possesses the power of the sacred knight. His bride Shannon will be near to help him. Later, at night, the man runs to the castle, beats the door strongly, and shouts that he failed to find a girl. The man in the coat asks the prince to calm down because the report should be received very soon. However, the prince cannot calm. He is noticeably nervous because he knows nothing about the crowns. He asks the interlocutor why he is so calm, because the situation concerns his father and daughter. The minister falls on his knees and tells himself that he should withstand and remain strong. He remembers how his father advised to leave the crown in Ishtolik. It is strange to him that the girl tied so quickly to the prince after only one meeting. The minister recalls how Crone asked him and his father to allow her to go to AE. In his thoughts, he apologizes to Prince Tigris. The guard breaks into the room and reports that they have found a crew, in which the father and daughter of the minister are likely to go. The prince advises to rejoice, because soon a man will meet with the most expensive people. The minister again becomes the head and promises that when his father and daughter return, they will surely thank Prince Tiger. Prince Tiger laughs and states that he wants to marry Crone. The minister agrees to it. Satisfied, Prince Tiger demands that Grint be brought to him, announcing that he would become his personal guard. The prince dreams of a beautiful crowns. He thinks how much he wants to talk to her again. Prince Ain is comfortable on the couch and smiles sincerely. The son of a knight who lost in the arena is frowning with dissatisfaction, and Prince Tiger, sitting on the throne, also smiles. In the Duchy of the Euro appears a huge destroyer named the White King. It was created specifically for King Ishtelki to serve his personal needs. The king is worried about his appearance, but the advisor calms him. Security guards are lining up near the ladder. The king with the advisor is surprised to see who comes from the ship. Ain seems like a representative of King Ishtalika and welcomes the king. They meet, and the king invites the boy with his companions to go to the palace. Ed's advisor looks tired of the prince. To the question of the king, he answers that the prince does not restrain his forces, causing a huge monster to appear behind him, similar to the defeated sea dragon. Ed notes that although Chris is very strong, the guy in battle with the monsters is much more skillful than her. He is wondering what the real power of the princess is. The Duke calls everyone to go to the castle faster. Prince Tiger appears in the room. He asks if the Duke began negotiations without his presence. The Duke replies that there were no arrangements between them. The prince explains that it is here on an official visit. Grint and Nemum gazed. They did not expect to see each other right here. There was a parcel in the hands of Green. He lifted his eyebrows in surprise. Grinch states that Ain is his true older brother who fled the Roundheart family. The boy shows Ain, and the prince immediately pays attention to it. Everyone around is surprised. Ain turns to his brother and asks Kiss and Dilla to lower the swords. Valen reprimands the prince for his rudeness, but Ain says that such attacks on a head of the first king are prohibited. Ian wants to listen to the Prince of Tiger and tells the Duke that now is not the time to negotiate. Green advises him to behave politely with the third prince, but Insei replies that he is a prince, which is a higher position. He orders Grint to silence. The Duke is interested in what important case brought the third prince to Jero. The prince replies that there can be only one reason. The third prince loudly states that he came after his bride, Crown August. Ain does not understand what is happening. Chris and Dill are surprised and cannot believe heard. The third prince insists in investigation to find the crown and her grandfather. The third prince accuses the Duchy of Euro of the betrayal of the crown and her grandfather to earn the trust of Esteli and to establish diplomatic relations. The Duke and his advisor Gabe are confused by the herd. Warren reports Ian that they have been charged with trafficking in human beings, and as allies, they have no right to remain silent. He emphasizes the third prince once again that they are not involved in trafficking in human beings. And when Tiger asks, Warren is represented by Minister Ishteli. The third prince demands that the minister's explanations about Cronin's fate, his grandfather. The minister replies that they are not going to spend money on investigations and do not have diplomatic relations with Haim. He calls it a good deal. The minister reports that Chaim has broken off with Ishtlitik. He proposes the third prince to provide the crown information in exchange for several goals. The minister demands him to give him people trusting the third prince, but the young man refuses. The minister then states that the negotiations were over. Grant calls his brother pathetic. Green asks if it is not a shame to translate his responsibility to his subordinates. But Dill intervenes and states that Ain is a hero who won the monster, so Grint has no right to talk to the prince so. Dill says Grint is not determined. The atmosphere is rapidly straining. The minister understands that he should not be delayed and immediately expresses his proposal. The minister suggests that Deed and Grant be fighting together to show who is stronger. Prince Sign is outraged, but the minister quietly explains that they will be able to advance the negotiations and clearly mark their position. In the courtyard of the castle are Prince Ain, Marshal Chris, and Minister Warren. Next to them is the Duke of Uru. They all look forward and cannot believe what happened. Such a turn of events was a surprise for them. Dill effortlessly won the Grint, who stood bent and tried to breathe. Chris notes that Dill is the best sword in Ishtalitsa, and his skill is constantly growing. Ain is calm because its fencers took into account the difference between the fighters. The third prince called Grint to talk to fencingers. Dill agrees to the second match. Grint straightens and activates his skill of the Holy Knight. He rushes to Dill, promising to show what he can. Viewers watch it in surprise. Grint rushes to Dilla, closing it. The sword is raised up. There is a stroke. Everyone kept breathing, waiting for this battle to end. Green is defeated, and Dill decides that the fight is complete. He approaches Ain and Nile, dedicating this victory to his prince. Ain thanks the sword. The sword notes that, despite his young age, Green has a great talent. It feels the power of the true saint of the night. He hopes that Green will regret his harsh words. The minister confesses that he was very worried about it. Warren advises the Duke of Amore to start negotiations again. He also promises the third prince to provide written information about the crown he has at his disposal. Ain is interested in the minister that he is going to report. The minister confesses that he wrote about Ain as one of the most important people in Ishtalika, as well as her relationship with the crown. These words bring the third prince to the rage. Negotiations are renewed. Parties reach consent. A huge stone is extracted from the water with a grid. Aim and Chris go city. Chris asks why they decided to take a walk. Prince Ain replies that he wants to better understand what is missing in Euros to start trade with them. For example, there is no wheat because of marine dragons. The Himesa kingdom sells wheat at a very high price because it grows it the most. Aim decides that it will be better to sell the Euro wheat at a fair price and supplies so much grain there that there is surplus in the Euro. As a result, the Euro begins to sell the remains, but in the end, bankrupt. Chris notes that through the offer of the prince, all the farmers' Gaimi will remain out of work. The prince agrees, but adds, it would be great if wheat appeared in the Euro. Ed conducts a group to the ship. He reports that the Duke was satisfied with the negotiations and asks to accept a gift. When asked inside, a man replies that he is a statue of a guardian god. When they look, it turns out that the statue depicts a bright red fox. Chris says that this creature protects the inhabitants and brings them good luck. The minister, hearing this, shares his anxiety. The prince interrupts the minister and says it is one of the forms of the red fox. Warren agrees and confirms that it was he mean. Chris says that the fox servant called on the anger of the king of demons. Ain just laughs because he understands he was wrong when he sheltered the girl, believing that she was just lonely. But the creature behaves very strange. Marshall tries to help but cannot move through magical bonds. The girl feels her trembling. Princess holds his head. From it, bright light pours. His knife begins to sparkle. The light becomes even stronger. The prince waves the sword. It seems to him that one woman is trying to break their connection from the outset. It throws a statuette into the air. The guy waves strongly with his hand. The minister with Marshall looks at him, opening his mouth wide. At this point, the statue is scattered into parts. The loud explosion suddenly sounds. The minister and Marshall are grabbing their face, trying to defend themselves, but do not understand what is happening. The flames from the explosion even reach the ship. The hand of Ain's armor of the destroyer, the White King, gave cracks. The guy falls on the ground and loses consciousness. Blood flows from his mouth. There are two behind the prince, a guy with blonde hair and a girl with dark. The guy closed his eyes and clenched his fist. Yadilai Arkua sits on the knees of a woman with dark hair, singing somewhere nearby. The prince feels that he cannot move. He does not understand where he finds himself and whose voice is heard around. The woman apologizes for the hassle. He is raised and turns out. The guy tries to stop her, asking the question. The prince returns to his room, looking out the window. He recalls how he once went to the Euro, recalls all the events that happened there, but his memory is broken. What happened then, he cannot remember. The guy notices that the bandages on his right hand are covered with a special restrictive spell. It is very surprising, and he is going to call someone first. The prince and Marshall's mother broke into the room. The guy was genuinely rejoiced in seeing them. He said he didn't remember exactly what he was here. A woman with dark hair hugs the boy. Women start crying. Marshall repeats the boy's name many times. The prince understands nothing. The boy's grandmother puts her hand to her mouth, and her grandfather rejoices, hearing his grandson's voice. The guy tries to understand what happened and learns that he was unconscious for 6 months. Grandma, wiping tears, says that the boy will soon go to 4th grade. The king takes women with him, offering to postpone the conversation for the other time. Ain recalls that the last thing he saw was a statue of the purple fox. Ain holds his hand, trying to understand what happened. Chris pushes a carriage with Prince. They are greeted by Katima, King, Lloyd, and Minister. His Majesty notices that everyone has already come together and invites them to the throne room. The prince is wondered what will happen next, and Katima replies that he will see everything with his own eyes. Suddenly, the warrior realizes that he cannot move. Katima asks her to try again because she wants to make sure. The prince is surprised to look at the Dawn Kiss, who is in vain trying to move. In the air, a strange, multi-layered ball appears, which immediately warns no one is approached. The minister and the king are wary of being watched, and all others watch this amazing event in surprise. The ball suddenly glows with a bright, strange glow. It comes from the radiant light that goes to Chris. Katima shouts in despair, calling the girl and the prince to run away from there as soon as possible. The ball flies, but the girl has time to grab the prince and jump with him in her arms. The king says that the Katima is in his research. The prince asks what is happening, and Katam replies that it is the stone of the queen demon Arki repels him. This stone lies in the throne room. The book, which was translated together by Katima and Chris, was a very shy queen. Of her relatives, she had only 2, the senior figure and Dora Khan. They traveled together, explored new lands, and built small settlements that eventually turned into cities. The girl later became the queen. Ain realizes that it didn't happen right away. When Duraruka saw the fox, all his forces disappeared. The queen, after absorbed the damned stone, turned away from the prince. It was the red fox that caused the attack on the demonic queen. The same voice they heard earlier rejected the prince. Kotima, without asking for permission, checked the status card of a young prince and saw that some letters were distorted. Prince Ain wonders whether they have a curse on the euro. The minister explains that in this case, the censors would have spoiled relationships with Ishtalaka. Hautim also notes that all the signs indicate that the prince gradually turns into a monster. Katama has to conduct a study for what she needs to look at the prince. The king states that they will seek help from the guild, Kaiser, and adventurers. Everyone worry about the boy. Marshall congratulated the prince on the fact that he passed the exam, but he would have to make up for half a year. She rejoices that Kaiser still rescued them, though he was worried that the heir to the crown could become a monster. The boy asks if they go to the Mayolika store, and the man nods. They need to buy tools. The shop inside is empty, no buyer. Maguliko suddenly appears, saying that there are almost no visitors in the evening. The princess was scared, and Chris condemns the woman for her strange pose. The man wants to close the store and discuss everything later. The man notes that they have not seen themselves for a long time. She thinks that he probably just rests all this time and thinks of who he really is, a person or a monster. Chris is outraged by the seller's words. He replies that he is well known on sealing techniques and sees immediately. The prince's aura is not at all like a monster, rather, this is a person who swallowed magical stones. The prince promises to tell Malalitsi all he knows. Meanwhile, the seller compares the prince with the world tree from which the dryads appeared and which takes away the monster. The seller proposes to go to the city of East, which is considered a holy place for those who are fond of magic devices, or go to Bart, where they once won the giant monster, to find answers. Chris does not want the prince to go to Bart. She was already there and felt the presence of a monster. They finally decided to move east. The seller promises to help and ready to write a letter of recommendation. Chris asks her to sell special masking devices. The prince says there will be 3 of them. The seller calls a high price, and Marshall immediately agrees. The prince is amazed, realizing that Chris and Magolik have been familiar for a long time. Chris said that her older sister was once in the same team with Kaiser and Magolika. She recalls that her sister often experienced and had her difficulties, but was very strong, even stronger than Lloyd. The guy asks to tell Chris about her sister, but she apologizes and says it is impossible now. The guy gently holds her hand on her head, and Magolika compares the girl with the animal. Meanwhile, the prince is preparing for a trip to the east. The rabbit sits next to him. She is upset because the prince was unconscious. She looked after him together with 2 friends. And now that he finally came to his senses, he has to go again, and they haven't had time to talk. Prony seems to be joking. She says their dragons have grown up so much that they are no longer placed in the palace channels. The prince asks the girl to take care of them. Crowny gives the boy a communication stone that allows you to transmit voice messages. The girl's grandfather has improved this device, and now there is more opportunity to send messages. The prince asked his girlfriend what she would do if one day he suddenly turned into a monster. He was wondering if her attitude would change, but the girl confidently replied that no, nothing would change. The prince was surprised by her answers. The girl asked the boy to promise her if he worried, even if he ever becomes a monster. The girl asks him to promise that when he turns into a monster, Ain will give her a star crystal. Her dress flies in the wind, and the girl herself smiles gently. The guy is embarrassed and blushes. He takes the crown by the hand and promises to do so if something like this happens. Having fulfilled his promise, the guy goes to the east. At the station, people go back and forth. They greet each other and look for their trains. Someone is trying to wake up the city, but she does not want to get up. The prince is wondering what she is doing here. The cat replies that he wants to put her knowledge into practice, and Works adds that the girl has made his way here, hiding in the middle of luggage. Gautama gets glasses that are about to use for masking. She is very waiting for arrival, but the prince warns her not to rejoice prematurely. Gautama is indignant not to treat her as a baby. 4 people come out of the train in camouflage cloaks. Stopping, they look carefully at the city. This place is the center of magical research. It contains the latest discoveries from all over flowers, even though this city is not the capital. The Wisdom Tower is a place where the most modern studies are conducted and engaged in magic. It is very difficult to get there. It also takes a lot of money. Even the government has no right to interfere with the work of scientists. They use marine crystals here. The prince believes that his mother had to marry him for the sake of crystals. He is annoyed that these crystals are wasting so senseless. Dill understands the mood of the prince and proposes to go to the courtyard. Then the prince decides to send a message to the crone. I tells that it is cold in the city, and the tower seems just giant. Dill warns that as soon as they remove their cloaks, their camouflage plan will reveal. The boys come to the place indicated by Majolik. It is a school at the Grand Academy of Magic. This is where the main laboratory is located. The guard at the gate asks why they came. He asks to show a letter because often adventure seekers bring fakes. The man reads the letter carefully. The guard requires to call the chief professor. It seems that majority has a great impact. The guard apologizes and asks to wait a little. The prince is surprised to watch everything. The guests are met by Professor, the main one in this place. The prince apologizes for his unexpected visit, but Oz, on the contrary, rejoices in their appearance. He is especially happy to see the honorary professor of Majalik. The prince learns about it with surprise. The man in glasses invites the guest to follow him. There are many books in a large reading room, and a stone stand is under the glass cover. The professor sits on the sofa. The professor apologized for appealing to them, as if to ordinary guests when they met. There were strangers on the street, so he could not talk openly about the letter. Meanwhile, Kron Prince introduces everyone to his satellites. Chris is represented by a marshal, Deed, the accompanying-ger of the princess, and Kerkis Ketz makes a reverse. They say that it is a great honor for them to get acquainted with Professor Ozum. The princess was surprised that Katima behaved as a real princess. Marshall explained that Ketzi is the first princess. The professor and Katima were pleased with the acquaintance and wanted to share the knowledge with each other. The professor apologizes. He was a little fascinated and departed from the topic. Then he asks to return to the question they came with. The sedentary prince replies that the case concerns his body and Red Fox. Professor Oz is a true connoisseur of magical stones. He notices that the prince has already absorbed the stone of the Old Lich and Dullaman. Now, the professor is preparing to show something truly exciting. Oz shows the children a chest. He reassures them, explaining that the room is protected by a powerful spell of Majolika. The professor adds that in this chest lies what the crown print is needed. Marshal Chris takes Prince A by his hand. Professor Oz opens the chest. Lifting the lid, it shows the prince 2 stones. These are the magic stones of the Purple Fox. Prince Ain and the first princess, along with a knight named Chris, were stunned by the magical stone of the Red Fox. Chris plunged into bitter memories of past battles, but the prince noticed that her mood had changed. He put his hand on her hand, which was a little surprised by the Voina girl. I smiled quietly and assured Chris that all is well. Chris replied a little confused. They say, everything should be the way the prince said. The prince did not stop smiling, thinking that he did not mind having such a stone in himself. After all, as the senior figure said, this stone could restrain Dullaman. Ayin turned to Mr. Oza and said that this exhibition was really very valuable because Majola Kasad said that the Ozi professor was well understood in the Red Foxes. The professor confirmed that he recognized the tracks correctly and added that it was the only stone he could get for his research. Ayin asked the professor to help him with research to better understand his body. He wanted to find out the results of the professor's work. The professor of OZ gladly agreed to fulfill the request of the prince. Professor Oz said he would need a few days to prepare all the documents. The prince replied that this is not a problem. The prince began to talk about the reward for the help of the professor, and Professor Oz noticed it. The professor replied that it did not need any reward, because can something be more valuable than a meaningful conversation with Its Highness? Here the knight Chris intervened in the conversation and noted that people around could misunderstood the situation, thinking that Prince Ain has taken advantage of his position. Therefore, he suggested that she gratitude. Professor Oz rubbed his chin and thoughtfully replied that he would only agree if they really insist. The professor was concerned about whether you could ask for something other than money or reward. The prince wondered what he was in mind. The professor, with sadness on his face, began to say that on Easter there were several abductions of young children. The professor continued his story and explained that orphans from poor areas became victims, so almost no one took this case. The professor put his hands and said that she was worried about them from the bottom of the heart, no matter who they were. The professor again turned to His Majesty. Professor Bud suddenly began to contact the prince loudly, asking immediately to send even more knights in search of the killer. His words were struck by all those present. No one expected such a statement. Prince Ain said the name of the professor. The prince stared at the man who bowed before him and thought, such a man would help or orphans from poor quarters then would accept a well-deserved reward. This is what makes him a truly worthy person. Thinking, Yen replied to the professor that he agreed and took care of the knights to pass the decree further. The professor gladly thanked His Highness. Prince Ain also unexpectedly promised to get involved in the search, which was very surprised by everyone else. Chris, getting out of the sofa, began to shout that this idea was impossible, even if there was a whole army of guards near the prince. But Ain, folding his hands on his chest and closing his eyes, calmly replied that he was not going to just give orders. The prince opened one eye, said Chris that they still had a little free time until the professor collects the materials, and asked her thought. Chris looked at the imprint silently. Notwithstanding the prince's pressure, Chris agreed with him. She said it was better to be near him than to try to stop it, and sighed uncertainly. In response, the prince noted that he had already understood her attitude to him now. The worried professor looked at the knight and asked her whether she really agreed with it. Christ replied that this happens often and should not be considered. The professor rose from the sofa, shook the prince's hand, and assured that he would let you know as soon as all the necessary information. The prince also shook his hand and promised that he would wait and did his best to catch the offender. When the professor called the call, the prince's detachment had already approached the door. Oz noted that he would ask the guard to hold them and cover the whole face with hoods. The professor approached the table, opened the drawer, and started looking for something. He said he almost forgot to give the prince one thing. At this point, the prince noticed that Oz was watching the professor's actions. The professor gave the prince a sealed envelope. The princess wondered inside the envelope. The professor said with a serious face expression that there are old materials related to secret studies that were conducted in the first. This information is so dangerous that it is better to take them with you to the grave. But he added, perhaps there is a prince there and will be able to find the right hint. The prince thanked the professor once again for the help. When the professor left the room, the guard stopped him on the door and asked why he was called. The professor asked the guardian to hold respectful guests. The guard obediently executed the order of the professor. Finally, the guard handed over the letter to the ozone, and the professor thanked him for it. The guard asks the group with the prince to follow him. Professor Oz bowed to his guests once again, saying goodbye to them. When the professor was left alone, he revealed the letter. He started reading a letter with an alarming face. Expired to the window, the professor calmly said that the time had come. A group of 3 people, along with the imprints, left Professor Oz in this state. Chris suggested that the boys return to the hotel and relax after a long road, and A agreed with her. The first princess stated that it would be better to buy. The second, a little confused, turned to her in her name. The knight hurried after her mistress, begging her to stop and wait for him. The rest of the group discussed them with each other. The prince wondered if everything would be fine with them. Chris, reflecting, replied that he was most likely to be, because Princess Ketma was more careful than the prince himself. Aim and Chris returned to the hotel. The noise was raised at the registration rack. The man was outraged loudly why his usual number was busy. I paid attention to this noise. The man was breathing hard. The girl apologized and explained that a different guest has already settled from today to this room. The man was growing up more on her. The man suggested paying too, but asked to evict other guests and settle it for them. The embarrassed girl replied that she could not evict him. Ain asked Chris if the man was talking about their room. Chris replied that even if he did not book her, there was no reason to worry. The man struck his fist on the table. The man could no longer endure and exclaimed loudly that he would never come back here. The girl asked the boy to stop, but the man only shouted to his people to follow him while he left that place. Chris, covering Inu, noticed that he was approaching them and asked the prince to stand behind. The account of Vivi Huzumi when it passed by the prince. Wicked also muttered that they would still regret the loss of such a client as he is, because he is the patron saint of Vagas and Krakens. The prince turned his gaze on him. Chris suddenly breathed air sharply. Chris recognized this man. She began to tell the prince that his name is Sege, and he came from the Viking family. The prince wondered if they had some famous quote or statement. Chris replied that their family has known many generations and has a glorious history. She also added that the predecessor of the prince was a prominent man, and His Highness would definitely admire him. Ain explained what a man was in mind when talking about patronage. He asked to explain how to understand it. Chris began to say that there is a trading company that is engaged in the exchange of monsters. Some aristocrats even keep monsters caught at home as pets. Chris continued to explain that the monster would be severely punished if he causes serious harm to a person. The prince listened carefully to everything he was told and accepted this information. Chris began to think aloud. She noted that since he became the head, the financial affairs of Vicomte has worsened. She did not believe that he could afford such an expensive hotel. The prince did not answer it. Already at night, while in his room, the first princess could not understand one thing. The prince, who was sitting on the couch and watching the documents, guessed and carefully asked his relatives whether she was talking about him, saying that his habit is to stay late. But the cat only shook her head in response and said that no, she was in mind, and added her not at the end. The princess remembered Chris, who was on her knees, and once again had her no. Ain said with a smile that Chris was tired too, and the princess noticed where they saw so that Marshall fell on the knees of the heir of the throne and did not forget her nigh. At this point, Chris, smiling happy, slept peacefully on his mistress's lap. The princess decided to change the topic of conversation and asked the prince with documents. In response, he suggested that she consider these papers together. The first princess was surprised. The prince talked about experiments on crossing races in order to create an artificial demon. He explained that these experiments were actually experiments on people and wanted to make sure that he understands it correctly. The first princess said she had heard rumors about it. The prince added that it was now clear why Professor Oz insisted that the research remain secret. The books continue to write that this experiment is quite simple. It is only necessary to dissolve the energy of the stone in the body of another race and to artificially force it. The princess replied that once other races was considered demons. Adding her characteristic not, she explained, if demons could become stronger, swallowing magical stones, then other races, apparently, had the same opportunity. An unexpected prince turned to a princess by name. The princess shuddered. The upset prince replied what he did. He absorbs the energy of stones and makes it stronger. He added that during the study, 99.9% of the subjects were killed, and those who survived and received force lost control and were destroyed. The prince said that if the demonization process continues, then the moment will come when he himself is forced to kill his own hands. The prince was upset and tilted his head, and the princess watched him silently. The cat warned him that he did not allow it to happen, so they told about their research. The princess asked Ayun, who, in his opinion, have the disadvantages of turning into a monster. The prince asked her what she was in mind. Ain imagined a cat monster in his head and was surprised why he could not talk. The cat said he was wrong in his assumptions, and the girl explained, if he suddenly evolved, he would no longer be able to turn into a senseless fish that did not even know the language. The princess remembered Dulalan and the senior lich. She noted that when they wear ordinary clothes, you would never guess if they were demons. The prince thought about her words and agreed that she was right. The cat smiled boldly and said that in case they just register the prince as a new race when he evolves. The prince was stunned by such a proposal. Ain trembled from anger and scolded his relative. Ain couldn't hold back laughter and even burst into tears, saying that she had already gone too far. The relative reassured him, advising not to worry. The spare plan would not hurt, but you should not think too much. The prince replied that he was already feeling much better. A got up, carefully put a pillow under Chris, and told her that he would go to the toilet. Kutima quietly pulled her tea. Suddenly, the cat began to ask Chris not to tell anyone that she had just heard. She added that if necessary, she would tell her dad. Chris slowly rose from the pillow. Chris did not understand why the princess said she had already woke up. Suddenly, Chris grabbed her face that blushed with shame and began to say that she was unbearably awkward. When she realized that she was lying on the lap of the prince, she was completely confused and did not know how to get out of this uncomfortable situation. Returning to her usual state, Chris said that she was not in the place to remain silent and could not hide the secret if His Majesty asks her. The princess waved his paw and said she was sure, so it would be, so she decided to help her. Chris did not understand what she was talking about, but she was silent. The first princess rose from the sofa, turned to Christina Bernstein, and announced that she, Princess Katim von Ishtarik, issued a new royal decree. The princess remained unwavering in her orders. She strictly forbade anything about what became known to them during his stay in the existence, especially about Aini's demon by Ina. As a result, Ketma added that no one should know about it, even members of the royal family. At that moment, Chris sank to one knee and obediently accepted the order. Ketma looked carefully at Chris for a while, concentrated and serious. When Chris lifted her head, Ktim again accepted her usual facial expression. The princess confessed that she was not easy to be serious. Chris was surprised that she did not think that she had to use the royal decree. At the end, Katima responded with a short "not," explaining that she was doing all this for her brazen nephew. At this time, the prince was in the toilet and was surprised to consider the charming crane from which the water flowed. When the prince returned to the girl's room, he saw that Chris had woke up. The knight was confused and apologized for her behavior, and Katima, meanwhile, quietly drank tea on the couch. That's the second day of search. The prince stood in front of the mirror and almost intended to go out. He went to the dining room, greeted everyone on a good morning, and apologized for being delayed. Chris, having prepared me breakfast, wished a good morning and a happy return. The girl began to justify the prince. They say he worked with documents until the morning and advised not to exhaust herself so. But the prince was unwavering. He replied that he should try even more to catch the criminal. The prince looked around the room and asked Chris where Dil and Katima. The knight replied that they went to the store for the products, and the prince sympathized with Dil. Ain warned Chris that they would go to business now, and the girl added that she would go to cook something. Suddenly the prince was distracted because he received some message. The girl sent a magical message in which she confessed that she was very glad that everything was fine with him. The girl was glad that the prince was feeling well and sincerely wanted him health so that he would not get sick. The girl remembered that her grandfather was also nearby, and then the prince told him aloud. She advised to talk to her grandfather if he suddenly meet him. Finally, the girl asked her to call her as soon as he listened to this message. She said she would wait. Ain smiled, squeezed the charming object from which the letter came, and thanked her for the message. promising that she would do her best. Pris and Prince, dressed in hoods, went out to the city to carry out their investigation. There were many people around, and Chris noted that there are always many tourists in the east. The prince thought and said that it would be difficult to find out something, because people often disappear. Chris agreed with his words. Chris began to explain the prince that even such a situation would not stop him, so she asked to be more careful. The prince agreed with her and nodded in agreement. When they entered the lane, the couple realized that she got lost. He noted that there are many lanes around. Chris, feeling despair, suggested just to go straight. Suddenly they would be able to get out. The prince suggested that somewhere there should be a tower of wisdom. A long time ahead of the cries, a man called out, ordered to stop. The principals returned to the noise and noticed how a group of men chase a little girl in a torn dress. The men shouted at the girl, demanding to stop, and threatened that now she would not go anywhere. The girl shouted to them that she was not guilty of anything, but suddenly one of them grabbed her hair. The frightened girl asked to let her go, but the man was glad to catch her and threatened that she would respond to her actions. Another man approached them and said that the girl should remain alive. The one who had already held it agreed with him. The guy holding a girl in his arms said they needed to turn back. Suddenly, the guy rushed after a girl who froze from an unexpected attack. Chris walked past them with his sword in her hand. The girl was crying out of fear. The prince asked what was happening here. Ain approached the girl and asked how she feels. She replied that everything was fine with her. Then Ain added that she would not be frightened. Suddenly, the girl fainted, and the prince managed to pick her up. Chris decided that the girl was very tired and fainted. The prince noted that it was good that he had time to come on time. A confusedly described Chris's clothes of that girl and asked if she was an orphan. Chris could not give an accurate answer because she was not sure. They remained in the lane, so the prince suggested that Chris go with him to their room. She agreed. Outside, it has been dark. The girl was lying on the bed. The girl slowly started to open her eyes. The prince was close and asked if she had woke up. The girl wanted to ask something, but the prince interrupted her and turned to her group, saying that the girl woke up. Chris brought food, and the girl with the boys, meanwhile, comforted around. The prince wondered if his little guest was hungry and suggested that she eat first and then relax. There were 2 sandwiches, egg and salad on the table. The girl was delayed and admits that she had no money to pay for food. Ain just laughed and explained to the girl that all this food was cooked for her. The unfamiliar baby suddenly burst into tears. The girl with tears trembled in her eyes and thanked them sincerely. Initially, the girl neatly bitten a small piece from her sandwich. The girl thanked the prince again and bit the sandwich. The stranger sat on the floor, bowed her head and thanked for the food, saying that she was now feeling in debt to them. Aim grabbed his chair and began to calm the girl, explaining that the food was free here, so she can sit quietly at the table. The girl took her place again. The prince wondered why those boys were chasing her. She did not understand why it happened, because when she returned home, those guys were already there. The girl continued the story. They seemed to have seized her sister, and she managed to escape. The stranger trembled again and cursed. This story was very upset by the prince. Under the table, he clenched his fist from anger. The girl turned to the prince, begging the Lord to save her sister. The stranger said that even in spite of all the kindness he showed her, she still understood that her request was too bold. The prince have softly took you by your hands. Ain asked her to calm down, because he was ready to save her sister. Chris smiled, noticing how he was willing to react by a young prince. The stranger thanked the prince again. Ain said that now this room belongs to the girl and asked to use it as she pleased and rest. Chris and Ain left the room where a mysterious stranger was. Chris wondered how such children could be in the slum. The prince replied that she is quite a strong girl and was able to handle anything. Suddenly, a knock came from the hall, and Ani turned to see who was there. Dill went into the room and immediately told the boys that he had already returned. The prince congratulated his friend and asked if there was any news. The knight started her story. She said that those people who pursued a little girl were actually hired bandits. Dill said that the witness saw those boys walking the street to the Wisdom Tower, and in general they specialize in catching people in lanes. Fitting and Chris were impressed with such words. The prince thought about it, and Chris suggested hiding in the Wisdom Tower. Aim was surprised to look out the window. He looked at the tower and noted that something was clearly wrong with her. A new day has come. People sat at the tables on the street and spoke quietly. Principals, Chris and Ain, sat together. Ain reflected whether there was some results today. It seemed to him that nothing new managed to know. Chris proposed to entrust this case to Varen-sama. Yen agreed with her because he made a promise that he would solve everything himself. Chris was silently watching a confused prince. The knight was still hoping that they would find out something important, and finally decided to cheer the prince, suggested to return to the room. Ain thought about Chris's offer. The girl said that new dishes for all residents of the city are being prepared in this institution. She believed that they were hunting at night, but you can meet them in the daytime. Chris also confessed that she had not yet been able to inspect the city and its landmarks, so she suggested that she do it right now. The guy noticed a stadium on the horizon. Different monsters lived inside this place. Chris was pleased with the spectacle, and Prince Ain was genuinely glad. The prince turned to the girl, and pointing to a giant horned creature, confessed that he had never seen such a monster before. Chris noticed another monster and said that she reminded him of the dragon. The prince immediately noticed that this stone monster was not slightly. Chris added that he was really awful and scary. Ain added that he was quite small and asked if he could be a baby. The girl replied that it depends on the environment. Suddenly, the characters noticed a monster that it was even more than the previous one, and surprised its size. The prince and the knight carefully considered these things, comparing with each other. The prince noted that he now looks even more frightening than the monster. Chris agreed and added that he first sees such a refusal. The girl offered to go down and look more closely, assuring that nothing wrong would happen. They went down, and the prince immediately noticed that this place was truly giant. The monster himself noticed them and terrified them. EVV showed its magic, and from this incredible power all around were amazed. The monster stared at the prince, grumbled angrily, and quarreled at him. Suddenly, the turmoil began to tremble and fell into numbness again. Other people also noticed the strange behavior of the monster. The prince suggested to leave here, but Chris replied that he was feeling their strength. Suddenly, the master approached and was surprised to ask why Vivivern was so frightened. The prince recalled the face of the man who was at the hotel. The people who went behind said that Viscount Sagi himself came and thanked him for visiting the performance. The explanatory appealed to one of the servants and asked him to give him a whip. Angry, he waved the whip in the side of the monster and ordered not to stand a pillar. He constantly ordered him to fight. Viscount shouted at the monster, reminding her how much money he paid her, and ordered not to stop and continue to beat. The turmoil tried to close the muzzle with its wings, and her master only sighed tired after his actions. Window was surprised who gave him the medicine. The man was behind the man not to be afraid because it looks very suspicious. Suddenly, Viscount turned his gaze on the prince and his companion. Viscount approached the boys and said he noticed how they were looking at his vivivert. The prince agreed with the window and added that they had just arrived. Viscount ordered his knight to remove the hood from the boy. The prince looked with dissatisfaction with his arm that reached for him. Chris waved off his knight Viscount and said, "Do not raise his hands." The girl cast her gaze on Viscount. Chris threw the hood on her head and turned away. Viscount licked his lips with disgust. Viscount Sagi said that the use of power was meaningless and asked them to go with him. He reached out to the girl, promising that if they politely go with him, then they would not threaten them. Chris found himself in the ring of Viscounta. She looked at them, and at the same moment the prince ordered them to get up. Ain said she was a close person to him and therefore always near him. Chris was pleasantly surprised by the words of her mentor. Ain, covered with anger, warned the enemies. If they do it for the second time with it, he will not be able to forgive them. Viscount said in confusion how he dared to talk to him. The villain decided to leave it out of mind and ordered to lock his exciting victim in the cage. The couple stopped and watched how it counts. Suddenly, the prince grabbed Chris by his hand. Ain suggested returning home because some strange people appeared there. Chris muttered something under his nose and followed him. They walked forward without releasing each other's hands. The girl, barely turning her breath, told about her hand. The prince did not pay attention to her and went silently, and barely visible notes of angry appeared on his face. Chris looked at the prince with surprise, opening her mouth. The girl smiled awkwardly because of the prince's behavior and lowered her eyes. The couple went on the street without stopping. Suddenly, the traces were cut. The prince turned and looked at Chris, then released her hand. Chris looked sadly at his hand, which Anne held. At this point, the prince returned to the girl. The prince asked Chris Windows Sagi's finances, to which she replied that the things had worsened. Then he suggested that it was financial difficulties that could have a bad effect on the condition of the eye vertex. Chris began to think that when considering food and care, it will cost about 5 million, and if you add the cost of speeches, the amount will be even higher. Here I am carefully asked where he came from the money for it. Prince have an idea. Ain looked at the high tower while talking about her. Chris opened an umbrella and began to talk about this place. The girl said that this place is creating the northern radiance, and when the time comes, it paints the whole sky. The prince was surprised to say that it is very unusual. Ain specified whether this building is really a wisdom tower. The prince thought again. The girl turned to Ain. Ain wondered if Viscount could have a relationship with this tower. Chris replied that the one who created such a place should be a very smart and educated person, and this tower, in his opinion, could not have any connection. The prince further taught his considerations. Ain noted that all these abductions are quite possible, and the girl, interrupting the boy, completed his opinion. All this is done to sell people and make money for money. The girl came to mind and exclaimed. She continued, emphasizing, all the evidence indicates that the carriage always went to the tower, and the one who could get there was involved in the abductions. That is why the noble person who had such an opportunity was a window. This time the couple looked at the tower quite differently. Now their faces were serious. Meanwhile, the children were sitting in the tower. Little girls sat in a cage in torn dresses. One of the girls sat, pressing her knees to her chest, and her lips were firmly compressed. The girl burst into tears, remembering her younger sister. Meanwhile, the first princess returned from shopping with her friend Dill. Kautama carefully cooled her tea and repeated Ain's. He wanted to check the wisdom tower because she seemed suspicious to him. The prince sat opposite the princess and asked for audience permission. Ketma replied that this was not the best idea by adding at the end of not, and explained that he could be considered not worthy enough to issue an order. The princess advised Ain that if he wanted to get inside, he could simply be unnoticed. Ain was surprised by the words of Katima. The prince thought for a moment and then said that the Wisdom Tower was a very mysterious place and asked if he understood it correctly. In addition, he added that the tower is probably guarded, so it will not be so easy to penetrate there. The princess showed him in the notebook the tower plan and admired that the security system should be disposed of. Kutama continued to explain that energy was needed to start all the tower functions, including protection. This energy is obtained from a huge seal of magical stones, which is hidden underground. Ain happily replied that now everything was clear to him, once again mentioning the seal of magical stones. The princess supported him and repeated this opinion, approving his idea. The prince continued to talk about the destruction of this seal, but did not have time to finish how a relative gave me a paw on her head. She immediately corrected him, explaining that he would only temporarily turn off the seal. If you completely destroy it, there will be too many victims, up to an incredible amount. Hautima called her nephew a fool. The prince was beaten on the floor and asked the princess to tell him what to do next. Kotima approached him and began to whisper her plan in her ear. Kutem, Ain, and a little stranger sat together at the table. The girl learned that her sister could be in the tower and immediately asked the prince about it. Ain answered the girl in the affirmative, but added that it was only an assumption, Still, she believes that for a girl it can be a chance. The stranger burst into tears and said that it would be easier for her if at least there was at least some hint where her sister was. Then it would get better. Kadima asked the girl what her sister was called because it could greatly facilitate the search. The girl calmed down, introduced herself as Verla, and said that her missing sister called May. She also clarified that she was only 6 years old. Verla also decided to find out who saved her. She realized that these people were nobles, but did not know who they really were. The prince called Ain and introduced his relative as a cat named Katima-san. Katima was angry and denied that she was not a cat, but a kite sif. The principal was further emphasized that they are not really true aristocrats, but it would be difficult for him to explain it to her. Ain rose from the table and went to the exit, saying that it was time to go. Katima personally reported that she was transmitting Princess Decree, and the cat agreed with it. The girls are left alone. Verla could no longer tolerate the unknown, so she decided to ask her question again. Who are they? After all, these people saved her, and she should find out who they are. Katima agreed with the girl and said that such things could not be hidden. Katima said what status she had and what status the prince has. The girl froze with surprise. After a while, she mastered herself, shuddered in surprise, and finally made all the parts of the pile. Verla wondered again if there was a man who was here, the heir to the throne of their country. Katima suddenly broke into Dill's room. The knight rose from the sofa and greeted the princess. Katima suddenly exclaimed that it was time to work now. The knight was surprised to ask what kind of work it is about. Katima noticed that Ain, as always, was scattered and decided that he should think well before going to rescue the stolen. The cat began to explain that they would contact the police initially to find out if there were not reports of missing people. Next, you should call a healer. Suddenly someone is injured in the tower. Finally, you need to prepare a lot of clothes. Katima was already going to speak further, but the knight interrupted her, returning to her direction. Dill dropped on one knee and pleaded with his mistress to help him and take him with her. The principal was waiting for the princess to say. Katima sighed with relief, looking at the silence around her knight. The cat agreed to his request and asked Dilla to write a few letters on behalf of the Gali family this year, because no one had to know that Anans are now in Ishta. Dill accepted this order and assured that he could be trusted. The city was preparing a carriage. The bald man returned to the count and reported that he had already done his job. In response, the Graf suggested going on. The Earl asked the prince if he was going to go there. The prince removed the hood and confidently replied to the count that yes, his intentions were serious. Chris said she would be calmer if they returned to the hotel immediately. The prince reassured her, assuring that this time everything would be different than when they fought with a sea dragon. Ain thanked the count for his help, glad that he was at the right time. The Earl laughed and said that he did not even suspect that the expansion of the August Seal Channel would help them so much. The Graf further explained that wooden boxes with magic stones should be brought immediately into the basement. Ain replied to the count that it suits her. Chris thought about what was happening now. The girl continued that if you think it is well, it is better to go there for the prince, because she does not need to get such a danger. Prince Aya smiled gently Chris. Ain responded to Chris's request, explaining that she was no longer able to forgive them. In his imagination, he remembered everything related to the state, and mentally said, there are people who kidnap children, divorce them with families, and then laugh as if it were a trifle. Aim clenched his fist. With a serious look, the prince said that, as the heir to the throne of this country, he should know about the existence of such people. Chris called her master the name of her master, and the count at this time silently followed the prince. Chris sank on one knee, bowed her head, and said that she understood everything, and now he should protect him. Aim thanked the girl. The princess looked away and spoke. The same tower stood directly in front of them, and the prince announced that the moment had come to start penetrating inside. At this time, August is in the estate. The girl sat on the bed and listened carefully to Ain's message. The prince said that he had several things in the Eshish, but promised to write her later. The girl listened to the message and looked sadly at the charming device for communication. The girl, leaving the words of Ina, reported that she needs to finish several things, so she will linger and return a little later. The girl in her head flashed the image as the prince talks to Chris. She confessed that she would be very jealous of Christo-san because she would like to spend time with Ain. Suddenly, the girl was awake and reminded herself that it is not necessary to think so, because Ain is now in a ishta to decide important things. The girl became fun again and began to think what to do. She decided to come up with an answer to the letter, and she wanted to go shopping today with Olivia Sam today. But all these thoughts did not bring her rest. The girl lay on the bed again in the room. She lay quietly and looked into the ceiling. She confessed to herself that she was no longer able to hold back feelings for Ain and consider herself hopeless. The girl squeezed a charming object firmly and confessed that she began to admire herself in the past because she could withstand it for so long. In her memory, she viewed all the moments she spent Ina again and again. Having reached out to the ceiling, she quietly called his name. The heroine confessed to herself that she was very sad for him and realized that loneliness covers her even faster than she thought. The girl, smiling, thought about herself. How could she say that? Squeezing the stone in his hand, he noticed that the artifact had a signal. Everything she says is stored. The girl was very surprised when she saw it and suddenly realized that she had done. The artifact gave a signal that the transmission was over. The girl was very embarrassed and quickly jumped out of bed. She walked the room back and forth, thinking how he would react when she heard her words, and convinced herself that she only told the truth. The girl covered her face with her hand, hiding her embarrassment. She finally accused the prince that he had not returned home earlier, and even told him offensive words. Somewhere underground, the guards passed the magical tower. One of them turned to his friend to find out how things were going. He replied that everything was calm and promised to move on. The guard shuddered without having time and finishing the phrase. Ain and Chris quickly overcome their rivals, knocking them out of battle. Chris began to say the prince that he should not go out. In response, the prince said that the guard was right in front of him, and he could not resist. Ain rejoiced that they managed to successfully penetrate inside, although he remembered how tight was inside the wooden box. Two bravers walked forward. Chris asked if they would act under the Catamus plan. The prince confidently replied that yes. Ain began to say that according to the plan of the princess, this energy is created in 2 stages. He said that first, in a special pool, molten magic stones are mixed to obtain magical energy, and then converted this energy into usual by means of a turbine. Ain said their idea was to warm the same turbine over them to overheating. The guy stood in the middle of the hall. The prince spread his hands wide. The liquid under them began to twist, forming a whirlwind. Water swirl has increasingly gained strength. Chris looked at the magic of Ain and did not restrain himself. Asked about the power of the water dragon. It was a skill that managed marine currents. The prince said that if he manages to create so much magical energy that it may become more than the turbines can withstand, then everything will work out. Suddenly the light went out. Cold smoke was slowly coming from work. Chris shouted that he was cold. It was at this point that the railings began to be covered with ice. A wondered if the pool was frozen, and Chris said that on the contrary, it was very hot. The boys rushed forward. A warned that they needed to climb the mountain and find evidence of the abduction before the system was working again. Chris obeyed the prince's order. The characters noticed the ladder and quickly ran further. Ain hid the corner and saw a bunch of scientists in a hurry. After that, he and Chris were able to continue his journey. After all, they found the right door. The guy, barely turning his breath after running, stopped in front of her. They were convinced that it was for this reason that they came. The prince explained that this door is a charming object and now their plan has become an obstacle to them. However, Chris just asked Ain to get away from her. The girl confidently took the sword in her hands. The girl made some decisive lunges forward and eventually knocked the door. The prince was surprised to see how strong his companion was. Chris finished and sighed with relief. A large hole appeared in the door. Chris gladly informed Anasami that the path was already open. Ain was amazed by its power. Going to the rooms, the characters noticed the monsters who were in glass capsules. Ain wondered if they were monsters. Chris replied that they had been artificially improved, and perhaps experiments were conducted on them to make them stronger. The prince told the girl that there was another door. The characters were cautious inside. There was a bed in the room, and a sauna was open nearby. He spoke about this horrible room with disgust. Chris turned and called the prince. The characters saw a large cage, inside which were girls. 2 girls saw strangers and, immediately frightened, began to tremble with fear. The principals were stunned by this unexpected situation. Ain told Chris that she took this question. It seemed to her that it would be unpleasant if men appeared nearby. Chris realized what the princess was saying and agreed with her. Prince noticed the documents lying on the edge of the table. The hero took the documents into his hands and realized that these were reports on income and expenses from human trafficking. Now they had evidence of everything that happened. The prince noted that in half the way they began to exchange boys. He became wondering why the girls were kept in the flying compartment. Yen remembered what girls were dressed. The prince understood everything. His jaw squeezed with anger, and he began to scold criminals. Chris came to Dane from behind and reported that she asked the girls to wear laboratory bathrobes she found nearby. The prince thanked her and offered everyone to get out of there faster. Suddenly, a little hand grabbed the princess for her clothes. The little girl approached the prince and asked if she could really see her sister. Chris remarked that it seems now May. The prince approached the girl and said that he was clear. It was really she. Ain told May that all was okay now, and they will meet with her sister soon. The girl gave the prince a radiant smile. Suddenly, there was a noise on the side. The heroes protected the children with their bodies and were surprised at what had happened. Chris exclaimed that the monsters got out of the tubes. Viscount entered the room and suggested who could get to the laboratory. It was mockingly added that it is probably the bold guy he had recently met. The prince agreed and said that this is true. All the abductions were visual. Window appeared with its guards. The villain did not understand what the language was about because he did not abduct the girls, but simply found them and took them under his defense. Viscount translated the conversation to another, remembering that the characters had penetrated his laboratory, and this is already considered a crime. Viscount exclaimed the order for the monster, to attack. He shouted that the characters should redeem their crime with death. The villain smiled, watching everything that was happening. Suddenly he looked at his hand, in which he held the liquid. The characters dealt with the monsters of Viscount. Viscount realized that the situation had deteriorated and asked who they were. The villain returned to the mercenaries and ordered them to accomplish the task, reminding them that he had paid them big money. But the guy said it was unrealistic. Scared men said that these characters were so strong that they even broke the swords. Window was not joke. The sword blade stopped very close to the face of the main villain. Chris told him that he aimed his sword not on those people, and for that it should be executed. The girl, barely looking out from under the hood, added that they had a lot of questions for him, and now he would have to answer all. Viscount raised his hands and agreed with the girl, proposing to continue the conversation about negotiations elsewhere. The villain approached her and strongly said, "Today, no." A strange gas began to break out of the leg, but the girl managed to cover her face quickly. The girl went away from the smoke. Window soldiers were suffocated and begged for help. Chris was stunned and began to scold the meter for killing her comrades. Ain tried to stop Chris, explaining to her that it was miasma. The prince loudly announced that he immediately dispels the poison, and suddenly a crack sounded in silence. Yesterday, from the walls, suddenly appeared a huge Vivin. The monster quarreled, and the prince asked Chris about her. Wyket was glad, which was prepared in advance when he was out. Ain ordered Seja to stop. A huge monster suddenly flew out of the hole. Angrily swayed and spent the sight of the fugitive. The princess, who was already on the train, looked out the window and shouted to the children to hurry. She warned them that the train to the capital was about to leave. The guys from Eli were able to jump on the train. The prince tried to breathe, and Chris stretched his handkerchief and said a few words cheerfully. The boys went to the carriage to see the princess. Katama reproached them for late. The prince sat on the sofa and said he had a question to the Knights of Ishta. Ayin did not stop insisting so that they continued to seek Sagiga. Katima cleared everything and thought that if it was a direct order from above, then everyone should understand his importance. The prince also replied that he would like to deal with this business himself. The princesses were named after Nation and May. Dill said he ordered another room for girls, and they are dinner now. A was glad that thanks to the efforts of Katama and Dill of stolen children, will now be sent to the capital shelter, where they will take care of them. The prince has already decided firmly in the idea that Verla and May would work for servants in the palace. The hero remembered and addressed his relative. He said that the OZ professor handed him the documents that had information about the places where the Red Fox appeared and the monsters were transformed. The prince also said that he also passed the Stone of the Red Fox. Katama was very surprised by such a find and asked Ain whether the stone was sealed properly. Chris replied that the professor handed her stone together with a special storage box. The girl reassured the princess, saying that she was going to keep the artifact in her room. The prince returned to his room and sat down for working with the documents. Ain mentioned a message from Clown and explained his silence by the fact that he had fallen on many things. He laughed quietly, imagining how the girl was angry when he learned that he went into the Wisdom Tower and began to listen to a letter from the clown. In the letter, the girl confessed how much she missed him and how she began to feel even more loneliness than she could imagine. The prince froze from surprise. The guy was very surprised by her words. The prince rose sharply and first decided that the girl was just joking with him. But her voice remained serious, and it was embarrassed. He was confused and did not know what to answer. He covered his mouth with his hand and started talking. Suddenly, windows crashed in his room, but the guy managed to protect himself from the fragments of glass. The training device stopped. Chris and Dill hurried to the prince and called him. The prince replied that he was all right and asked what had happened. Due to the broken window, he noticed how the wyvern was approaching. Verna flew through the night sky. The prince asked if she was a turbulent grade, and Chris wondered if she came after them. The prince heard other people's voices. People asked the train chief to go further. The man in the form replied that it was impossible because the monster flies around. People were frightened and started panic. The prince became angry, clenching his teeth with anger. Chris gently took his shoulder and asked permission to deal with the monster himself, asking the prince to stay inside the train. A answered that they became a target for the winds, and these monsters could destroy the entire train if one of them stayed inside. Chris wanted to deny, but the words stuck in her throat. Ain reached out and assured that both of them would be fine. The prince took Chris by his hand and pulled it forward, ordering to go. Chris exclaimed his name. The man in the form saw the boys trying to get outside through the broken window. The conductor of the train called at the guy to stop because it was dangerous. The man was surprised. The prince, with a decisive face, did not even cast his eyes towards the leader. The man froze on the spot and only now realized that he was in front of him. The people nearby also recognized him and began to wonder why the prince appeared here. The prince ordered Dill to bring Verla and May to Katama and protect them three. Dill agreed to execute this order. Ain and Chris got out on the roof of the train. Vern noticed the boys and quenched. Both were immediately prepared for battle. The prince remarked that it would be good if the monster was afraid of him, just like in a conflict. Chris added that the body has become even larger. Chris looked around and noticed something. Far on the island was a cart. Viscount Sage sat on a cart. The wave rushed forward and began to attack. Chris lifted her sword and shouted loudly that she would not allow the monster to attack. The girl rushed forward and swung to cut the monster's paw. Chris turned back. Chris quickly returned to the prince, and Ain praised the girl for a successful blow. Chris replied that she tried to cut off the turn. A thick steam broke out of his feet. The prince noticed that the wound was slowly tightened. Chris confessed that she did not expect it. The scales and skin were not just strong for the girl, they also emitted energy, which made it even more complicated. The turmoil flew high into the sky. Chris explained that if they do not manage to strike the most important point, the battle will be delayed and will become exhausting. Ayan replied that the most vulnerable place is its magic stone. The prince finally decided and began to use his magic. The guy applied the skill of thick fog and loudly announced that he would inevitably find the location of the turkey stone. The spooky creature has grown and began to look carefully. It was from the club that the prince's magical bonds arose. The handprints were grabbed and he began to break out, trying to get rid of. The Varen tried to escape from the guy, and Ane with delight said she was very strong. A shouted and said she had already encountered an enemy who was stronger than her. The turbulent opened the mouth and still tried to resist the boy's witchcraft. The principal was noticed that the stone is just in the forehead of the monster. A shouted to Chris that the stone is on the forehead of I Burn. The girl aimed and jumped into the sky. During the attack, the girl exclaimed that the prince was clear. Chris hit the monster just in his forehead. The girl regretted that they failed to save the monster in some other way. He was not at all pleased with the victory. Suddenly, a huge crack appeared behind the boy. Kraken grabbed the train by the tentacles. Prince and Chris were amazed when a new terrible monster suddenly appeared before them. Ayan remembered how Viken told about his monsters. He said that he had a turbid and kraken. The newspapers shouted that the monster was about to destroy the bridge with the train. Suddenly, 2 dragons of sea. The boys were surprised by this result, and Kraken meanwhile dived underwater. The characters looked down and tried to guess who could be. Marine dragons were for them ancient friends, an alienate. The prince was glad to see that his friends had come to his aid. Dragons began to devour Kraken. Chris recalled that the favorite delicacy of the sea dragon is Kraken. The prince exclaimed in surprise, apparently these creatures came here to just eat. The guy lay on the roof of the train, laughed loudly, and said that nevertheless, the dragon saved them. The prince gladly lifted his eyes to the sky. Ain mentioned Clannon's words that they would help him. The guy took the artifact. The prince recorded the girl a message in which he confessed that she was very sad for her. The carriage of the genus was flipped over the ground. Segi escaped, barely turning his breath. He could not understand how it happened to him. The bicycle ran into a stone and overturned. The man turned and froze with horror. The characters were behind. The prince said he would take the window to the capital and send him to prison. Chris explained the man that he had nowhere to run. The graph again addresses the prince with a question. The man exclaimed that they were only suspicious persons in bathrobes and have no right to judge him. The prince went forward and opened his face. Vicomte was surprised. A looked at the offender and again asked him if he was still lacking in strength to judge Vicomte. Viscount has already turned to his highness. The prince explained that if he was a noble kind, he would know exactly about him. The man dropped on his knees and clenched his fist. He agreed with the prince. He again turned to him, reminding all his crimes, and said that he himself confessed throughout the capital. But the prince replied that before that, he had another last question. The prince asked why he stole people, and whether he was doing it for money. Window began to speak, lowering his gaze. The face of the Sayichas was grinding, and he said that all this happened only because of that man's buzz. The prince asked him again about that man. The story, intermittent for pain, began with the fact that he became the hand of that man in exchange for a reward. Vicomte was tormented by pain and constantly repeated it to himself. Kiss closed Ain with her body while the man climbed and begged for help. Window fell silent and fell to the ground. Jan asked if Viscount was alive and what just happened. The prince released his head. Chris shouted to Ain. Aim looked up to the moon and screamed loudly. The train stopped on a broken bridge. The palms that kept the documents descended on the bed. He closed his eyes and remembered Dill said that it took a while to repair the railway track, and Ain advised to rest in the wagon. The prince left the room deciding to find something to drink. Ain was surprised. Chris sat behind a bar, her hair fell freely on her shoulders. Ain turned to the girl. The guy asked the girl in surprise why she was so dressed. She was a little nickened and hurriedly explained that it was not what he thought is just her last clean clothes. The girl stood in front of the prince. The prince smiled at himself. He told her that he should not be ashamed because she was very look. The girl thanked the boy named Fazli. A sat in the bar and confessed that he was not released by the bad end of this story. He could not even fall asleep. Chris agreed and said she was feeling the same. The prince thought about the last words of Vishchuk and came to the conclusion that there was a leader behind it. Chris agreed with him, adding that the dawn was only used and removed as part of the tail was discarded by the lizard. Aim thought that the leader could be a red fox. The prince continued. From the words of Katima, it turns out that the red fox is able to strengthen and conquer the monsters, and it works even when the demon lord's demon. In addition, the monsters, which were driven during the siege, had a very similar aura. Ayin said that he has just solved his health problems. He would immediately deal with a red fox. Print mentioned the documents of Professor Oz and said that there was useful information. I continue to say that according to documents, the evolution of monsters does not lead to the loss of consciousness they had before evolution. Chris was surprised by this news. The girl quickly jumped and said what it means. If the principal passes monstnosing, they will be able to remain themselves. Ain added that it would only be if the monstrostozoic and evolution to be considered equal. Chris was happy and said that even if so, she became much easier for her. She decided to thank the professor for such good news. The prince replied that the professor is the person who cares more about orphans than his own affairs. He was truly glad to visit the military center. The girl was pleasantly surprised by the words of Ain's. The young man noticed how Chris's face changed and turned to her. In response, she hurried to apologize. The girl carefully twisted a glass in her hands. Chris began to talk about the prince, noting that he became much stronger, and it was well visible during their journey. The girl felt that Ain was beginning to become the same as the first king. Ain blushed from Chris's words. The girl tried to justify, insisting on what she told the truth. At this point, Chris turned to the prince. She lifted her glass and suggested that they go somewhere together. The prince looked at the girl in surprise. The guy knocked his glass on her and joined her toast. Ain said again they would try again. A man with a stone in his hands turned to his father and said that today a special day for him. He spread his hands and said that the man took advantage of his force without permission. He was brazenly and deserved punishment. The man added that he was able to finally get rid of the magic stone of that insidious fox, once again reminding what day today. The man pressed the stone to his face and said that Crown Prince was as majestic and noble as his father. The man licked a stone and confessed that he really liked it. The man wrinkled his face and breathed hard, but still continued to speak. He said it was the same as when he killed the fox, sitting near his father, and all the blood remained on him. Stretching his hand to the window, he spoke of the Crown Prince. He said that he would not be able to restrain his thirst for knowledge, and wants to see how the heir of the throne is distorted. Crazy, denying his words, said that such a distorted admiration should not be directed to him, because people such as his father should be appreciated. At this point, the door knocked on the door. The man in the form went into the room, apologized, and asked the knights to talk to him about the case concerning the Wisdom Tower. Crazy asked me to pass them that tomorrow wanted to go to their office. The man nodded in the form, accepted the order, and asked for permission to change the route a little. The crazy man smiled, and the one who completed his phrase turned to the owner. It was a professor of Lake. Chris turned to Ain and told him that the bridge was already visible nearby. The prince added she was right. Two rode in a carriage towards the bridge. 6 months have passed since the adventure with a water train has occurred. I was 11 years old and spring came. Today, the boys came to the solemn opening of the bridge, which was destroyed by the attack of Knusk Vikanta Sage. Pris noticed that everything was surprisingly easy. The prince agreed and added that when moving from door to door, transportation was very organized. Ain winked and said that in all his talented assistant, hinting at the clown. The clown winked and jokingly asked if it was about it. The clown has already graduated from the college for Libe girls. In the winter, the clown passed the examination for public service and became the only one who coped with it without any mistake. She made history as the youngest assistant of the heir of the throne. The prince wondered if this carriage was from August, because it was extremely convenient. The clown confirmed his guess and added that it was their new model. Prince's assistant assured that she had already agreed with Odin after a good conversation, so the prince has nothing to worry about. She added that if taxes are too waste, it could hurt Ain's reputation. The prince agreed with her. Chris warned that they would come soon and told him to prepare. The guy obeyed, but here the clown stopped him and asked to wait. The clown fastened the button on the jacket of Ainscape. The girl smiled and said that the button was unbuttoned. The guy laughed in confusion and replied that she didn't need to do so. Aim climbed on the bridge, turned to people and strongly waved his sword. People rejoiced, and the friends of the princes smiled watching the celebration. The prince sighed and then weened surprisingly. 3 guys stood with him. The first, called Boots, wondered what happened to the face of Ainz. The second, half a person, half a cat named Roland, noted that the excursion had just begun and asked why the prince sighs so often. The third guy, by the name of Leonardo, asked if all was well with the prince. Ain replied that this was the first school event in the last 5 years, and he did not understand why the royal castle was chosen for the excursion. He wondered with sarcasm if it should be a visit to his own home. The guys were just chasing that it was a good place. Leonard explained that for them, this place was the most interesting among all possible. Ain understood them, but it was too difficult for her. Meanwhile, the boys came tonight and thanked them for their patience and expectations. Dill stood before the boys, and Ain wondered if he could accompany them. The knight bowed and confirmed that he would be their conductor, adding that it was the order of Varan. Then the man began to explain the rules. Boys are forbidden to visit any place except those where he would lead them. The man also added that inside the castle, the guy should turn to Ain as Your High. Leonardo promised to follow these rules. Bats angrily exclaimed his friend, the supporter smiled, and others laughed loudly. The man spent the boys' corridors of the palace. In the end, they got to the training room. The guys watched the night training. The guy went into the dining room and sat down. Ain reported that he would go for a minute and went out. He confessed that although he understood all this, the excursion once again showed that we live with him in completely different worlds. He then added that during the night training, he was particularly impressed. The guy confessed that he feels the true grandeur of the knights. Each of them simply captures him. But Boots insisted that it did not affect the AIN. Leonard replied that such behavior is quite familiar to their majesty. Roland added that the prince is really very strong. Butts rejected the back of the chair and said that they were friends with the very beginning of school. He was always confident in his power. However, in fact, he never managed to become the best. Leonard shouted in amazement, but Butts only smiled back. But he exclaimed that he would never let himself lose. Lifting his fist, he promised that he would not allow me to become better than him and assured that he would now be even more careful to work on himself. However, they noted that Prince's friends should be strong enough to be a burden for him. Roland and Leonardo agreed with their friend. A returned and asked friends what they were talking about. Butts replied that they just had a light conversation. In the meantime, the prince brought the boys even food, and that was very surprised. The boys were approached by a maid. She apologized to interrupted their lunch and reminded the prince that it was time to go to the afternoon. The guy was upset because he didn't have time to eat. The girl promised that he would later bring him food into the room. Leonardo asked the prince if he was already going to go. The prince rose from the table, agreed with the guy, and apologized. Roland said goodbye to the prince. The servant informed the prince that Warren and the clown were already waiting for him in the meeting room. The guy understood everything and agreed. On the way, they met May with a basket. The girl greeted the prince and wished him a good day. The guy greeted the girl and asked what she was doing. The girl was a little confused. The maid replied that she was now under her supervision and that she sent a girl to work in the dining room. The prince understood and noted that the talented conducted special training. The girl did not understand this and thought that he just praised her. May said she had time to run and bowed. The guy wished her to treat her carefully and waved her hand for goodbye. The prince added that she became older than she was in Isth. The girl agreed with his words. Ayin wondered where Verla was now. The girl replied that she is now working at a medical center near a training camp and added that among the knights about her are well responsible for her sincere help. The prince said that everything became clear to him and added that they are working hard now. The guy raised his hands and replied that he also needed more effort. The boys sat at the table, gathering together. Warren thanked Ain for the meeting and suggested switching to the issues today. The old man started with a question about the case of the City of Baltic's adventures. The guy began to talk about the official check and investigation of the case of the Red Fox and this ugly creature, asking if he understands correctly. Warren agreed with him. The old man added that judging by the list of finds in the property of Vikukonia, he often has been to the Baltic in his life during the last year. The clown said that the oar of the fox stands for all the abductions. The old man replied that it was probably true, and the same thought was in Katima. Warren told the prince that, as the professor advised, he should rely on adventures from the Baltic. In addition, an investigation on the former lands of Lord Demons will be started at the same time. The prince specified whose territory should be examined. The old man replied that during the preliminary investigation, they found some unknown books in the form of books. If they are able to learn something else about the Red Fox, the monster, or other knowledge that can be appropriate, then this investigation can be considered successful. Varen said that the old territory was really dangerous, as they were told before. The investigation was entrusted with knights led by Lloyd, and the prince had to focus on his official responsibilities. The prince was satisfied with this decision because Lloyd would be near him, and it reassured him. The guy also asked the clown if she went with him, and she agreed. The girl put her hand on his shoulder and began to speak. She said she would be his assistant from now on. The guy was a little embarrassed. Grandpa asked him to look after the prince, and the girl assured that she could rely on her. Ain began to list who would go with him: Lloyd, Dest, Clauden. The prince thought for a short time and then asked about Chris. Chris barely restrained his tears when he was left at home. The girl sat in the corner and complained that everyone had left her. The director approached her, apologized, and said that she was a marshal of the country and residents of the capital would not be able to do without it. She felt the pain, but realized she had to stay because Lloyd went with them. The prince also did not like that she did not go with him, so the girl took the boy's hand. The girl looked at the traces, and tears shone in her eyes. Pris still looked at the guy with sadness in her eyes. Ain called the girl. Christina could not understand why she was so painful in her soul. The girl lowered her eyes and said quietly that she would understand everything and would remain this time. She confidently promised the prince that would protect the capital until it was. A smiled, stroked the girl on her head, and said that he was glad to hear it. He promised that he would buy many gifts in response. The girl realized that she fell in love with her prince's smile. There was a castle in the mountains and snowflakes fell around. Somehow, a mysterious knight appeared at night and warned that someone else would come in a few days, also armed. The knight stared somewhere. He said that he was not worth a hurry because he has been waiting for several hundred years. In response, the knight noted that time was flying incredibly quickly. The monster roared and rushed to attack in the middle of the night. The man called the sword and said that when the right moment came, the beast would no longer need. The monster jumped into the darkness of the night. The man cut the monster in half, and a huge body fell to the ground. The knight said he had no right to step on the threshold of the castle. The knight assured that he would definitely fulfill his mission, but promised to wait for his return as much as he would need. Prince Ain waved the crowd with his hand standing near the platform. Ain goes on the train and says dissatisfied that incredible heat is outside. Clauden wipes the sweat from the forehead and adds that the summer has finally come. The prince, squeezing his hand, said he was very thirsty because of such heat. Klaus offered him chilled tea. Ain thanked her assistant, smiling, and said with a joke that she was too indulged in. The guy asked where Lloyd and Dill now. The girl replied that they were sitting in the front wagon, and night duty are divided between guards, front and rear wagons. The guy thought a little and clarified that he meant this wagon. The pawn leaned to the boy and finished the phrase for him that they remained together. He said that no one needs them anymore. The prince agreed timidly, recognizing that she was right, and the girl laughed quietly. Aim looked out the window and saw a bird with 4 wings. She showed it. The guy asked about the bird and asked if he was the monster. The clown nodded, agreeing with him. The girl said that having fun is good, but asked not to do anything ill, considered when they came to the Baltic. The guy, remembering his past pranks, replied that he understood everything. The clown resigned and sat down next to him. She began to say that she understood his excitement and remembered, since the first king destroyed the old possessions of the ruler of the demons, he was fond of this king. The prince agreed with her, adding that the first king was a real idol for him. The girl thought about it because she was interested in learning more about the ancient lands that once belonged to the owner of the demons. It seemed annoying that this territory was keeping the secrets of the time of the foundation of Ishtalaki. The guy asked when this city appeared. The girl replied that he could be founded either immediately after the attack of the owner of the demons or after these lands were conquered. Claude said the thoughts of historians were split. The guy agreed with his assistant, but he was only interested in one thing. The clown said that children of different races are born in the royal family of Israelics. So he answered the question of Inus. The guy agreed and cited the example from his world, but the girl did not quite understand what it was about. The girl suggested that his family could mix with other races on the lands of the ruler of the demons. The prince replied that it is likely. The man continued to say that the representatives of other races and even monsters in the body have a magic stone. But the main thing is that these stones do not harm the person who wears them. The prince remembered that nothing was written about the first royal family in history and asked which race the queen belonged to. The clown joked that she was an elf, to which the prince replied, "If you think, their royal family has long mixed with different races." Then he wondered what the race of his future children would be. Aim looked at the clown and blushed. The girl asked the boy what happened to him. The prince replied that he just thought about the future. He noted that the clown was still beautiful and added that she was knowing better than him because she was engaged in everything, from schedule to inventory management in this important business. The girl replied that it is difficult to work here, but it was because of this that she came here. The clown smiled and said that if she is doing it here, so it did not interfere with it. Suddenly the train stopped unexpectedly. I grabbed the Kaluan by the hand and asked if everything was fine with her. She smiled and assured me that all was well. Ein heard a knock on the door. Dill apologized and asked to miss the prince. A man came into the room and reported that the train stopped through a sudden earthquake. Before going further, they had to find out the cause of this earthquake. The prince replied that everything is fine. The clown was worried about why they stopped so close to the Baltic Sea and said that she had a bad premonition. The prince agreed with her, but assured that nothing wrong would happen. Eins came out of the train, trembling from the cold, and immediately noted that it was very cold on the street. The boys walked after him. The guy wondered if they were still on the same continent, because just half a day ago there was warmth on the train. Dill replied that despite some difficulties, they still got the Baltic, and at the same time turned to Lloyd. Lloyd also pointed to his old title first, and then a new one, explaining how he should now be contacted. The prince said that everyone present here was his people. Hearing this, Lloyd asked Lil to thank His Highness. Neither turned around and looked around. Satellites entered the city. The boys walked the street and told that the cities of adventure, Baltica finally got. Lloyd's clown would be glad here if I knew about him. The man did not understand what the princess meant. The girl said she reported the arrival of the prince today, but no one went to meet them. Lloyd explained that Ain is very respected here, and everyone knows him because of the victory over the sea dragon. The girl wondered why this happened. Lloyd replied that no one was ever reading. The man showed Aini to the mountain, on the top of which was a skull with a horn on his forehead, and asked her to look there. Lloyd began to say that the OGR was the birth of another monster and attacked the village, but was destroyed by the first king. The power of that plowing was so incredible that even the mountain could cut, and it was this place that was evidence of it. On the top of the skull was visible, and Lloyd explained that this was the way from the king, who also destroyed the magic stone inside the plow. I was amazed when she heard this story. Dill remembered one story very similar to a fairy tale about the plowing, a prince who defeated the dragon. Everyone laughed, and the prince was blurred. Claude noticed that Dinah had been satisfied with the situation, although the prince decided that he was just praised. The night came. The boys settled in place and were surprised by the beauty of the sky. In the sky, the northern lights flicked. The prince did not imagine that such amazing beauty was opened from the castle of the demonic king, and said he'd admire that it was beautiful. The clown joked that it may be the opposite. Maybe the owner of the darkness chose this place for the castle because of incredible landscape. The prince thought and decided that this idea sounds quite convincing. The prince suggested that if the girl in the portrait is indeed the owner of the demons, the anicap has decided that she would look very good here. The prince asked if they would meet with the feudal lord tomorrow. The girl confirmed this and added that the Count Baltic would also come. Due to the fact that the prince's satellites will be tired after the road, she advised to visit the count at noon. Ain thanked her assistant and wished her a good rest. At this point, the girl suddenly hugged herself with her hands, protecting from the wind. The prince threw his cape on the girl and invited her to go inside. She thanked him and agreed. The next day, the earl came and greeted the prince. The earl gladly met him and introduced himself as Earl Rizal Baltic. He explained that the king instructed him to manage these lands. A replied that I was glad and it was a great honor for him. The prince praised the city and rumored that the Baltic was famous for its blacksmiths. He confessed that he would like to visit one of the cousin before returning home. The earl replied that he would prepare a letter for him for the forge. The man also sincerely thanked the prince for taking care of his brother. The prince wondered who it was about, and the earl replied that his brother called Kaisel. The prince remembered the night and was surprised by the behavior of his friend. Yen looked at Lloyd in surprise, and he only nodded silently. The prince began to apologize and justify that he didn't know anything about it. However, the earl reassured him, explaining that his brother had long left the house and became an adventure seeker, so there is nothing wrong with that. The prince remembered how a letter from Kazeli received a letter. Earl asked if his brother really did. The prince wondered what happened and why it seemed strange. The count replied to this that his brother is a very weird man, so he really surprises. The man assured that with this recommended letter, Guild will definitely not regret cooperation with his high in the investigation. The prince agreed to be useful. The earl looked away, and then, returning to Lloyd, noted that he heard about his today's investigation of the ancient lands of the Master of Demons. Count Baltic passed the documents, they say. It should help. Lloyd looked carefully at them and thought. He noted that these papers described perhaps the last way to the lands of the King of Demons, and the recent weather was still mentioned. Prince and Lloyd thanked the Graf. The man was incredibly happy and wished to pass a letter from Professor Oz. The Earl said that the professor came here for research a few days ago and regretted that he failed to meet His Highness. The clown took a letter from the Count. She said that the professor wrote, "If possible, the prince should personally go to the former lands of the owner of the demons, because there may be an important discovery." The prince wondered why they sent such a letter and suggested that it may have been due to the reaction of Dalalan and the old lich that were in it. The clown asked Lloyd if possible. The man replied that this would not be easy because research indicates the traces of a very powerful monster. The prince again asked the count about this monster. The earl suggested that it has lived here since the founding of the city. He told further that this creature is as powerful as the dragon. It is said that the monster at one time was beating with the first king, but was able to survive and still hide on the former lands of the ruler of demons. The Earl said that in fact all the monsters around became restless because of yesterday's earthquake, and, rumored, it was the adventure seekers who saw it with their own eyes. Suddenly from the street there was a loud noise. The heroes shuddered from surprise. Lloyd ran out of the balcony worriedly. The prince asked the man loudly. Ain looked at the city, and the clown behind the prince was surprised. The boys saw the fortress shuddered from the blow, and a cloud of smoke rose up. All the chips flew all over. The Earl began to speak with fear in his voice. Behind the wall appeared the head of the monster from the distance staffing at them. The guards became alert, preparing for a fight. The prince sat on a bench and watched the world. In his head the moon sounded the words of the graph. The clown told the prince that by the orders of his majesty they received 10 magic guns. Ain stood in the hall near the table with Mappa and said that it should be enough. The Earl turned to the prince, asking if he was really going to kill the monster on his own. After that, the man asked Lloyd whether such actions were familiar. Lloyd replied that it was, of course, not normal, but the prince had already decided everything for himself and forbade them to contact the capital. The prince explained that there was no time to wait and stressed. Everything should be decided immediately. Ain asked the count to contact the adventurers, and together they began to defend the city. Suddenly, the clown called the prince, and this returned him to reality. The girl sat next to him and said quietly that soon the prince would have to leave. The clown asked her about something. She said that Camuil's commission is a monster who survived a fight with the king himself. She recalled the prince. Even if the king was able to win, the boy should not take the risk. The prince then returned to the clown. Ain asked with interest how she thinks the magical stone of the monster. She turned to the prince again, slightly aware of such a question. The prince replied that this should not be worried. The guy promised that he would definitely win and return, so she should not worry. The clown smiled and suggested that the monster apparently tastes like a chicken. She explained her opinion as follows. When she first saw that monster, she decided that it was just a huge chicken. The guy laughed. After her words, he had already seen a chicken in Monstra. Dill approached the couple and reported that the weapon was ready. The man joyfully perceived this news. The clown told Ain that she believed in him and would wait until he returns. The prince moved into battle and ordered the order. The prince, along with his team of knights, traveled a snow-covered field, occasionally falling into deep snow. He noted that this was a difficult test. Lloyd advised to add such a walk to future training at home. Suddenly, the man asked Ain if she really would keep her promise. The prince replied that he would try to restrain him, and added that if the monster did not obey, he would return to the city. However, Ain was convinced that the real goal of the monster was he, because it all looked too suspicious. Ain began to tell them everything because as soon as he came, the earthquake happened, and then the mysterious ancient monster returned. The newspapers wrote that the roads were also destroyed, as if people had not left any chance of salvation. Lloyd very much hoped that it was just a fiction. The prince noticed a large rabbit. He wondered if this beast was strong, and he was told that 2 court knights would easily handle him. Lloyd also said that the rabbit meat is very tasty, but because of the agility of this creature, it is not easy to get it. The prince was interested in this fluffy monster. Lloyd promised the prince that after returning home, Marty would have to stock up on this meat. The prince supported the idea. Suddenly, the rabbit jumped into the forest. The prince immediately paid attention how quickly it was moving. At this point, everyone felt a slight tremor of the earth. An earthquake began. The boys looked around. One of the knights asked if it was an earthquake, and the other immediately agreed with him. Lloyd sighed lightly. Suddenly, Lloyd shouted to everyone to escape. The monster suddenly rushed at them, preparing for the attack. He has grown loudly on them, opening his mouth wide. The boys covered their ears with their hands. Jane noticed that the monster had red eyes, and it looked like Wyver Sage. The prince said Lloyd that the monster is crushed eyes and wings. Lloyd suggested that these were the remains after the battle with the first king. The prince shouted loudly that the monster was injured and he was not going to lose him. At this time, Dilla's foot was stuck in the snow and he called his friend for help. Dill shouted the prince so that he would not worry about him and flee quickly, and tried to win a little time for them. When the knight looked around, he seemed to be surprised for a moment. The monster pulled a large paw forward with sharp claws, pointing directly to Dilla. The night guard was quietly watching everything that happened until the prince turned to him. Lloyd instantly rushed to the monster's attack, covering Dilla. He restrained the monster with his sword. Gathering all his strength, he pushed the giant. The prince gladly noticed that he managed to repel the attack and praised Lloyd. When the trap called his father, Lloyd immediately ordered Dill to flee in all circumstances. Lloyd called again his son to run, and the guy immediately rushed. The man turned to the monster and asked if his goal was AIN. Lloyd told you Kamui's puss that it will not seem so simple. The monster looked closely at the man. The beast roared on Lloyd. The monster began to attack the man, but he easily evaded his blows. The man swung and went on the offensive. When the hero struck the monster with the sword, he cracked. The sword crumbled into small debris. Lloyd managed to injure the monster, and it was howling of pain. The man looked at the wreckage of his sword. Lloyd confessed that he was able to make only a few shallow cuts, and now does not understand how to proceed. Suddenly, a large stone appears from nowhere and hit a monster right in the face. The monster looked to the side from where the attack came from. Ai stood on the edge of the cliff, speaking his magical binding and shouting loudly that he was here. The monster paid attention to the prince. The monster was rapidly heading towards Ain. The monster ran closer and closer to the right distance. The prince gave the command to shoot. The guns opened the fire, and one by one rose the volleys of the nucleus. The gun kernels were not flying, but under it, destroying the reference structure of the monster. The mold began to fall, and the prince plunged his sword in the ground. The prince thanked everyone for the help in luring the monster, and then applied his ability to stream. Lightning enclosed the monster, and it began to be destroyed. The monster shouted, but his voice drowned in the magic of Ain's. The prince ordered to continue. The knights again prepared their guns, and Lloyd raised his hand. Lloyd turned to the monster and suggested that he not be upset, because they may not be as strong as the first king. He added that these are the skills they have achieved through hard workout for hundreds of years. On the night side came bright flashes of cannon volley. The monster screamed in pain when the cannon kernels hit him. Lloyd did not stop and ordered the struggle to continue, because the monster survived after a fight with the first king, and the guns continued to buzz loudly. The monster froze in place and slowly began to smoke. Dill told the knights that Kamui's upus was no longer moving, and everyone was happy. The prince with relief fell to the ground. Lloyd approached the prince and said that everything turned out fine. They worked well. Ain also agreed with that. Rejoicing in victory, Lloyd added that Ain invented to prepare combat guns and lure the monster to the frozen lake. Dill still suggested that the monster was really dead. The father agreed, but noted that the monster was immersed in the water, and without boats, they could not check it. Lloyd advised to go back. Lloyd wondered that it was a sound, and the figures turned to him. The lake gradually began to be covered with ice. Dill noticed and said that the reason for this was a change in temperature. However, the traces were silent and in no hurry to agree with this thought. You notice that the water has frozen too quickly, and it appeared in it. A loudly shouted to the knights that they were already late. They were already tuned to the attack. The prince announced everyone that Kapas Kamui is still alive. Chris traveled the lands of the kingdom. The girl went back and forth. The second princess was concerned about what happened this night, and quietly watched everything from afar. The maid turned to Chris, passing Olivia order, "She is too restless and should feed twins." Chris was shocked by this instruction. Chris asked if the girl behaved badly, and the maid Mass replied that it is often where Ain usually goes. The offended girl went to execute the assignment. Massa decided that the cause of Chris's behavior was rumors of her feelings for the prince. The maid and no idea had that it could happen to her. The girl came to see dragons. Chris threw them food and wondered why these twins grew so quickly. The girl remembered her adventures with the prince and felt sadness. The monsters reassured Chris, and the girl thanked them for their support. The knight asked the dragons whether they believed in her, and the monster gladly agreed. The girl took a bucket of fish and threw the fish with monsters, wishing them delicious. The dragon dived into the water when he grabbed food. The girl thought and mentally turned to the prince, confessing that she was missing him and wishes him happiness. Meanwhile, Ain did not stop the battle with monsters in the Baltic Sea, giving commands to the knights. The monster tried to get out of the lake. Along with the knights, ice fragments flew. Lloyd asked the prince how he feels. He replied that everything was fine with him. The prince thought that they had just attacked some special weapons and asked if ionic guns were ready. The knight said that because of the severe cold, they could not be charged. The monster rose from the icy lake. Lloyd warned everyone of a possible attack and ordered Taiyang's protecting at any cost. Kamui Upa went on the offensive and the knights moved forward. Lloyd and Dill rushed into battle with the monster using weapons, and the prince helped them magic. Ainam and Black stand side by side, and Black's hands are tied behind her back. The shackles shook the monster. It was not easy to keep control over them. The knights were defeated, but one of them ordered to prepare further. The prince quickly looked at the situation. He realized that he would not be able to win in this way, but he did not want to give up. Therefore, he ordered himself to proceed and look for a different way out. The principals continue to analyze the situation. They cannot use guns and require weapons that can break the scales. I look up the mountain. The prince noticed the skull of the plow and immediately came up with a cunning plan. Dill asked Ain what happened to him. The prince answered, and this pleased Dilla because he offered a plan. He asked the knight to ask for help. Ain said he could not step and asked Dilla to carry him. The warrior agreed to help and asked why the choice fell on him. The prince replied that he would be able to show his strength. Dill heard these words and assured that the prince could rely on him. The prince attracted the attention of the monster and ordered him to catch this creature. Lloyd, shouting, asked the prince that he conceived, and in the meantime the monster moved forward to Anne. The ice on the lake has already melted. The prince rushed into the woods using magic to easily hold on to tree branches. The principals rushed forward and were surprised. Ain reached the skull of Ogra, but the monster lagged behind and continued to follow her. The prince used the reception of thick fog and targeted it directly at the monster. The monster shouted. The prince of the fog cunningly lured the monster to himself. The monster noticed the silhouette and rushed. And evades the attack and recedes back, jumping. The guy shouted happily that he had won because everything happened as he conceived. The prince used his magic and hit the cranial structure. The paw of Monstra was just in the mouth of the skeleton of the plow. The skull's mouth suddenly closed, and sharp fangs pulled into the paw of Upaskamima. The monster shouted in pain. The guy whistled. Aim found himself on the very top of the skull. The monster saw in the prince's outlines of the first king and hesitated angrily. Ain broke the horn with the help of magic, directed him to the monster, and exclaimed that the end. In the midst of anger, the prince wished the monster death. Ain Pierce strikes Dupas Kamui's head with the horn of plowing. The monster poured blood from the mouth. The monster managed to win. The prince noticed that he would move something. Ain noticed a magical stone inside the monster. The guy jumped on a giant to get to the magic stone. The prince used magic to pick up the stone and eat it. A sighed heavily and said he had to tell the clown what his taste. The prince, completely exhausted, fell to the ground. He was picked up. Dill, barely breathing, carefully kept Ain on his hands. The prince lay without consciousness. Dill told Ani that now his time to rest when others hurried to them. He slowly opened his eyes. The prince got up and asked where he was. He thought Dill took him home. Suddenly the guy heard someone calling him. The clown sat next to him and read the book. The guy wondered how much time he slept. The girl answered almost all day. The prince asked him to explain everything. The clown sat on the boy's bed and confirmed what he said. The girl suggested that she reached out to him to help wake up. Ain closed his eyes. Kleem kissed the prince in the cheek. Ain was surprised by the girl's act. The clown began to say how much she worried and hugged the prince. The guy apologized and said he could not change anything in this situation. The girl realized him and glad that everything was fine with him. Klaboon mentioned that while the prince slept, he received a letter from the king, and Klawan handed the envelope to the boy. Ain didn't want to read it. Ain opened an envelope and reported that the king considers his act heroic and is not going to boil him. The clown was very pleased with this news. The prince added that the king allowed the boy to participate in the intelligence of the owners of the demons and asked why it happened so suddenly. The clown confessed that she, along with her report, were the culprits of everything that had happened. The girl said she wrote the prince about the letter of the professor and reported that the threat to Kami Upa had disappeared. The guy praised clowns for her work. The girl wondered if he ate the magical stone of the monster and had received any strength. The guy decided to check. The boys looked at the characteristics table, and although the indicators did not change, a new, icy dragon appeared among the abilities. The guy reminded the girl that she was right about the stone. The clown asked what exactly was about. The guy happily replied that the stone tastes like chicken. The clown was discouraged, but then laughed and said the prince that he liked such conversations. 2 days later, the team went on the road to Lord Demon's. Lloyd asked the prince not to get tired while traveling, but Ain only assured that he was feeling great and ready for battle. Remember how Earl Baltic was surprised when he learned that the prince had just woke up and immediately went into reconnaissance. The boy's father then noticed that the count was invaluable, and he looked forward. Lloyd looked carefully at Aura Ain and noticed that she became even more sophisticated. Dill added that I heard other adventure discusses Ain. Dill told what they said. Ain can become the first king. Lloyd thought a little and admitted that, although it sounds impolite, he was forced to agree with them. The prince, upset with such a response, immediately denied it. It is impossible. The principals turned to Russell and saw a giant rabbit. The princess quickly left the table without even dinner. Dill replied that it was not food. The Ushuga Yatsumi and the prince were upset, remembering that they heard about this deliciousness and would also like to taste it. Dill promised to catch such for them. Ain immediately cheered. Dill added that he should write about it in his report. The prince was happy and ordered the soldiers to continue the expedition. Lloyd laughed loudly from the jokes. The prince shuddered, and all the soldiers were immediately alert. Lloyd said they were watching them. The prince in response noted that he is unlikely that he would dare to attack. The prince felt something behind them disappeared and immediately warned the boys, suspecting that it could be some monster. Lloyd reminded everyone that they were already near the possession of the Lord Demons and warned, "We need to be alert." The man showed his hand away and said that there were the lands we are looking for. I looked forward. There was a destroyed city in front of the boys, and a little further visible the castle. The prince noticed that in their cities the buildings were very similar, and it was a great surprise. The atmosphere seemed strange here. Lloyd explained that there were neither animals nor snow nor even wind, and it has been for hundreds of years. The prince remarked that everything seemed to have frozen in time. Ain wondered if it was really the castle of the demon of the demons, and received an affirmative answer. The prince wondered why this castle looks just like the king. The prince put his hand on the heart. Ain could not understand his feelings. He first found himself in this place, but for some reason he felt both joy and sadness. The guy remembered his ancestors and understood everything. The prince began to mutter something about the feelings. Dill called Aina loudly. The prince lowered his hand and sighed heavily. Ain stood in front of the city and said he had returned home. A strong wind blew. The birds flew. Young sprouts blossomed. Everything around came to life. The night was calling Lloyd. The gates of the city dissolved before them. Didod said that the gate had not opened for 100 years. The prince smiled and looked somewhere in the distance. The prince fell on the pillow. The prince was surprised how cozy was his home and noted that magic things were a real miracle. The young man thought of how tomorrow they would have to continue the intelligence and what exactly would need to be done at the gate. There was a sound on the street. Ein jumped out of bed and listened alert. The prince began to think if it was not a patrol. The guy went outside and asked what happened. There he saw 2 killed rabbit monsters. The rabbits lay on the ground without moving. Lloyd noticed that the monster killed a real master because a perfectly even cut was visible on the neck of the rabbits. Dill asked who could do it if the guards were on duty. The prince thought someone decided to greet them. Dill noted that it is not time to joke now. Ein agreed and said he checked the carcass. She was not poisoned. The prince asked Lloyd if he could cook dinner for them, and the man hesitated a little. Ein proposed to share food with everyone. Knights prepared rabbits at the fire. The boys sat at the table and started eating. The prince woke up in a great mood, remembering a delicious dinner. Looking around, he suddenly jumped and realized that he was not where he should be. Yen, looking back, asked where he found himself. After delving into his thoughts, the prince began to remember last evening. At this time, the door to the Ain's room opened, and someone announced their appearance loudly. Before the prince appeared, the knight in the armor, which was holding a tray and a mug with tea. The prince was surprised when the man carefully put a tray on the pedestal. The knight immediately apologized for taking care of him. The evening began with the fact that the stranger introduced himself to Marco, the deputy captain of the detachment of the Black Knights, who serve as the owner of the demons. The man continued to say that he is a cold, live armor, or rather steel. The prince once again asked the knight, or he understands how dangerous the situation was. In his thoughts, M.A. did not even realize that he had been abducted until Marco came into the room. He was sure that none of his team would know. The prince squeezed the edge of his blanket with fear. I realized that it was a monster that is much stronger than all previous ones. The guy realized that he was near the castle, and he would no longer be able to escape. The night was approaching, and with her a prince, so the guy began to worry. Marco quickly covered it on the table. In the evening, cover the tablecloth on the table, place the dishes, and slide the chair to sit for dinner. Marco came closer, suggested the prince to sit down, and said that he had already prepared tea for him. Ina was surprised and thanked Marco. The guy sat next to him, as the silence of the night gradually filled the room, as if pouring the aroma of tea. Marco said that for tea I use the leaves of elder, which has grown on their earth for 1,000 years, and added that these leaves are very valuable. A noted what quiet and polite this night was. The prince asked Marco of his status, but he interrupted him and asked him to name him by his name. The guy insisted on his question. He was wondering why he was brought here. The knight promised to answer when he tasted tea. The prince calmly drank tea, warning that the poison was not effective. The boy noted that the drink is really delicious. Marco rejoiced that the prince liked the tea. Ein bounced her tea, and the knight began answering the prince's questions. Marco explained that he brought him here to warn. Marco said that the prince's ship has not yet become strong, so he should not use phantom hands. The prince asked why it was necessary to stop. The knight explained that there was a risk that AES detachments can get out of control, as it once happened to the owners of the demons. Marco added that the curse of these monsters has not completely disappeared. The prince thought about the words of the knight. It seemed to him that the owner of the demons was only ashes, and he still did not fully understand what these animals were. To find out more, he began to ask about the red foxes. Marco trembled and agreed that the prince was right. He apologized that he could not pronounce their name because of the curse. Marco also said that the tea that drank the prince helped to temporarily suppress the action of the curse. Ina thought over it and realized that Marco did not want him evil and did not consider him an enemy. The knight suggested that Princess's friends were probably worried about him and suggested that he spend it. The prince noticed that he was not inside the castle, but only in its territory. The knight, holding a chest in his hands, replied that if the prince wants to come to him, then he should wait for the boy to strengthen the boy. Aim looked at Marco with sadness and then looked away. They wondered at the knight, or not alone here. Marco noted that he was very kind of Prince, but asked not to worry about him. The knight replied that she had a very important task that needs to be accomplished. Ain said he understood everything and smiled. The knight hinted, if the prince wants to know more about the monster, he should move south. The prince was impressed with the unexpected news, and Marco began to explain that after the Great War, they went on ships to distant southern ports. Ain wondered if the foxes were sailing the sea, and heard that, so it was true. The knight added that during the Great War they secretly prepared ships. Marco wanted to say something else, but suddenly began to tremble and stutter. The ghost touched him. In a moment, many ghostly hands appeared around the knight that surrounded everything around. The prince was worried, and the knight began to breathe hard. Aim called Marco. The knight looked at the boy and said that the monster was not him, but the woman. Sitting at the side, he completed the story, emphasizing that that woman belongs to an incredible kind. The prince did not hide astonishment. The prince did not understand what Marco was saying, and said that they cheated on the Lord Demons and took the house into this world. Marco forbade to say this. He constantly repeated that they loved them. The knight got the sword and cut his leg. The curse began to dispel, and the guy fell to the ground. The prince ran to him and called Marco loudly. Ain wondered what it was, and the knight replied, "It is a curse that depresses their consciousness and turns into a crazy, fierce creature." Marco warned the prince to be careful. The knight said that these animals covered the image on the royal family of Ishtalik, and were only waiting for the right opportunity to seize power. Ain was not quite clear what Marco meant. The knight said it had so little to happen, and again suffered from the curse. The prince asked nothing more. The prince looked at the castle and reflected what happened between Israelia and Red Foxes. The boy went with the knight to the gate. She explained how to get to the camp and asked to take a chest with her. Marco said Ain could give up a sword from the contents of the chest. The prince thanked Marco. The prince decided to ask why the knight was helping him, because he is a native of a fabric. The prince rose up and said loudly that it is quite normal to serve the royal family for knights. Ain thought about his words, recalled that the army of the demonic lord was the enemy of Ishtalaki, and decided that it was probably just such a knightly habit. Ain wondered why he did not touch people with intelligence. Marco replied that he swore to protect the people who live on this earth. Marco mentioned the woman who advised him to learn to get along with everything and with everything. The prince was surprised and thought whether the owner of the demons really said. He was confirmed, and the knight added that it was almost her favorite saying. The prince said goodbye to Marco, and the knight whispered in that she was cautious. The principals mentioned the rabbits and thanked them, noting that they were delicious. Night meeting. A returned to the camp, and his friends immediately rushed to meet him. Lloyd greeted Ain and asked where he was. The prince smiled and calmly said that he had been abducted. The knights were very surprised to hear this. All knights bowed their heads and were ready to accept punishment for such a mistake, but Ane rejected their words because nothing could be changed. Lloyd ordered the knights to inspect the terrain, and Ain smiled and remembered Marco, thinking that this monster was really full of knightly honor. The guy looked at the castle, feeling the invisible connection with each other and the owner of the demons. Clawine and I looked carefully at the helmet. The girl asked if it was a gift for goodbye. The prince said that it was not just a cut-off for him. The note stated that Marco suggested that the sword out of this. The girl in response said that if the blacksmith was needed, the letter was already prepared. The prince praised the girl for her speed at work. Claudetta thanked Inni. The girl said something. The blacksmith, whom Mavton is considered the best among all in the Baltic. The clown asked if the prince wanted to visit him now, and he gladly agreed. The boys came to the same smithy. The guy did not believe that this was the place they needed. Lloyd said he would go first, and Dilla asked to stay at the entrance and keep it. Ain refused and said they came to ask for a service, so she would first come inside. Lloyd wanted to deny, but the guy reassured him. The principal opened the front door and apologized for an unexpected visit. An angry exclamation came from the inside. The sound of a knocking iron came inside, and the man taught the girl to hold a hammer with her hands. The girl reminded that he had previously told her to work. The prince again apologized and tried to draw their attention to himself. Cavalli looked carefully at the guy. The boys were already in the forge. The blacksmith apologized to the prince for a mess, but the prince just smiled and said that everything was fine. Caval Motten said that for 3 years no one went to his forge, and the student added that the last visitor was just looking for a shelter from the rain. Mutin asked Ain what he wanted to give out for him. The prince replied that he wanted the sword and asked to use his material. The blacksmith surprised it, but he decided to consider this proposal himself and was even pleasantly impressed. He saw a helmet of living armor. The prince guessed that it could be a helmet of Marco, so he asked Koval if he saw him before. Moton replied that he sees the helmet for the first time, and his guess is just a master's feeling. The blacksmith knew well that living armor was a special monster who only once in his life dumping his armor. All the details of the armor then disappear, but the helmet remains. The student confirmed that this material is very strong. The blacksmith agreed and added that such a thing is worth it as a real national treasure. Koval agreed to fulfill the order, but immediately warned, the work will be not cheap, because to process this material you need to use a magic oven on magic stones. The clown recorded the price, 50 million for work, and the blacksmith added another 20 million for his skill. 70 million came together. Ain was amazed by such a shabby amount. The guy took the girl to talk alone. Meanwhile, Ain whispered the clown that the price was too high even if he is the heir. He was not allowed to spend such money on any order. The clown replied that the prince never received rewards for his work, and if you think, this amount even seems small. The prince was confused. Lloyd suggested using metna, which they got from the sea dragons, and the blacksmith liked this idea. Lloyd said that all the necessary materials were already taken to the capital and promised to send only the best here. The blacksmith replied that he himself wanted to choose material for work and added that the path from the Baltic Sea to the capital is quite difficult. The clown suggested that the blacksmith to expel the sword right in the capital. The girl told that she is the daughter of the owner of the trading company, August, and will be able to prepare all the necessary materials at her own expense. The clown began to talk about the benefits of such a trip, and I noticed what kind of girl this girl is, both as an assistant and as a mediator in the family. The prince believed that his assistant was very capable. The blacksmith liked this idea. The man handed the girl documents and entrusted her to fulfill everything else. Mono asked the girl to take care of his money and also asked to prepare the land, house, and a new stove. The prince wondered if it really was needed. The blacksmith explained that he plans to open a new workshop when he came. The assistant happily perceived this news. The man said it was time to prepare and promised the prince to give up the best sword for him. The boys came out of the forge, and they were surprised what they saw. The prince drew attention to how confidently Mouton made decisions. The girl noted that he had a decisive character, and Lloyd felt sympathy for the blacksmith. I was asked if everything would be fine, and then the clown replied that it was her idea and all the work, too. The boys were surprised when they saw what was in the document. The blacksmith's wallet was stuffed with money. The princess stood at the reception among the noble guests. The king made a speech in which he said that today's feast is dedicated to the merits of knights and prince, and expressed their gratitude to them. People began to approach Aaron and thank him for the victory over the monsters. The prince said that the merit belongs to the knights and Lloyd. People were fond of the modesty of the prince. Everyone lifts glasses for happiness. The prince decided that there was no point in having a feast. At this point, his mother approached him. Olivia took Ains for her face and said that even such a gorgeous holiday was a reward for his merit. The woman noted that his father would be very upset if they did not deceive him, and the prince agreed with it. The prince asked his mother to question. Christida stood behind the column and looked sadly at the prince. Ain asked what to do with the elf. Olivia admitted that she was too worried to come. The prince suggested talking, and his mother supported his opinion. Olivia suggested going out with Chris to the terrace and relaxing a little, adding that he should be the first in such cases. The guy called Chris said he was going to go on the route and suggested going to him. The couple left the hall. The wind was playing with the girl's hair, and the prince immediately noticed it. Chris, a little nervous, replied that all this for the future feast. The prince added that she is very loose hair, and he is sorry that he sees it so rarely. Chris was scratching, hearing the words of the prince. Ain said that it is hot today, because now is the middle of summer. The girl could not calm down and agreed with it. The guy asked how things were in the kingdom until he was. The girl replied that nothing new happened. Prisby became sad and joined others. For her, the only difference was that Ain is not side by side. The prince looked at the girl. Chris confessed that she was very worried about the boy, remembering the events of their common adventures in the past. The girl said she had previously considered the true gift of God to be near him in hikes. But now, when she learned that he was farming somewhere far, it became very difficult not to reproach for herself that she could not support him. The girl remembered how she stayed alone. The girl confessed that it broke her heart very much. The prince turned his gaze to Chris. Ain turned to the girl and explained that she is Marshall, so he could not consider her only. The girl disagreed at once. She said that no matter what, she still wanted to defend the prince. The girl noticed that her cheeks rolled tears. Chris quickly wiped his tears and apologized for her behavior, saying that she would not have to think so while in her post. She confessed that she just wanted to talk, and now everything is fine. Chris explained that it was strange, but the tears did not stop rolling on her cheeks. She apologized that she wanted to go away. The prince grasped the girl by the hand. Aim looked carefully at the girl in his eyes, and the Chris stopped in place. The girl asked what he was busy. The prince realized that this girl could not agree to it because she was a march. He remembered the words of his assistant and mother about what he really deserves. The prince came up with how to solve this problem and shared his idea. The girl asked what he was in mind. The prince turned his gaze and began to speak. Envy looked at the moon and said that he would receive such a reward for which all his efforts would make sense. The king and the queen sat on the couch. Ain stood opposite them. The prince thanked his grandfather for the fact that he agreed to listen to him so late. The king replied that he had already been informed, as if his grandson wanted to receive a reward for his hard service. Chris stood uncertainly behind the prince. Ain wondered if Chris remains at a meeting. The king allowed him to be present. The king asked the young man what he wanted. The prince began to answer. Ain asked to be awarded Lloyd Galasius first. The principals began to tell that they were able to return to the Baltic during the battle, only thanks to Lloyd. Ain remembered that during the Maritime Dragon, Lloyd allowed the prince to leave the castle, which was why he lost the title of Marshal. However, his merits were so significant that this case was decided not to disclose. The prince asked him to return the title of Marshal. The king thanked Lloyd for his service but said that this position was already occupied by Chris. A agreed, because if Lloyd was returned, the Chris will be renewed. Ain asked only one thing, to return the prince's guard to his Crisby. She wanted his mother, Princess Olivia, was calm for her son. That's all that Ain wanted. The king began to recount the request of the prince and wondered if he really believed that he could give such an important title to anyone at the request of the prince. The king felt and strictly asked him not to speak nonsense. Warren intervened in the king's conversation with the prince and immediately regretted it. The prince radiated a confident aura and said he was now turning to the king. He asked to wait a little until he finished talking. Subsequently, the prince calmed down. Aaron fell on his knees, begging forgiveness. The king thought that only the one whose veins flow royal blood in the veins. Ain acknowledged that his request may seem inappropriate, but he continued to believe that it would benefit the Eastie. In these words, the king got up from his place. The prince did not stop. He explained that Lloyd would be able to reveal his potential only as Marshal, and Chris, on the contrary, is ideal for escort. It is in their places that they will bring the most benefit to the country. The king agreed with him but still wanted to deny. However, it was stopped. The queen noted that although the prince was harsh, he only spoke just things. The king resigned with this. The king ordered Warren to prepare documents to return Lloyd his title, and he turned to Chris. The ruler ordered her to immediately remove her from the post of marshal and in her place to appoint a girl to defend Ain and Olivia. At the end of his words, the king said he rests on Chris. The girl dropped on her knees and accepted the order. Everyone was satisfied with new changes. The couple left the room, and the prince thanked Chris for making him a company. The girl only replied that it was not worth gratitude. Chris sadly apologized to the prince for having to spend all his awards on her. The principals laughed and stated that they wanted that. The girl remembered all those moments and said that recently Ain was a young child and now he grew up so much. A agreed and approached the girl. Ain raised his hand over himself and confidently stated that he would grow up and be higher than the guard. The girl retreated back. The director apologized that he was approaching. Chris was embarrassed and said she was not scared, she just didn't like it. Chris felt as if her request is too cheeky, but still decided to ask. Chris was embarrassed and timidly asked the prince to turn to her right. The prince did not understand anything. Chris suddenly burst into tears. Aim reassured her, saying that he understood everything well and asked not to cry. Ain turned away and thought. The guy said he was looking forward to when he will work with the girl tomorrow. Chris gladly answered it, also showing his affection. The couple laughed, after which Chris said goodbye and went, and the prince watched her look. 3 months have passed, and now the middle of November has come. The boys moved to the pasture to meet the moot. The blacksmith apologized for what he had to wait. The man said that without any hesitation, it was his best sword. Ian took the sword in his hands. The prince told him that he was his new satellite now. The sword trembled in the hands of the prince. Aim was surprised by this war and said it was a sign of devotion. The man decided that the helmet belonged to Gordy armor, and now he became rightly the property of the princess. The prince waved his sword and said with a smile that his weapon was listening so easily, as if she had become completely weightless. The clown and Chris were praised by the prince, noting that the sword suits him. The prince thanked them for his kind words. Meanwhile, Koval suggested checking the sword by testing him on the ridge of the sea dragon. The guy looked carefully at the huge dragon. He asked Chris how strong this spine. The girl replied that he was even stronger than the one on the prince's personal ship. The prince had no doubt about the mutol, but did not want to break it at all, so he carefully pressed him on the spine. The prince broke the bones. The boys around were surprised. The prince asked where so many debris came from. Since he did not even make efforts, the blacksmith did not understand what was happening, but still praised himself, like his assistant. Lloyd suggested giving a sword name, and the prince thought about it. He decided that it would be best to consult with Marco. Marco kneeling in the castle, suffering from the action of the curse. She whispered to him once after that she was incredible. He took a cup of tea and poured its contents on himself. Marco began to smoke and his breathing became difficult and frequent. He turned to the beast who had tried to capture him for several years. In the dark, he clenched the scroll in his hands and said that his mission has not yet been completed. Marco mentioned the prince and said he had to withstand until I return. He assured that he would be able to stay for a day. The knight sat on the floor and said what a wonderful person he was. Marco believed that an incredible woman was a guilty and incredible woman. His soul seemed to break in half. Ain sat at the table and wrote something, and the guy, meanwhile, turned to Chris. I said that it is not necessary to fear it so much. The girl asked if she was true and whether he would eat her magical stone. That night, Ain, through a dream, firmly clung to the katama, which was passing by and almost swallowed her magical stone. The prince's mother gladly said that when the triads grow older, they became real adults, and that means that now the prince himself has grown. The prince said Chris that he had not yet touched her stone and asked her to calm down. He was not really interested in touching other people's stones. Chris sat down and said in a confusion that she was not knowing and not sure. At this point, a man approached the prince. Dill reported that I had already received a letter from the king. This letter was ordered to appear on the anniversary of the death of the previous king. The prince said that this is the same cemetery where his grandfather visited every year. Dill replied that it is also a duty of the prince himself now. He thought about it. The king, along with the prince, slowly goes to the great memorial, carrying a bouquet of flowers. I asked if all the kings of Italy were buried here. The king replied that the prince was right and asked me to look forward. The king replied that this tombstone belongs to the first ruler, Yalvanistalik. The prince said his name. The king asked the prince to repeat after him. The man ordered the sword to be put in front of him and bow. The prince were moving according to the instructions. The sword lit up. The king asked what it means. The prince apologized, explaining that the sword was responding to human bones. The king recalled that he had heard a sword made of inanimate, which could do so. He reassured everyone, saying that his father's remains were securely buried here and laughed fun. Ain asked his grandfather and asked him a question. The prince asked what means to be king. The king was surprised and said that he came to the age when he began to ask himself this question. The prince, a little lost, agreed with the king. Ain said he had recently heard about it and was very interested. The grandfather replied that, in his opinion, to be the king means to decide who from his people to live and to whom to die. The king continued that the word of the ruler has great power, and a person who cares only for himself does not deserve to call the king. My grandfather advised his grandson to think carefully about everything because he had a lot of time ahead. The king suggested returning so that the prince would not freeze and catch a cold. Outside, it has been dark. Ain approached the throne. He looked at the throne and thought. The guy remembered the words of his grandfather and began to speak. The prince said that he tried to behave in the same way as the first king and did not want to admit that his decision could be false. A thought that apparently he then acted, thinking only about himself. The girl called the boy behind. Chris said that even if the demon Lord Stone is now elsewhere, it is still dangerous to stay here. The prince apologized to her and confessed that he was not sure if he could become a good king. The girl worried but still dared to approach the prince. She took the prince by her hand and put her to her heart, saying that she was trusting his magic stone. The guy was surprised. Ain turned to Chris. She asked permission to put her hand on the right side of the prince's chest. The prince agreed, though he did not understand why it was needed. Then Chris touched him and began to explain that it was an ancient elfic rite, which has a special meaning. The girl said that the elves have a magic stone in the right part of the breast, and when they touch it, it means trust and affection for each other. Chris said that the prince is an extraordinary man and promised to always be near him, even when he would be bad or difficult. The girl finished her story with the words that even when the prince becomes the king, she will still be near him.